Without a word, Mappa drags them to the beach. He points at the massive rotting corpses of the two leviathans. The answer was sitting right there, stinking up the beach the whole time. The elder's jaw drops. Oh snap, I get it. Standing before the giant carcass, Heel is totally mind-blown. Up close, this thing is an absolute unit. The sheer scale of the dead monster is overwhelming. He can't believe it. Did we actually delete this thing? He remembers how tanky it was. Those scales took cannon shots like confetti. Heel powers up his pickaxe, glowing like a lightsaber. All right, fam, let's get this bread cave king style. With a swing that could crack a mountain, he smashes the armor and peeps a game-changing detail. These leviathan scales. They're lighter than a feather, but tough as nails. No wonder that monster moved like a ninja on energy drinks. But snagging the loot is just level 1. The next boss battle is obvious. How do we craft armor that's basically impossible to scratch? The answer pulls up in the form of Mappa's hammer, smashing against the scale like a judge's gavel. Before you know it, drills are buzzing like angry hornets carving the material up. The workshop goes from 0 to 100 real quick. The locals melt down my arrowheads, RIP to my gear, to forge tools savage enough to cut that leviathan hide. Kamu and Mappa are glued to the blueprints like it's the final exam, redesigning the ship from scratch. Kamu says it's not just about the paint job. The whole skeleton needs a buff. Everyone starts grinding, fueled by one obsession: build a ship so tanky it breaks the game, but keeps its speed stats maxed out. The new boat starts coming together. And let me tell you, it's a straight-up masterpiece. The frame is forged from orichalcum, the wood is carved from the legendary Yggdrasil tree, and the hull. It's plated with those cheat code leviathan scales. Watching the squad work, Kamu feels a spark lighting up inside his chest. Later, when the sun dips, he finds Kamu chilling by the shore alone. He walks up to a pile of stones, a makeshift grave. Kamu, grub time. Kamu kneels down and whispers, "Little Heel, yeah, I'll be there in a sec." Heel glances at the memorial for Kamu's fallen homies. "My bad if this doesn't vibe with your tribe's traditions." Kamu shakes his head. "Nah, fam, it's more than enough. Thanks." Then Kamu starts spilling the tea on his people's history from a century ago. He talks about the Dark Ages, back when the orcs got wrecked and scattered after beefing with the humans. But then, one absolute unit brought the squad back together and took to the waves. He listens shook as Kamu drops the hero's name. His name was Kamu. He talks about the OG Kamu of the Corvus tribe, a legend who built a fleet so lit it could take on entire kingdoms. Kamu lowers his head like he's carrying the world. That name gets passed down to the tribe leaders like a family heirloom. His voice gets heavy with guilt. But when it was my turn to clutch up, I got backstabbed, and I failed to hype my crew up to return to the sea. He breathes the name out, finally feeling the crushing weight of that crown. Kamu. Kamu's hand balls into a fist, his resolve hardening like reinforced steel. I want to be strong. He looks up and his eyes are blazing with that main character energy. Strong enough so I don't drag the legendary name of Kamu through the mud. Deep in the docks, the green light is given. All right, pop the water gate. With a sound like a dying beast, the gates open, letting the ocean rush in. Guided by some swole golems, the massive new ship finally tastes the saltwater for the first time. On the beach, the locals, including Heel, are watching with their jaws on the floor, absolutely stunned by the size of this absolute unit. And there she is, a magnificent galleon decked out in impenetrable scales, setting sail like the queen of the ocean. The crowd is losing their minds over the craftsmanship. Sheesh. That ship looks tanky as hell. It's the perfect combo of defense and speed. Heel watches it leave, but a bead of sweat rolls down his face, hinting that something is up. His buddy notices the weird vibe. The Corvus crew looks kinda nervous, don't they? On the deck, Captain Kamu talks to his jittery squad. "Listen up, fam. Today we're putting this beast through its paces." Stay frosty, Kamu's face is serious. He knows this isn't just a joyride, it's a trial by fire. Even with the captain's hype speech, the crew is shaking like leaves. They're moving like stiff robots. The guy driving the ship is gripping the wheel so hard his knuckles are turning white, literally terrified. Back on the beach, Heel closes his eyes and starts focusing his mana. He lifts a hand, starting to cast a spell like a wizard about to drop a nuke. Staring at Kamu's ship, he locks in. With a silent thought, he shoots good vibes across the water. "I got you, Kamu." Then he yells out like a total savage voice echoing everywhere. "Come out, number 16. The crowd recoils like, "Yo, what is this dude doing?" Miles out deep under the blue, a massive shadow starts rising from the abyss, locking onto the ship like a homing missile. Suddenly, a huge geyser explodes right next to the boat, jump-scaring the entire crew. The lookout screams, completely losing it. "Watch the starboard side, we got company." The crew rushes to the rail, pointing fingers that are shaking uncontrollably. What in the world is that? With a crash loud enough to burst eardrums, a gargantuan monster breaks the surface. It's a golem made of straight-up living rock, crafted to look exactly like the Leviathan nightmare, and it's towering over them like a skyscraper. The crew is paralyzed, frozen by pure, unfiltered terror. The golem body slams the ship, shaking the whole vessel and sending everyone screaming. It starts raging, unleashing a blast of energy that smashes the hull. But guess what? Those Leviathan scales hold the line like a boss. The crew goes into full panic mode. It's the Leviathan. It came back for round 2. "Yo boss, we gotta dip." But Kamu's voice slices through the panic like a hot knife through butter. "Chill out." He points a finger at the monster. "Look closer. The ship isn't even shaking. Catch your breath and open your eyes. The crew peeps the situation and realizes something is definitely sus. Those aren't scales. They're cracks in stone. It's a fake. The peanut gallery on the shore finally gets the joke. A rock puppet shaped like a sea monster. Camus gets serious. Stay out of this, fam. This is my fight. He drops the bomb on his stunned crew. This isn't a deathmatch. It's just a tutorial level against a dummy Leviathan. But the squad is still shaking like leaves. Wah, fake or not, that thing is massive. Camus keeps it real. I get the fear. We walked around thinking we were top tier, but we got wrecked without scratching the enemy. He whips out a glowing rock from his coat, the last change stone, like a legendary item drop. But I ain't quitting. The crew loses their minds. That stone. With a wild scream, Camus prepares to trade his looks for raw stats. Peace out, perfect abs. Peep this. He yeets himself off the railing, diving straight into the churning danger zone below. Welcome to the Camus 2.0 launch party. Heel's squad watches in total shock, eyes popping out of their heads. On deck, his own crew is frozen jaws on the floor as their captain vanishes into the drink. The golem glitches out as a pillar of light explodes from the splash zone. A beastly shadow rises from the water. It's the remix. Camus is back, decked out in muscles and scales like a tank build. Transformation complete, he locks in. Sea Dragon mode activated, he rises up with eyes glowing like a main character. Flashing a grill full of razor teeth, he announces the beatdown. Let's get this party started. Zoom. Camus tears across the water surface, leaving a tsunami behind him as he blitzes toward Golem 16. He's moving faster than a rumor in high school. Just a blur of raw power closing the gap in a heartbeat. The ocean is basically his hype man, now pushing him forward. The crew on the ship can't believe their eyes. He's hydroplaning without a boat. Camus feels the juice flowing through his veins. This is insane. So this is Sea Dragon stats. He realizes he's hacking the water physics to move at god-tier speeds. Blade out, target locked. Your turn to catch hands, number 16. Camus spams the attack button, steel ringing against stone, but the golem claps back, swinging a massive tail with bone-crushing force. Camus braces for impact. This thing's defense stats are maxed out. Should have known it would be a tank. The hit sends him flying across the map. On the ship, the crew screams like they just saw a ghost. Back on shore, Heel and Rihanna are stress sweating. Even with the upgrade, is Camus cooked? The crew grips the rails, knuckles white, but Camus takes the landing. He plants his feet on the churning water, staring down the giant rock pile. He dunks under for a second, but pops back up, refusing to rage quit. Suddenly, the Corvus ship revs up. The golem figurehead points forward. No way is the boss soloing this raid. Camus glances over, looking surprised, like he just got a surprise birthday cake. The boys man the cannons, hyped up on adrenaline. Corvus tribe represents don't let the boss fight alone. Fire. Boom, a volley of cannonballs smacks Golem 16, drawing aggro. Camus' hand crest starts glowing like a neon sign. He smirks, looking proud. Took you guys long enough to join the server. He raises a hand and the ocean obeys. The water starts spinning like a blender set to destroy, pulling the golem in. Golem 16 is stuck in the spin cycle, totally unable to move. It's over. The crowd gasps as a massive water tornado shoots up from the sea, swallowing the rock monster whole. Inside the storm, the golem looks up. There's Camus chilling in the eye of the hurricane like a god. He buffs his blade with raging hydropower. Final smash loading. Become a raging stream. My bad, bro, Camus tells the dummy. Heel will glue you back together later. Water drill activate. He dives like a missile. The hydroblade connects, blowing the golem into pebbles. The crowd goes wild. Heel and Rihanna are grinning ear to ear. Even the haters have to admit that was sick. On the ship, the Corvus crew is screaming their lungs out. MVP, MVP. Game over. The golem is rubble and Camus links back up with the boys on the dock. Heel runs up, totally fangirling. Camus, that was legendary. Camus just closes his eyes. Nah, it was a team effort. He spins around to face his squad, keeping his poker face locked tight. I didn't just doubt my own grind, but I threw shade at my crew's skills too. The bad vibes were thick in the air. My bad, he says, staring straight into their souls. So I'm gonna ask you goons one more time. You ready to slap the ocean in the face with me? The squad doesn't even blink. Bruh, we were the ones asking you, boss, let us ride with you. We ain't ghosting you this time. Then one guy drops a truth bomb. But you had to ditch your best asset, didn't you? That peak aesthetic physique you were flexing. Camus literally laughs at the idea. He strikes a pose like he's on the cover of a fitness magazine. This glorious shining bod just hit a new level of beauty. It's a total glow-up. Turning back to Heel, his ego is absolutely bulletproof. Lil Heel, I got the drippiest ship and the wildest crew. This trip is gonna be a straight-up W, no cap. Heel's face lights up like a smartphone screen in the dark. Heck yeah. For the next week, Camus and the boys pimped out the ride while the rest figured out the loot situation for the trip. Before dipping, they threw a rager where the Corvus tribe ate like they had black holes in their stomachs. Later, the ship chilled under the moon like a sleeping beast. Heel and Rihanna are vibing on the deck. Sorry for dragging you into this mess, Rihanna, but she looks hyped. Nah, this ship is fire. Just wanted a peek before launch. Then she asks, you into boats or something? Heel pauses. It's not the boat itself. He stares at the big blue wet thing like a philosopher. I'm just obsessed with the places it can take you. Rihanna looks shook. You planning to backpack across the world someday? Heel replies, nah, haven't thought that far ahead. It was just a cope dream from when he was a loser at the palace, but now he smiles for real. I'm living my best life here with you guys and Shiel. This is where I belong. Rihanna turns tomato red, totally simping for his words. Mr. Heel. Suddenly, Rilo starts yapping at a stranger danger. What's the tea, Riel? Camus steps out of the shadows like a ninja. Can't hide anything from the doggo, huh? Just having a main character moment before we sail. Did I crash the party? Heel starts panicking. Sorry. We just hopped on board without asking. Camus rolls his eyes. Chill out. You basically own a piece of this ride anyway. You're always VIP here. You're the only human who actually passes the vibe check. Then Camus drops the cool guy act. Actually, I need to spill some serious tea with you. Heel is confused. Why the long face? Camus looks grim as a graveyard. He stares at Heel, and Heel's eyes go wide like dinner plates at the topic. It's about your old hood, the kingdom of Sandfills. Cut to a frozen throne room where the grumpy king sits with his goon squad. The king's face is pure shade and judgment hinting at the trauma Heel ran away from. Back on the deck under the night sky, Heel's brain starts spiraling. He hits Camus with the heavy stuff. Camus, stop playing. What do you actually know about Sandfills? The plot is about to thicken. Camus drops a nuke. Claude's faction. The snakes that betrayed him. They were following orders. The royal family of Sandfills paid the bill. The words hit Heel and Rihanna like a literal punch to the gut. Heel stumbles back like he's drunk. No shot. That's Cap. Rihanna tries to use logic. But those guys hate monsters, right? Camus looks away, feeling guilty as heck. My bad for keeping this on the low. Then he starts spilling the backstory. After the Leviathan wrecked Claude's squad, we found one guy clinging to life. He sang like a canary before he croaked. Sandfills paid for a hit job on the monster tribes near the border like the Tyrus and Belden to keep them down. Camus adds, they wanted to hire my crew originally, but Claude was a hater and said no. Guess he was right about that. The horror finally clicks for Heel. No way. My own dad put out the hit, but why? Camus' eyes get hard as diamonds when he talks about the culprit. Little's Heel about your Pop King Rui. He took Sandfills from a dusty town to the biggest empire on the map. Hiring us was just another power move to flex his authority. But Camus flips the script to something even sketchier. I've been wondering, though. You got kicked out, right? Heel nods nervously. Camus leans in, close voice deep. But is that the real story? Heel is left speechless. Camus lays out the receipts. The remote island of Sheol and your Cave King title, he connects the dots. A crest that unlocks infinite loot underground. Don't you think the plot armor is a little too convenient? The implication is wild. Heel screams. Are you saying my dad knew about the OP cheats hidden under Sheol? His brain is doing gymnastics trying to figure it out. No. But something smells super fishy. If the big boss wanted to strip this rock for parts, he would have sent a whole squad, not a skeleton crew. Keeping that crest hush-hush is totally sus. It screams one terrifying possibility: something massive is snoozing down here. A secret so dark he buried it deep. Camus shrugs it off like, hey, just my gut talking. But Rihanna catches the vibe instantly. The underground ruins snap. Camus points guns at her bingo. We're reading the same book, girl. Then Camus turns to Heel like, real talk, I thought you were shady at first. I figured you were playing the fool. He smirks, thinking back on Heel's crazy island antics. But kicking it here proved you're built different. Then bam. He jacks Heel up by the collar eyes, going 0 to 100 real quick. He gets all up in his grill. Listen up, you're Prince of Sandfills and this rock technically your daddy owns it. Dropping truth bombs like anvils. One day you're gonna have to square up against your own kingdom. The royal baggage crashes down on Heel. He balls his fists, eyes blazing like a shonen protagonist. Facts. Being out in the sticks made him forget the throne room drama. Staring at the ink-black sea, he stops lying to himself. Nah, I was just dodging the truth. My beef with Sandfills isn't history, it's live and direct right now. Rihanna watches him stressing over the heavy crown invisible on his head. Next morning, the whole squad hits the docks to wave goodbye to Camus and the Corvus crew. With the patched-up Golem 16 riding shotgun, their trip home is gonna be smoother than butter. Once they dip, Heel gathers the monster bosses to drop the bomb. He bows low, eating the blame. My bad, everyone. The shadowy villain attacking us, it was my own fam, the Sandfills Royals. But the crew isn't having any of that self-pity. An orc almost breaks the table. Don't you dare apologize. Varys, the big bad wolf, nods. Ain't your fault, boss? Real talk is what's the play. Elvin, the OG Dark Elf, starts calculating the odds. Dealing with your homeland is inevitable. One orc flexes guns the size of tree trunks, itching for a brawl. If they hate us monsters, we'll yeet them off the island. Elvin sighs like, bro, use your brain, not your fists. That's how you start a whole war. Heel looks horrified, realizing he's a walking target for his friends. Did I drag you guys into my mess? An orc cuts him off cold. Boss, if you talk about leaving, I'm gonna lose it. One by one, every monster on Sheol steps up, voices locking together like a choir of rebels. Sheol is our turf now. That ride-or-die loyalty wipes away Heel's fear. He straightens up, mojo returning. You're right. No time to be a wimp. I'm gonna need your muscle for the chaos incoming. Rihanna and the squad hype him up. That's the spirit. Then Elvin switches to 4D chess mode. They definitely know about the loot here. They'll come knocking for trade eventually. He keeps it 100. Humans and monsters don't vibe because of love. It's all about cash rules, everything around me. Elvin drops the game plan. If Sheol makes bank for your kingdom, they'll let you stay king of the sandbox. A dark elf warrior side-eyes that. Money won't stop them from meddling, though. Varys cuts through the noise. You mean we gotta be swole enough to force them to the table? Elvin nods. Spot on. Rihanna asks the million-dollar question. So what's the move? Her buddy pumps a fist. We level up this island hard. Varys scratches his chin. To hustle them, we gotta know what they're really after. Heel snaps his fingers. Camus and Rihanna already spilled the tea on that one. He stares at the cave mouth like it's a treasure chest. The cheat codes are hidden in the ruins downstairs. Elvin facepalms. We don't know jack about Sheol. If only we could read those dusty old books. While Elvin stresses heel stares at the Cave King crest on his hand. Time to grind. He snatches his trusty pickaxe. He spins around and boom, the whole crew is already locked and loaded. You guys are wild. Everyone's packing pickaxes. Even the Tyrus tribe is ready to dig with their bare claws. Heel stands before his raid party, werewolves, elves, spiders, and slimes. What a lineup. He shouts, I hereby form the Sheol Ruins excavation team. The dark elf deadpans. Isn't this just the usual mining squad with a fancy name? Heel laughs. Bro, it's all about the vibe. Rihanna nods. Facts. It's like mining, but with extra spice. As Heel leads the charge, Rihanna slides him a lunchbox. Take this snack pack. She grins. But don't be late for dinner or else. Heel hit her with that solemn nod. Bet. Good looks, Rihanna. With his determination level maxed out, he dropped the new quest objective. We're cracking open some fresh ruins, fam. His brain was locked onto the prize like a heat-seeking missile. Pops is chasing the ghost of Sheol, he thought. And since we're clueless, we gotta do the dirty work ourselves. Deep in the dungeon, Full scanned the area, pickaxe gripped like she was ready to grief a Minecraft server. Yo, where do we even start with this scavenger hunt? Heel swept his hand across the scenery before dropping the game plan. We start scanning the spots we already looted. But chill with the tools. One wrong move and we trash the loot. For a whole week, the squad was on that non-stop grind. They were chipping rock like sculptors, sniffing for magic vibes, and side-eyeing Riel praying for a signal. But after 7 days of back-breaking labor, 0 results. The crew was cooked totally out of gas. This is sus. No connecting tunnels. Terran hit Heel with a big brain reminder. Don't forget we warped to the library. Suddenly, the puzzle pieces clicked in Heel's head like Tetris. Maybe hallways aren't a thing, he theorized. What if every room had its own fast travel point that got deleted by history? That realization hit harder than Monday morning. If that's real, we're digging blind with 0 map hacks. Heel was stressing, but then clang and noise echoed through the cave like a dropped cymbal. Terran called it. Yo, I'm starving. Let's rage quit for today and grab some grub. Highness nodded. Princess Rihanna will actually end us if we're late. Heel agreed. All right, squad, pack it up. While the crew geared down, Heel realized their mascot was MIA. Huh, yo, where's Riel at? Everyone started panicking. Did the princess's pet go rogue again? Then Heel's ears caught some frantic scratching vibes nearby. He tracked the sound and found Riel going absolutely ham on a solid rock wall. Thank God it's just you. But his relief turned into a horror movie real quick. Riel, the poor thing's paw was wrecked, bleeding from fighting the stone. The squad rushed over like paramedics. That looks gnarly. Full screamed. Heel tried to grapple the little guy. Chill out, Riel. I can't heal you if you're spazzing. Heel peeped the claw marks. Riel was dead set on this spot. Full stepped up, flexing her pickaxe like, hold my drink. I got this. Back up, nerds. With one savage swing, Full obliterated the wall, exposing a spooky dark hole. What she saw inside made her gasp so hard she choked. Heel and the gang were frozen, totally speechless. Even the stone-faced Tyrus warriors looked like they just saw a ghost. Inside lay the fossilized skeleton of a bird the size of a bus. Bird bones. This deep underground, Heel whispered, mind blown. A sad whimper snapped him out of it. Riel was nudging something hidden inside the ribcage. A massive, pristine egg. Terran checked the stats. It's fossilized rock solid. This thing's been down here so long it turned to stone. Heel looked from the rock egg to Riel's puppy dog eyes. Riel, look, it's just a rock now. But the little guy wasn't hearing it, hugging that stone egg like it was his own kid. Terran sighed. Looks like the princess wants to play savior. Heel scratched his head, totally stumped on the dialogue options here. He decided not to crush her dreams just yet. Might hurt later, but we'll roll with the fantasy until she gets it. Back at base, Rihanna showed off her crafting skills. Boom. Riel, your gear is ready. She made a plush backpack for the rock and Riel barked like he won the lottery. The team stared. A literal egg carrier? Okay, Loki, that's adorable. Full admitted. Riel zoomed around, proving the rock wasn't slowing him down. Heel cracked up. Haha, looks solid. But Riel's obsession with that rock was leveling up daily. She wouldn't leave it, curling around it every night. Watching them, Heel started catching feelings for their bond. Seeing that much love, it almost makes you think the thing might actually hatch. He shook off the crazy thought. Nah, impossible. But while Riel snoozed, 2 tiny lights started pulsing inside the stone like a heartbeat. One day, while unlocking a new map area, Highness hit the brakes hard. Hold up. Is that water? Trusting his OP senses, he pointed at a blank wall. It's coming from right there. He analyzed the audio. Not a hot spring. Temps are normal, smells fine. But the sound, it's glitchy. Heel pressed his ear to the stone. Nothing. You hear water. Full shook her head, confused. I'm hearing 0. But Highness had the best stats in the tribe. Heel turned back. Yo, what do you mean unnatural? Highness struggled to find the words. It's weird. Like the sound effect is on a perfect loop. It's dead silent like a library after hours. While Relel catches some Z's heel makes the call. Bet on the years. We dig here. Following Highness's GPS, they start busting rocks. Suddenly, Heel's face lights up like a smartphone in a dark theater. Legit, he can hear the drip now, too. With one massive haymaker, they smash through the wall like the Kool-Aid Man. Heel peeps into the void. Sounds definitely coming from there. But suddenly, Terran moves like he just saw a spider. He yanks Heel back faster than a refund request. Heel stumbles his toes, hanging over the edge of a drop deep enough to reach hell. They busted through onto a ledge narrower than a supermodel's waist, overlooking a pit with zero bottom. Heel's heart plays a drum solo. Good looking out, Terran. But then his eyes adjust to the gloom and his jaw hits the floor. Rising from the abyss is a thick ancient pillar crying tears of straight-up water from the top. Is that a tower? Nah, just a massive pillar acting like a fountain. Then it clicks in his brain. The rhythm wasn't nature, it was engineered. Another ruin secured. They peep over the edge, but that thing goes down into the shadow realm. How deep is this rabbit hole? Even with his cheat code vision, the bottom is totally MIA. Terran squints, spotting a glitch in the matrix. Yo, boss, check the water flow. It ain't coming from a pipe, it's spawning right off the surface. Heel zooms in and catches the vibe. The juice is coming from a glowing blue rock stuck in the wall. Instant lightbulb moment. Terran, snag that shiny rock for me. Without blinking, Terran shoots a web like he's Spidey in Queens. Thwip it sticks, and with a savage yank he yeets the stone off the pillar and reels it in. Heel inspects the loot. It's a spring stone, a legit OP relic that turns mana into H2O. He's gazing at it like it's the newest console. Infinite water glitch unlocked. This changes the whole game. Terran does the math. Boss, if this rock was hydrating the whole underground, that's wild. Heel nods, plotting like a villain. Means we follow the drip to find more loot. Let's bounce. But Highness cuts in. Hold up, what's that noise? Heel pauses. The water. Nah. The vibe check fails. Highness's ears twitch like radar dishes. Someone's mining. And they're coming through that wall. Suddenly, Heel feels the atmosphere get heavy. Serious mana pressure incoming. The squad instantly squares up, shielding the VIPs. Whatever's pulling up has got crazy energy levels. The wall starts glowing and cracking like a broken screen protector. The whole ruin starts shaking in its boots. Heel's crew is sweating bullets as he yells, "Heads up, y'all! Big mana signature incoming." Before they can blink, the wall explodes, sending rocks flying like confetti at a chaotic party. Out of the dust cloud, a massive shadow with headlights for eyes smashes through the chat. The aura is suffocating. Rihanna's lagging in real life, stuttering. What is that? Heel's brain needs a reboot. Is that an overgrown lizard? Now that size is illegal. Is it a legendary drop? Varys growls out the ID dragon. But instead of roasting them, the dragon looks shook. It literally yelps, "Ah, underground peeps." The squad is absolutely gobsmacked. Varys mutters, "Yo." It just spoke English. The beast is so clumsy it trips over its own claws and yeets itself off the ledge. "Help me!" It screams while plunging to doom. Heel screams, "Terran, catch him." The web shoots out, snagging the dragon, but that boy is thick. "He's too chunky," Rihanna screams. "We're gonna get wiped." Heel grits his teeth. "Hold the line." He drops the rope and sprints for the edge like a madman. Rihanna yells, "Bro, are you crazy?" He hits the edge and slams his hand down on the rock like he's dropping the beat. Unique skill activated, Cave King process rock boom. Massive stone stakes erupt from the cliff face instantly. Playing Minecraft in real life? Heel gestures, building a makeshift staircase down the endless wall. The falling lizard face plants safely onto a fresh platform. Clutch save. The squad collapses like empty hoodies. Heel, already halfway down, calls out, "You good down there, big guy? Use the stairs." As the dragon awkwardly climbs down, Varys shakes his head. We really just saved a raid boss on instinct. Rihanna's still vibrating with nerves. It ain't gonna snack on us now, right? Finally, at the bottom, the crew approaches the weirdest thing they've seen all week. A literal talking dragon. The beast's kaiju-sized claw slammed onto the cavern floor like a mic drop. Then, totally ruining the scary vibe, it adjusted some steampunk goggles and let out a sigh like a tired trucker. Yikes, I legit thought I was toast. It lifted the goggles, revealing a lizard face that looked about as threatening as a golden retriever. Who are you dudes? The landlords of this dungeon? The standoff was hyped, but then a sound louder than a bass drop rumbled from the dragon's stomach. Talk about a mood killer. The camera pans up to the surface where things were getting wild. The locals were peeping from the bushes, sweating bullets, while the dragon inhaled a feast massive enough to feed a small army. The beast was munching like it was at an all-you-can-eat buffet. Man, this slaps. I've been living on canned trash forever. Real food is the MVP. Rihanna stepped up, keeping it cool. You good, bro? The dragon grinned like a used car salesman. You bet. The name's Royden the Earth Dragon. Heel watched as Royden chugged a whole barrel of ale like it was a juice box. Meanwhile, Mappa was fanboying hard. Holy crap, a literal legend in the flesh. Mappa was losing it. Rihanna smirked, throwing shade. Kinda underwhelming compared to the stories, huh? Heel pointed back at the cave entrance. So, is that underground crib yours? Royden shook his massive head. Nah, that weird pillar ain't my style. I ain't a local. I hauled my scaly butt all the way from the Elto continent. Heel and Mappa looked blank, never heard of the place. Royden painted a picture. It's a fiery hellscape where volcanoes pop off daily magma flows like water, and dragons throw hands 24/7. Heel's jaw hit the floor. Wait, is that neighborhood specifically near here? Royden thought for a hot second. Nope. I literally dug a tunnel under the ocean floor heading east for a solid month. Heel's brain short-circuited. The bottom of the ocean, Royden nodded. Yeah, and you guys freaked me out. I've never seen hairless apes like you before. Thanks for the save, though. The sheer insanity of Royden's marathon dig was way too much for Heel to download. Rihanna just smiled. I lagged for a sec, but it's cool we can chat. Royden let out a laugh that shook the trees. Ha, from your angle, it looks like I'm speaking English, right? He dropped the bomb. I'm actually beaming thoughts directly into your brain. It's called telepathy. Heel panicked. Wait, so you're reading our DMs? Roy, shut that down. Close, but nah. When you speak, you're broadcasting thoughts along with your noise. I just pick up the vibes and get the gist. Mappa put the pieces together. So my brain is auto-translating your brainwaves into words I understand. Royden tapped the horn on his helmet. I don't know jack about magic, but us Earth Dragons use this bad boy as a Wi-Fi router for thoughts. Rihanna's eyes lit up. Is telepathy a spell or some OP crest ability? Can I learn that hack? Varys squinted at the horn. I see. Mana gathers in the horn naturally. Classic ancient species tech. They have cheat codes we don't. Discussion over Royden's attention span snapped, and he looked away. By the way, quick question. He stared at the skyscraper-sized tree in the background. That absolute unit of a tree over there. Is that Yggdrasil? Heel blinked. You know about the world tree. Royden's eyes went wide. Called it, I heard stories way back in the day. Man, the graphics are way better in person than I imagined. He started connecting the dots. If that thing is real, then maybe that other rumor isn't just a bedtime story. He looked at the island, then turned back to Heel. Yo, Heel. Is there a place around here called Paradise? Heel looked confused like Royden was speaking gibberish. You know, a continent way out east where humans, monsters, and furries all chill together. Rich culture, nature everywhere. Total utopia vibes. Rihanna whispered from the sidelines. This island is tiny, but it kinda checks all those boxes, doesn't it? Heel racked his brain. Continent Balan. That's north. They got humans and monsters, but it's less coexisting and more murdering each other. Royden sighed, realizing his GPS was off. Guess I missed my destination, but running into you guys might be a lucky glitch in the Matrix. Mappa asked, You trying to move houses? Royden shook his head. So the rumors were fake news. Actually, wait, hold up. He cut himself off. That ain't it. Suddenly a light bulb went off over his head. He grabbed a massive woven basket from his back and dropped it in front of the squad. Check this out, fam. Click. He unlocked the basket like it was a loot box. Inside was a stash of rare items from the distant land of Elto. Royden puffed out his chest, looking proud. Feast your eyes on the inventory of Royden the traveling merchant. Heel was totally floored. A merchant? Royden broke down his business model. Look, the economy in Elto is trash because of the constant war, so I decided to open a new server and expand my market. Royden opened his compression basket, basically a bag of holding, and spilled an entire shop's worth of loot. Vases, rings, weapons, the squad was mesmerized. Heel inspected the goods, eyes going wide. Yo, this vase is made from dragon scales, and this knife is a claw nail. Everything is crafted from high-tier dragon parts. No wonder I've never seen loot like this before. Rihanna tried to lift a fork the size of a shovel. Isn't this stuff oversized? Royden chuckled. My bad. It's all designed for dragon customers. Then Royden pulled out the limited edition item. How about this? Heel recoiled like he saw a ghost. No way. Are those dragon eggs? Rodon's like, yeah, straight up fire dragon and wyverns. Old man Mappa checks the goods like he's inspecting a fake ID. Legit fire dragon and wyvern parts. Yo, those are literally flying dragons. The realization hits him harder than a pop quiz on Monday. Wait, this isn't loot, it's lunch. Rodon just grins like a Cheshire cat. Fresh is best, fam. You can boil 'em, roast 'em, or just go full sashimi style. Seeing everyone look like they just saw a ghost, Rodon tilts his head totally clueless. What's the drama, you mammals, weird or something? In the Dragonhood, recycling your neighbors is just standard procedure. Suddenly a light bulb explodes in Heel's brain. For real, if we hatch it, will it think we're its mama? Rodon shrugs, tossing the egg around like a football. I mean, if you ain't gonna snack on it, sure hatch away. But honestly, it's delicious. The squad is instantly hype. Yo, let's raise a baby dragon boss. Having air support would be totally cracked. They figure the baby will imprint on them like a duckling. Heel locks in his decision. Rodon, gimme that egg. What's the damage? But Rodon hits him with a curveball. Hook me up with some saplings from those Yggdrasil trees. He drops some lore. Elto is a total dust bowl now. But back in the day, it was a green paradise with those trees everywhere. Rihanna clutches her chest, totally moved by his eco-friendly vibe. You want to save the planet, that's so wholesome. But then Rodon lets out a laugh that screams purely capitalist greed. Heck yeah. Imagine the stacks I'll make when I'm the only dude selling trees. Monopoly money, baby. Their image of him as a saint shatters like cheap glass. Still, business is business. The deal is sealed. Heel swaps the rare saplings for the egg, and some dragon loot for Mappa to geek out over. Then, Rodon throws in a freebie. Take this swag bag as a tip for the grub. It's a sack filled with exotic dirt and rocks he picked up while backpacking across the globe. Heel is more stoked than a kid on Christmas. Serious. This dirt is exactly what we need to level up our farms. Rodon smirks like a used car salesman. I can tell you're going to be spending a lot of cash with me. Next morning, Rodon dips back underground, promising to return. Just like that, Sheol locked down its first legitimate business partner. The whole thing leaves the squad realizing just how small their bubble really is. There's a massive world out there with crazy civilizations they've never seen. But for now, it's back to the grind at the giant abyss. Alright, team breaks over. Back to dungeon crawling. Heel lays out the strats. Water's pumping from the pillar. We follow the flow, we find the loot. We're gonna need Terran to carry us down. One of the wolf bros chimes in, "Yo, we eat cliffs for breakfast." Heel grins. "Oh right, forgot you guys are parkour masters." Just as they're about to bounce, a voice yells, "Wait up!" Rihanna sprints over, fully dripped out in adventure gear. My bad on the delay, outfit change took forever. Thanks for letting me crash the party. Heel is shook by her energy. She's apologizing, but she's clearly vibrating with excitement to get going. The wolf boys don't even hesitate, they yeet themselves off the edge, sticking to the wall like Spider-Man. Ashton shouts back, "I'll scout ahead for traps." Heel nods. "Stay frosty, Ashton." The dude vanishes into the dark like a ninja on fast forward. Rihanna is totally impressed. "Alright, let's roll out," Heel tells the rest of the crew. The little dark elf girl hitches a ride with Heinous, who's chill with it. Heel turns to Rihanna. "Guess you're riding shotgun with Taryn and me." Rihanna hops on Taran's back, clinging to Heel like her life depends on it. Heel turns bright red, trying not to lose his cool. Squad assembled, they dive straight into the abyss. Dropping in 3, 2, 1, don't slip or it's game over. That night, insomnia hits Heel hard. He's sharpening a dragonbone knife, staring at the edge until it shines like a diamond. Rihanna catches him lurking. "Boss, you still awake?" Heel sighs, totally busted. "Yeah, brain won't shut off." She senses the bad vibes. "What's wrong? You stressing about the dungeon run tomorrow?" Heel tries to play it cool, flashing the blade. "Nah, just polishing. Mappa taught me the way. Pretty sick, right?" But his mask cracks. The mood drops to 0. "Actually, I think my old man is hunting for these ruins. Real talk, I never knew what went on in his head." He looks down, looking defeated. "I don't think we ever had a real conversation." Rihanna is shook. Heel corrects himself. "I mean, we spoke." Flashback time, tiny Heel kneeling before the king like a servant. But it was just commands. I was a robot to him. He didn't care about anyone else's feelings. The memory is cold as ice. His word was law. Absolute power, absolute control. No questions asked. Back in reality, Heel sighs. "If I'm just doing exactly what he wanted by digging here, that really grinds my gears." He stares at his pickaxe, caught between his own freedom and the ghost of his father's ambition. Suddenly, Rihanna yanks his arm like she's waking him from a coma. She stares him down with eyes blazing like a shonen protagonist. "Let's roll, Mr. Heel. Time to dig up Sheol's dirty laundry and figure out what Daddy really wants." Her words slap the doubt right out of him, hardening his resolve like concrete. Standing on the edge of that cliff, Heel's chaotic thoughts finally snap into 4K clarity. "I turned my back on the crown and my old man. But screw it, I'm still gonna dig." A tiny creature yeets itself off the ledge, kicking off the plunge. Riding on Terran's back, they drop. Heel feels that main character energy surging through his veins. "I'm ready to throw hands with destiny now." Together, they dive into the pitch-black void, ready to loot the secrets buried in the dark. With the squad on his back, Terran the giant spider starts rappelling down like a SWAT team member descending into hell. They sink deeper into the abyss. The surface world ghosts them, completely leaving them as tiny pixels against a massive wall of rock. As they fall, Rihanna peeps something weird in the shadows below. Yo, Mr. Heel." His eyes snap to where she's looking. A faint glow. The realization hits him like a text notification at 3 a.m. Touchdown, baby. Terran sticks the landing like a pro gymnast, dropping them inside a wrecked ancient building. The spider's sharp legs tap the ancient floor, softer than a ninja in expensive sneakers. Heel and Rihanna hop off, their eyes popping out like cartoons at the insane size of this place. It's a massive, busted reservoir. A waterfall crashes down from the ceiling like a fire hydrant broken by the gods. The sheer size of this architecture makes them feel smaller than ants at a picnic. Rihanna scopes out the rot. "Is this a pool or a swamp? It's trash." Heel spots a glitch in the wall, a potential shortcut through the rubble. It'd be dope if the road wasn't broken, but then his brain buffers. Where's the rest of the crew? "Yo, where's the squad?" he shouts. A voice bounces back. "It's full." She's waving like a maniac from across the water. "Over here, fam." She points at a creepy hole in the wall like she just found a secret level. There's a tunnel that goes deep. Heel sees Ashton already scouting it out because the guy has 0 chill. But wait, where's Highness? Ashton grips his sword handle, sweating bullets and ready to slice anything that moves. He yeets himself into the pitch-black tunnel to check for traps. The rest of the team waits, holding their breath like they're lagging in a game. He stays on high alert, scanning the dark like a security cam. A second later, Ashton and Highness bounce back with the tea. "We're Gucci," Highness reports. "Roof isn't gonna collapse on our heads today." But he hits Heel with a warning. "It's a maze down there, bro. We gotta be careful not to get lost in the sauce." Heel is shook by his perception. "How'd you spot all that?" Rihanna goes big brain mode. "Let's drop glowing rocks like breadcrumbs?" Heel nods instantly. Solid plan. Full, meanwhile, is just vibing on the adventure. This is low-key exciting. The squad pushes into the dark, leaving a neon trail to mark their swag. As they walk, something nasty shifts in the muddy water, catching Heel's eye for a split second. Whatever it was, it noped back into the depths. The group freezes on a bridge, stunned by a whole underground city. A ruin this huge was hiding here the whole time. Heel wonders. Who built this fortress and why Rihanna checks her mental wiki. Probably humans. Saw a carving of a human chick back at the library. Highness strokes his chin. Maybe they're secret humans unknown to the surface, just chilling down here. He chuckles. Huh. Ha, maybe Roy wasn't crazy about the underground people. Maybe they're expanding their basement empire right now. Suddenly, Full glitches out. She senses a creeper behind them and whips her head around, totally shook. Heel catches her panic. What's the tea, Full? She stammers. Something just moved. One of the pets speaks up cool as ice. Chill out, Full. It's just that smell. The noise turns out to be a bunch of harmless slimes. Oh, just jelly blobs. Heel sighs. The slimes scatter like roaches when the lights turn on. We spooked 'em. Highness laughs. Total scaredy cats, Heel adds. They're harmless, so let 'em vibe. Rihanna grins. So slimes are living the ruin life too, huh? This sparks a thought in Heel's brain. Wait, I met Shell and Tan down here too. He remembers the ancient golem and Mappa. What era are those dudes even from? A new theory unlocks in his mind. Does that bucket of bolts actually know the history of this place? His train of thought gets derailed as Full points ahead. The canal. Heel locks back in on the mission. Follow the splash noises, people. Rihanna nods. You're the boss. Following the beat, the glowing markers lead them up some stairs. The tunnel opens into a hall so fancy it looks like a boss level. A giant, epic door looms ahead. Full is catching some major bad vibes here. It's giving classic trap setup. You know what I mean? The drip-drop of water echoes like a creepy soundtrack further in. Heel says, bet, so they push forward. But boom, Shell faceplants into an invisible wall like a mime on a bad day. Heel spins around, totally confused. Yo, Shell. His gut is screaming louder than a siren that they just walked into a nightmare. Then slam, the massive door crashes shut behind them with the subtlety of a wrecking ball. It locks tight, sealing them in the stone box. The whole squad whips around like, bro, are you serious right now? They're trapped. Heel yells out, realizing they just got played. Ashton and Highness rush the door trying to Hulk smash it open, but that thing isn't budging an inch. He slams his fist against the rock. No shot. Is this some kind of hardcore anti-intruder system? Heel gears up to wreck shop. It looks tough, but his mithril ice axe should slice through it like butter. Before he can swing, Rihanna hits the panic button. Mr. Heel. His radar goes off as he feels some weird energy spiking nearby. I'm picking up major magic vibes from the walls. Suddenly, the stones slide back like a sci-fi movie, revealing these sketchy black cubes. Heel and Rihanna just stare, totally shook as the room literally wakes up. More cubes pop out like forbidden Pop-Tarts, filling the space. They detach and start hovering. Whoa, the rocks are floating now. Physics has officially left the chat. The smooth black cubes start glowing up. With a sound like a broken printer, they unfold and transform into some twisted weaponized gizmos. A whole squad of ancient defense drones is floating there, and their glowing eyes are locked onto the intruders like heat-seeking missiles. Rihanna watches face pale. Wait, doesn't this look super Full finishes the sentence, voice shaking like a leaf. Feel kinda lethal. The cores light up, targeting the squad for immediate deletion. The trap is sprung. The ancient ruins go full aggro as a swarm of flying killbots rockets toward the group. Heel reacts instantly, shouting, heads up, as he throws up a magical barrier to block the hate. He clocks them as ruin guards immediately. Time to go on the offensive. Heel gathers his mana and drops a massive thunder spell. But instead of frying the bots, the lightning gets sucked right into their cores like a chaotic smoothie. The whole crew, Highness included, just gapes in shock. Heel can't believe it. You did that thing just eat my magic. The guard instantly fires that supercharged energy right back, blasting Heel and turning the floor into Swiss cheese. Rihanna helps him up, realizing the cheat code these things are using. What the heck, they turn absorbed magic into their own juice. Full watches in horror as her magic shield gets slurped up too. No way, it even yoinked the shield. She screams as her defense goes poof. The terrifying truth hits them like a truck. Wait, that means we can't use magic at all. With their magic nerfed into oblivion, the swarm of guards closes in. This is officially a disaster. Just as they're about to get wrecked, a flash of white fur blurs past. The guards hit the brakes, locking onto the new player in the game. Heel recognizes their MVP, Ashton. The wolf warrior sizes up the opsa plan already brewing in his brain. If magic is trash here, we gotta catch these hands directly, he declares. He turns to his bro, Highness. Cover the main force. He drops into a power stance, announcing his arrival with Max Aura, captain of the Imperial Guard Tyrus tribe. Gale Ashton is in the building. He launches forward like a rocket, a blur of motion, crashing straight into the enemy swarm. Ashton becomes a tornado of steel and fur, effortlessly parrying attacks. His eyes are laser-focused, tracking every pixel of movement. He bobs and weaves through a barrage of blasts without taking a single scratch. Pure skill, no luck. The lasers miss every time, unable to keep up with his insane speed. Ashton is literally soloing the entire mechanical army right now. Rihanna is totally stunned by his moves, while Full is hyping him up from the backline like a cheerleader. Get him, Heel, notices the bots switching up their strats. They're all rushing Ashton now. He shouts, realizing they're trying to box him in. The guards start syncing up, tightening the noose around the wolf, but Highness puts a chill hand on Heel's shoulder. Don't stress, Mr. Heel. Take a breath. With that, Highness leaps into the mess. My brother is plenty for the front line, he says with zero doubt. Ashton spots the switch up. Beams of light start bouncing between the guards, creating a laser grid of doom. For the first time, Ashton actually has to block and go defensive. He downloads their strategy mid-fight. Bouncing heat rays. They aren't just spamming, they're actually coordinating. Surrounded on all sides, he just smirks. Okay, now it's getting interesting. Suddenly, bots start exploding in midair, sniped by invisible shots. Highness stands cool as a cucumber, knocking 4 arrows at once. You want coordination? He lets them fly, and every arrow finds a home, shattering the guards into scrap metal. No pause button here. He draws 4 more arrows, lets them fly and boom, 4 guards get turned into crushed soda cans. That's how we do it downtown, Hana announces, unsheathing his steel. He closes in and drops the big one. Ultimate technique Shadow Slash. Boom, the hall is glitching with afterimages, every single one a phantom wolf ripping through the enemy mob like paper. It's a total massacre. The whole squad of guards gets diced up before they even know they're dead. Heel, Rihanna, and Full are just standing there with their jaws on the floor, shook by that insane flex. Ashton spins around, chilling like he just took out the trash. All done, boss, Heel. He rejoins the crew. Looks like nobody got scratched. Heel instantly starts geeking out over the scrap pile. Are these golems? Yup, checking the specs, Hearthstone's confirmed. Big boys like this, definitely dolls. His brain is doing donuts thinking about the loot, floating tech, and magic sponges. I can totally remix these parts into something sick. He holds up a glowing crystal like it's the Holy Grail. Here's why our spells got eaten. It's a magic-munching crystal, basically a mana vacuum. Next, he points out a teardrop gem, anti-gravity tech. Then he flashes the shattered armor bits. Black iron. This stuff laughs at fire. Heel is putting the puzzle together. Oh, I get it now. They eat magic to power the flight engine and use black iron to keep from overheating. Honestly, respect the hustle. Just as he finishes nerding out, a nasty grinding noise echoes from the back. Highness goes full alert mode. If they had security this tight, the loot back there must be legendary. The giant gate starts creaking open by itself. The gate, Rihanna shouts. Heel smirks. Nice, saves us the trouble of smashing it. But Hia senses a boss-level aura in the dark. Hold up. Heavy armored hooves stomp out of the shadows, cracking the stone floor like it's cheap tile. And there he is, the ruin's true bouncer. A towering centaur golem locking eyes with them in dead silence. Heel and the squad push forward into a massive hall. Waiting at the top of the stairs. One lonely, scary dude. It's a centaur golem decked out in pristine white armor. Heel's eyes pop as he scans the specs. A new model. Ashton, the Tyrus warrior, sizes him up. This guy looks like he hits the gym, he says darkly. Don't blink, boss. The golem's head tilts and suddenly it's spitting out glowing runes that hang in the air like subtitles. Heel gasps. Did that thing just speak? The mech knight keeps yapping in alien code, pointing a finger right at them. Full is totally lost. Talking dolls. Okay, weird, but that's just straight up nonsense. Suddenly, Heel's brain clicks. Rihanna asks, Hey boss, isn't that the guy from the library book? He stares at the runes, the light bulb finally turning on. Dude. Yes, that's it. Heel steps up, trying to play diplomat. Hello. You speak English? We're tourists. The golem replies with more rune spam and a hand sign that definitely doesn't mean peace. Blink and you miss it. His arm morphs into a massive fancy blade. The golem lunges like a rocket. The squad jumps back. His arm just shapeshifted. Ashton roars, Back off now. Ashton rushes to tank the hit, his blade meeting the golems with a sound like a car crash. Sparks fly as he barely holds the line. He's buckling under the weight. Bro, we're not enemies. But Highness jumps in growling. Tush, save your breath, he's not listening. The golem doesn't care. It is inevitable. It declares, pressing down with overwhelming force. Ashton shouts to his homie Highness. Try to bag him without wrecking him. The boss wants this one. Highness grins. You got it. The two warriors unleash a beatdown combo, blades clanging off the golem's armor from every angle. But this hunk of metal is too fast, too swole. He's swatting them away like flies. Blocks Highness here, parries Ashton, their complete defense. Ashton skids back, grinding his teeth. Okay, he's legit. Seeing the struggle, Full steps up, a magic circle lighting up the floor. Fire. She throws a massive fireball, screaming, Chew on this. Ashton panics. Full wait. Too late. The golem's chest plates slide open, revealing that shimmering crystal again. The crystal hums, and Full's fireball just gets deleted from reality. Full chokes. No way. Ashton sighs. Called it. Magic-absorbing crystal. Full hits the deck, muttering a frantic, My bad. Powered up on their magic, the golem's arm starts glowing and morphing again. The blade twists into a massive bow, crackling with electricity. Full and Rihanna look ready to pass out. Now it's a sniper! Heel knows they're cooked. As the golem launches a laser show of arrows, Heel slams the ground. Cave King Boulder. A giant rock wall bursts from the earth, covering the squad. The arrows smash into the barricade like meteor strikes. Duck and cover. Heel screams, but the golem isn't having it, charging up its laser like a final boss about to wipe the party. Heel watches his defense shield crack like a cheap smartphone screen. The golem's bow transforms again, morphing into a lance the size of a telephone pole. With one god-tier thrust, the golem obliterates the boulder. The explosion yeets the entire squad across the room like ragdolls. Dragging themselves off the floor, Heel realizes they are in way over their heads. This thing is built different compared to the trash mobs they fought earlier. Ashton lands spitting blood. We were total clowns thinking we could take this guy. Time to get serious. He digs his claws in and pops his ultimate gale wind. Heinous matches his energy-activating phantom dash. The two speedsters move like glitches in the Matrix, creating afterimages to confuse the enemy's targeting system. But the golem has aimbot enabled. It tracks them instantly, shutting down Ashton's high-speed rush with a humble pie slap. Ashton flies back, mind buffering. How did that hunk of junk keep up with gale wind? The golem doesn't let up, spamming attacks at both Ashton and Highness without a cooldown. The boys are fighting for their lives, getting folded like laundry while the golem fills the room with violence. Full watch is shaking like a leaf. They're getting pushed back hard. Magic is useless here. Heel grits his teeth, looking grim. Big brain time. I've got an idea. The Tyrus warriors are getting absolutely clapped by the golem's insane stats. Just then, Rihanna locks eyes with Heel. Telepathic communication established. I'm picking up what you're putting down. Let's roll. The squad is in the danger zone. With a crazy new plan, Heel, Rihanna, and full charge back in to save the day. Even with the team on the ropes, Heel spots a glitch in the system. He focuses magic on the floor and turns to his MVP pet, Riel. Riel sniff it out. The creature barks, "Say less, fam." Using Riel's radar to find the structural weak point, Heel smashes his tool into the stone. Found it, good boy. The floor busts open like a popped water balloon. A massive geyser erupts, blasting Balshin the Centaur in the face with high-pressure H2O. As the room turns into a swimming pool, Heel screams instructions to the tanks up front. Ashton and Highness scramble up the walls like frightened cats. A Wolfkin warrior looks down confused. Is this sewer water gross? The battlefield is now a kiddie pool. Heel, Rihanna, and Full take their spots. Rihanna gives the signal, drop the beat, Full. They unleash a wombo combo spell. Freeze. Instantly the water turns into a skating rink. Ashton watches jaw on the floor. Okay, that was actually kinda sick. Heel smirks as the floor becomes a sheet of black ice. Balshin's hooves have zero traction on the slick surface. The massive golem looks like Bambi on ice legs, flailing everywhere. Heel grins. Plan A is a total success. No traction for you, buddy. Before the golem can reboot, Terran the spider shoots a thick web shot. The sticky silk wraps up the golem's legs like a terrifying Christmas present. Seeing the boss is stunned, Highness shouts, "Let's jump him." Ashton responds, "Bet." The brothers dash in blades, thirsty for revenge. They unleash a flurry of strikes, turning the golem's armor into a sparkler show. They press the advantage, spamming their best moves from both sides. Ashton lands a critical hit, yelling, "Gotcha." But the victory music stops. The golem braces itself and starts spinning like a human Beyblade. Ashton's confident smirk gets slapped off his face. Heel watches in horror as the tables turn instantly. They messed up. He's caught in the blender. Say what now? The spin move is a tornado of death. In one brutal hit, Ashton and Highness get home run batted into the stone walls. Ashton groans, health bar flashing red. Oof! How is it moving like that? He missed the details. Balshin's feet are digging into the ice. The AI has adapted. Its hooves morphed into spiked cleats. Dude put on his winter tires. Not fair. With traction restored, Balshin ignores the tanks and charges straight for the squishy healer. Ashton screams, "Don't do it!" Rihanna shrieks, "Heel, move!" But Heel is frozen, watching the death train barrel toward him. Suddenly a blue blob jumps in the way. It's Shell the Slime. "Get down, Mr. President." The golem's blade swings down but stops dead inches from the slime's face. The kill shot. Paused. Heel stares, brain unable to compute. Rihanna exhales. It glitched out. They rush over. "Shell, you alive, buddy?" Heel is confused. Why did it go soft on the slime? He pats the brave little blob who is just vibing. The golem makes some dial-up internet noises. But then a soft voice cuts through the static. Rihanna's brain finally buffers, and she realizes the sound is coming from inside the metal puppet. That creepy voice keeps spouting gibberish like a corrupted audio file. Heel is totally lost in the sauce. Is that a remix? Suddenly steam hisses like a moody espresso machine and the armor on Balshin's chest starts to crack open. The squad watches with their jaws on the floor. The metal plates slide back to reveal a tiny blonde girl catching Z's inside the cockpit like it's a five-star hotel. She steps out and stretches like a cat in a sunbeam, completely ignoring the fact that the whole room is dead silent and staring at her. Whoa, a literal child. She turns to the giant scrap heap Balshin and starts chatting in that alien code like she's ordering drive-thru. Then she pivots to Heel and the crew, and suddenly she drops the alien act and speaks our language with high-definition clarity. "Say what now?" Rihanna stammers, her brain short-circuiting. "You can actually understand us." The mystery girl just gives a chill nod. "You run your mouth, I listen, I download the data." The whole squad is left speechless, trying to process this glitch in the Matrix. Heel thinks, what in the world is this kid? They all stare at the pint-sized stranger standing in the wreckage like she owns the place. "Wait, excuse me." He stammers his mind, doing backflips. A kid pops out of a doomsday robot and instantly learns the local lingo, that is Seuss. Seriously, what is her deal? Ignoring their panic, she takes one confident step forward and immediately faceplants into a puddle. The whole group winces hard, feeling that secondhand embarrassment. Heel instinctively yells out, "Yo, you good?" But the girl looks about as bothered by the fall as a statue. Still planking on the floor, she whispers some melodic command to her giant metal bestie Balshan. The massive machine gently scoops her up like a princess. Balshan carries her over to the Tyrus warriors who are still licking their wounds from the brawl. She gives them a silent vibe check, scanning their health bars before getting distracted by something else. Her eyes lock onto the massive crater Heel's magic blasted in the canal. I detect a giant hole, she observes with zero emotion. She barks another order in code, and suddenly a loud mechanical grinding noise echoes through the room, putting Heel and Rihanna on high alert. What is that racket? A nearby pipe bursts open, and some weird goo starts oozing out like cursed toothpaste. It spills onto the floor looking like quick-dry cement. The girl raises a hand, dropping the next beat of her command. A secret door groans open, and a swarm of cube-shaped drones, the Argo dolls, fly out of the darkness like angry hornets. Full starts freaking out, thinking it's round 2 with reinforcements, but the girl hits the pause button with a single word. Freeze. Do not engage Argo. Heel is totally bamboozled. Argo. You mean these flying boxes? The dolls completely ghost the party, firing their thrusters and swarming the massive hole in the canal like bees on honey. They whip out mechanical arms and tools, working with insane speed to patch the damage with stone and mortar like a pro construction crew. Heel and Rihanna watch completely mesmerized. They're actually fixing the canal. Heel mutters, the realization hitting him like a truck. Is that little kid the admin for these bots? Chilling on Balshan's arm like a throne, the girl drills her gaze into Heel. What happened to my drones in the hallway? Was it invaders? Heel looks down at the scrap metal graveyard he created. The Cave King crest on his hand suddenly feels heavier than a guilty conscience. He starts waving his hands like he's swatting flies, trying to explain. No. Look, they swung first. It was self-defense, I swear. The girl narrows her eyes, shooting him a glare so icy it could freeze hell over. Heel immediately folds. Okay, my bad. Sorry. Her face relaxes as a new idea loads in her brain. Surface, she asks. Heel nods eagerly. Yeah, we live upstairs in Sheol. We're sorry for trashing your crib, he says, seizing the moment. But please drop some lore. What is this place? My old man sent me here for a reason, and the answer has to be buried down here. The girl looks like she's buffering that info. Surface. She looks up at the ceiling, a light bulb turning on behind her eyes. I see. So this is the underground. Heel is totally thrown off. Say what? She continues. You said ruins. But I don't see any citizens here. Full and Rihanna exchange looks that scream. Is she serious? She's clueless. One of the Tyrus warriors finally pipes up. Excuse me, but does that mean you have no clue where you are? Her reply is dry as bone. File not found. I don't have that info. Heel tries to connect the dots. Her memory drive is wiped. Then who are you? Why are you playing security guard with these dolls? She answers without skipping a beat. Because it's my programming. Standing next to her giant metal bodyguard, she states her purpose. I remember only the mission: protect this turf. Just then, Full interrupts, her teeth chattering like a beatbox. Sorry to kill the vibe, she stammers. Heel turns to see her shaking like a leaf from the leftover freeze of his own ice magic. He turns back to the blonde kid. It's freezing in here, mostly our fault, I know. V hugs herself tight, looking miserable. It's brick cold out here. Can we bounce to a warmer spot? The girl tilts her head. Why, Heel points to Sheol. That slime. Sheol protected you from Balshan's attack, remember? He points to the brave little blob that took the hit. Yo, are you beefing with Shell? Nah, Shell is the homie. Saved our bacon more times than I can count. The girl just stares at the construct, silently downloading Heel's words. After a long pause, she gives a single sharp nod. Fine. Roll with us. Heel breathes out a sigh heavy enough to sink a ship. Thanks, appreciate it. As the squad starts moving, Heel hits the brakes. Hold up, what's your tag? You said the creepy doll's name is Balshan, yeah. But what does he call you? Before she can drop a name, Heel starts rattling off the roster. I'm Heel, by the way. And this crew is Rihanna, Full, Ashton, Highness, Real, Shell, and Taryn. The girl looks like her processor just overheated. You actually want me to tell you apart? She buffers for a second. You can call me that. Nan. Heel and Rihanna grin like idiots. Nan's solid handle. Nice to meet you. While they trek, Nan's laser focused on Heel's hand. Heel, you got a strange glitch there. Heel looks down. Oh, just the Cave King crest. No biggie. The newly formed alliance follows Nan and Balshan down a stone hallway that seems to go on forever, venturing deeper into the belly of the ancient beast. As they walk, those Argod dolls keep zooming past like overworked delivery drones, completely ignoring the intruders. Nan spits some alien chatter at the passing drones, making Heel and Full jump out of their skins. She hits them with a side-eye. Chill, they won't jump you while I'm here. Full, sliding up next to her, gets nosy. Yo, what kind of code are you speaking? Nan replies, voice flat. The name is unclear. Full presses his luck. You talk to anyone besides the doll? Her answer is a cold, hard no. Full can't help himself. For real? Don't you get lonely? Nan misses the point entirely. Lonely? Nah, we got plenty of staff. Rihanna whispers to Heel, totally shook. Nan's picking up our slang just by listening. That's some high-level CPU processing right there. Full's brain light bulb turns on. Bingo. Let's drag Nan to the surface library. Bet she could speed read that whole place. Nan shuts that down with a quiet finality. Can't leave. Full tries to finesse her. Come on, the whole squad would welcome you. We could unlock the dark history of Sheol together. But Nan stands deeper in her ground than a statue. No memories, but I got a job to do. If I bail and the defense system glitches, we've got a catastrophe on our hands. Seeing she's stubborn as a mule, Rihanna pivots. Cool. In that case, we'll bring the library to you next time. Nan halts in front of a door big enough for a giant carved with insane detail. We're here, she drops the mic. It's beyond this slab. Just as Nan goes to crack the massive door, Highness snaps to attention like a radar dish nose twitching. This smell, he growls. Nah, impossible. He looks confused as hell. Nan ignores the drama and drops a single weird activation code. With a deep groan, the ancient doors grind open, blasting them with a holy crack of light. The whole party flinches. My eyes. What is that? Heel is yelling, blocking the glare like a vampire in sunlight. The brightness swallows the dark hallway whole. Squinting through the pain, Heel's eyes struggle to adjust. When the spot's clear, they're staring at something that defies all logic. They're standing at the entrance to a massive sunlit cavern. It's a pristine underground world with a forest, a river, and ruins like finding Narnia in a basement. Heel's jaw hits the floor. Brain empty, no words loaded. He checks the gate behind them, mind spinning like a top. Are we outside? He stares at the lush grass like it's an alien artifact. Real grass. Greenery everywhere. Rihanna points at the water hyping up. You'll look actual fish in the river. Heel looks up at the sky. But it's a painted ceiling. A massive dome. We're definitely still underground, folks. Then he spots the bulb. A colossal crystal jammed in the center of the roof, blazing like a superstar. Look at that beast. Is that a sunstone? Suddenly a sharp bark rips through the air, nearly giving Heel a heart attack. It's Reel bouncing through the grass like a caffeinated bunny. Heel notices the local wildlife. Hey Reel, even here slimes everywhere. While Reel sniffs around a shadow big enough to blot out the sun crashes over the clearing. 3 titanic golems stomp out of the woods. The little creature yelps in terror. Heel's eyes bug out. Golems incoming. He and Rihanna freeze solid, watching the stone giants thunder past them like freight trains. But instead of smashing them, one golem whips out giant shears and starts trimming a hedge. Heel exhales a ghost. Okay, that nearly killed me. Looks like they're just the landscaping crew, Rihanna notes. Suddenly Nan steps up to Heel looking fierce. Face like stone, she warns. What's the play, don't hurt the Kavo? Heel looks from Nan to the slimes. Kavo, you babysitting them too. Nan nods. Protecting the Kavo is in the job description. Heel's face gets serious. Duty again. I didn't get to ask before, but who gave you these orders, Nan? She looks away evasive. Unclear. Heel presses. You remember something, don't you? Silence hangs in the air until Nan decides to spill. She turns back. Explaining takes too long. Just look. She guides them down a path where trees have twisted together into a natural tunnel. Whoa, it's a literal tree tunnel. Rihanna gasps. Heel asks, where's this go? The path dumps them into a quiet hidden clearing. Nan stops dead and turns to the squad. This, she says, voice heavy, is the place where I first opened my eyes. He finally passes the vibe check and gets where her duty comes from. So Nan starts spilling the tea on her origin story. In the beginning, straight up void. I woke up in a total blackout, couldn't see a thing. Just cramped, dark, and claustrophobic. Her memory rewinds to the second she popped out of Balshin's armor like a jack-in-the-box. The first thing that hit my sensors, she explains, was Balshin kneeling right there beside me. Snap back to reality. She points ahead, telling the squad to focus up. Item number 2, a massive lit statue of a lady basking in the sunstone's glow. Heel and Rihanna clock her immediately. No cap, Heel stammers, totally floored. That is literally the same woman from the library carving. Their jaws drop, brains scrambling to make the connection. Heel spins on Nan like, yo, who is she? But Nan just shakes her head, totally clueless. She's not in my download history, fam. But when I first saw this mystery lady in my glitched memories, a voice dropped a single command in my ear. I had one job, protect. Just one word, but it hit different. Somehow I knew exactly what I was supposed to guard. She adds, obviously statues don't talk, I'm not crazy. It's gotta be a fragmented memory file. Nan goes quiet, just vibing in front of the stone lady. She looks up, lost in the sauce. Heel watches her and you can see the gears turning in his head. Nan, he says, trying to be soft. Look, you might be able to do your job on autopilot, but shouldn't you try to recover your save data? At the bare minimum, you should know who your boss is. The rest of the squad nods along, watching the drama unfold, even Hines. Everyone's like, yeah, he's got a point. Nan actually pauses to process his words. Then she just roasts him. Your argument has zero logic behind it. Heel flinches, completely caught lacking. Ugh, come on, it's about the vibes. He scratches his head, looking like a total dork. It's hard to put into words, okay? Suddenly Nan snaps her head around. She locks onto something at the statue's feet. Ignoring Heel's emotional breakdown, she stomps through the flowers. Hey! She halts in front of a busted stone tablet, half buried in the dirt. What's the deal? He asks, wandering over. Never really looked at it. Nan admits, staring at the scratching on it. Didn't know it was important. He follows her gaze, and his breath gets stuck in his throat. His brain basically throws a 404 error as he stares at the symbol. Why on earth is this here? Nan points to the carving, then looks at him like, well. Heel's eyes ping-pong from the ancient rock to the glowing tattoo on his own hand. He is literally speechless. Etched into that ancient stone is the unmistakable brand of the Cave King. Heel's eyes are popping out of his skull. Carved into a piece of trash rubble is a familiar logo. The Cave King crest, he mutters, thinking he's hallucinating. On a statue in this spooky basement. Full looks up at the mossy lady. Wait, was she a Cave King too? Did she have the cheat code? Ashton shakes his head sharp as a tack. Nah, looks more like an artist's tag. Rihanna tilts her head. Like an autograph. Ashton breaks it down. Basically, signed by yours truly. The implication hits them like a truck. The sculptor who chiseled this masterpiece had to be rocking the Cave King crest. Full turns to their guide. Hold up, Nan. Don't you have a matching tattoo somewhere? Nan shuts him down with a hard no. She actually looks confused. What are you talking about? Is that not just a Heel thing? Heel looks awkward. There are lots of different crests, you know. Nan processes this face like a stone wall. So there are humans running around without specs? Heel realizes he's been assuming everyone works like him. Man, my kingdom's logic is totally useless here, he thinks. I didn't even know monsters could have crests until 5 minutes ago. Full jumps in with the lore dump. People sharing crests isn't weird, bro. My minor crest and the princess's farmer crest are pretty common drops. But Heel's Cave King, that is SSR tier rare. She hypes him up. He didn't even know the name of his own power before dropping into Sheol. Heel cringes internally. When you say it out loud, I sound kinda dumb. And yet here we are. Deep underground with the evidence. A memory of his dad pops up in his head. A massive loot pile of resources and a crest designed to dig them up. A bit too convenient, like finding a cheat code level 1 right. The question bounces around his skull. A former Cave King Heel clenches his fist. The mark on his hand feels heavy now. Who was this person? What were they grinding for down here? Nan's voice cuts through his spiral like a knife. Why are you thirsting for answers? He turns to face her. Nan, have you seen this symbol anywhere else? Nope. She replies dry as a bone. Heel pushes his luck. I see. We want to explore the ruins more. But Nan interrupts, eyes drilling into him. Does knowing the history lore actually help you right now? Heel gets stunned by how blunt she is. He thinks back to his main quest. I came to Sheol because my dad ordered me to. What did he actually want? The endgame has to be in these ruins. Nan seems to catch on. You want to figure out your own duty. Duty nah, he thinks it ain't that noble. He looks at Nan with a fire in his eyes. I just want to know what my old man is plotting and decide my own move. Maybe I'm just looking out for number 1. Nan's icy glare finally melts a little when she hears him keeping it 100. After a beat of dead air, Nan spins around and starts spouting some alien gibberish to her metal bodyguard. The squad stands there looking totally clueless while she yaps away. Panic starts creeping in like a bad rash. Yo, we good? Heel asks, sweating bullets. Full is already spiraling. What if she woke up and chose violence like execution style? Nan whips back around. Fine. You can snoop around, but I'm coming with you. You're babysitting us, Heel blurts out. She hits him with the death stare. My house, my rules. Don't trash the place with your mob. Only 4 of you can explore at once. Capiche? Heel folds faster than laundry. Bet. Loud and clear. Thanks, Nan. He pivots to the crew. Y'all cool with that setup 4 deep? Obviously, Full is already hyped, tying her hair back like she's about to drop into a battle royale. Suddenly, the giant sun rock on the ceiling hits the dimmer switch. Who turned out the lights? Full asks, confused. Heel is geeking out. It's got a legit day-night cycle, Nan cuts in. Sun's down, night's here. Save the snooping for tomorrow. As Nan and her mech dip into the woods, the squad realizes the day was so chaotic they lost all track of time. Rihanna pipes up. We thought about bouncing back to the surface, but I packed some backup just in case. She reaches into a tiny pouch and starts pulling out a Costco's worth of supplies. It's giving magical clown car vibes. Rihanna, is that the bag? Heel gasps. She smirks, flexing a little. Yep. Reused that compression loot we got from Raiden. Decision locked. It's an underground garden sleepover tonight. Then Ashton chimes in. Folks upstairs might panic if we ghost them. I can speedrun a round trip solo. So Ashton volunteers to zoom back up and update the squad. Meanwhile, back at base camp, Rihanna is already in full chef mode, whipping up a feast. She spots a lonely shadow lurking in the trees. Yonan want to crash our dinner party, she shouts. Come grab a plate with us. Nan eyes the sizzling food, clearly tempted, but shakes her head. Hard pass. Don't need it. As Nan walks off, Full gets salty. Hey, the princess worked hard on that. Rihanna cuts her off gently. Full chill. She's got stuff on her mind. Rihanna walks over anyway, holding out a to-go bundle. Nan, I packed this doggy bag for you, just in case. Nan stares at the snack pack, then silently swipes it. Before pulling a vanishing act, she drops one last order. Meet at the fountain in the morning. Don't wander off. Back at camp full size. She didn't even say thanks. So rude. Rihanna just smiles like a wise mom. She's a rookie at the whole socializing thing. Heel is still processing. I'm just mind blown that a tiny girl survives down here in this dungeon totally solo. One of the wolf dudes chimes in. Don't you think this whole setup was built for people to actually live in? He points around. Water plants, bugs, fish. It's got the works. Rihanna has a light bulb moment. He's right. It feels like a copy-paste of the surface. Full's face drops. But isn't that kind of tragic? Nan was just dumped here and told to guard the place forever. Rihanna looks at their dinner with a hopeful vibe. Hopefully, while we loot these ruins, we can unlock some of Nan's lost backstory too. Late that night, Full goes AFK from the campsite. Suddenly she freezes. The vibes just shifted. She spots a faint glow deep in the woods, then another, and another. Lights start popping off in the darkness like neon signs. Her eyes go wide. She spins around and books it back to camp. Mr. Heel. Hey, Mr. Heel. Deep in the forest. Look. The squad looks up startled by her screaming. What is it, a monster? They look over and their jaws drop. The whole forest is lit up with floating orbs. What is this trippy light show? Heel gasps. Suddenly he feels a weird wobble behind him. He turns to look at Shell. Their slime buddy is glowing like a rave stick. Rihanna asks, Shell, you good little guy? Shell pulses gently, not in pain, but like it's syncing up with Wi-Fi. Full squints at it. He's not hurting. But I've never seen a slime do this. Rihanna looks back at the magical forest view. Wait, are those all slimes out there? Heel is mesmerized. Wow, it's like a galaxy crashed into the forest. Rihanna watches Shell glow, sensing a sad vibe. It feels kind of lonely, though. Her mind drifts to the girl guarding this place solo. Deep in the woods at the foot of an old statue, Nan sits by herself. The glowing slimes crowd around her, bathing her in a soft, silent spotlight. Next morning, the squad links up in the garden. Heel rubs his neck. Waking up underground feels like a glitch in the Matrix. Ashton laughs. At least we didn't hit snooze too many times. Boom. A giant metal foot stomps down inches from Heel. It's the Mecha Guardian Balshian. Heel stammers soul leaving his body. Good morning, big guy. The robot's voice booms like a subwoofer. Yo, where's Nan at? Like a sci-fi transformer popping its hood, Balshian's chest cavity hisses open to reveal Nan inside, looking like she got hit by a sleep truck. She lets out a yawn big enough to swallow a galaxy. Morning vibes are trash, honestly. The hatch slams shut, and suddenly she's front and center, ready to cut the small talk. All right, who's riding shotgun on this investigation? Before Heel can drop a name, Highness throws up a hand. Chill. We gotta wait for Ashton to bounce back. Rihanna suddenly shouts, Yo, Mr. Heel! Heel snaps to attention, his ears twitching like he just heard the dinner bell. Wait, I know that sound. Bursting through the grass like a human Ferrari is Ashton with Old Man Varys clinging to his back, grinning like he won the lottery. Ashton skids to a halt, gasping for air. My bad. Did I go full Sonic mode? But Varys is absolutely vibrating with joy. That was lit, Mr. Ashton. Thanks for the lift. Rihanna rolls up looking amused. So you tagged along too, huh, Varys? Varys is beaming harder than a lighthouse. You think I'd miss checking out these ancient ruins? No chance. The general had major FOMO, but Elvin's stuck on guard duty. Then he spots Nan and his jaw hits the floor. Total fanboy mode activated. Ooh, are you the legendary Lady Nan? This place is way crazier than I imagined. I've got like a million questions ready to fire. And just like that, the nerd scholar Varys completes the squad. It's Heel, Rihanna, Highness, and Varys with Nan leading the charge as their tour guide from the future. Full and the rest of the crew are stuck on benchwarmer duty in the garden. Let's just chill here and try not to break anything. Got it, she chirps, squeezing her teddy bear tight. Nan shoots the leftovers a glare sharp enough to cut glass. Balshian is watching you like a hawk. Then she drops a bomb that freezes their blood. If you mess up this land, Balshian has orders to delete your existence. Literally. Full starts sweating like he's in a sauna, stuttering, Yeah, we'll be angels, promise. With the team set, Heel turns to their terrifying guide. Hate to rush, but can we scope out the garden? But just as they turn to bounce, Heel feels a vibe check from behind. He spins around to see his slime Shell sneaking up like a ninja. Shell bounces up and down, practically begging, Put me in, coach! Nan spots the blob. You want to roll with us? She asks, sounding a bit iffy. She thinks for a second, then sighs, realizing she can't say no to that face. I guess one slime won't hurt. Heel wipes his forehead, relieved. Thanks. He mutters to himself, Man, she's surprisingly weak for cute slimes. With Shell officially in the party, the investigation squad pushes forward through the massive underground jungle. Before long, they hit a gigantic fancy wall standing on the far side like it's guarding a secret level. Nan spits some ancient bars, and the massive doors groan open with a heavy grind. They step into a hallway that's totally bougie-lined with statues staring them down like bouncers. Heel remembers Nan's warning and realizes these stone dudes aren't just for show. They are definitely the security system. He thinks, this place is a total maze, and half these doors are locked like high-level raids. Low-key glad we brought Nan along. The crew ventures deeper, passing ancient swagger and fountains that are still flowing perfectly. The path spits them out into a huge, open space. Whoa, it's like a coliseum. This was definitely built for a massive crowd. It really feels like humans were meant to vibe here permanently. Rihanna points out, looking around in awe. Taking a breather on the steps, she adds a gloomy thought. Too bad the tenants all ghosted this place. Nan, meanwhile, is taking her job way too seriously. But Varys, the ultimate nerd, whips out a dusty book he snagged from the surface. He thinks it holds the secrets to Nan's memories. Maybe this has the answers. Nan grabs the book and starts reading with zero emotion. We can't. I'm married. Lady, stop lying to your own heart. It's a trashy romance novel. Varys shrieks like a banshee dying of embarrassment. Stop delete that I am sorry. After recovering from that cringe fest, Nan guides them to the next spot. An insane workshop stacked with futuristic tech, spare mech parts, and shelves of rare loot. Heel is speechless. Nan gestures around casually. It's a workshop. That Argo you wrecked. Yeah, we'll fix it up quick. Heel scratches his head looking guilty. My bad. That tech is way above a cave king's pay grade. Suddenly, Varys locks onto a tank filled with some shiny liquid goo. Lady Nan, what is this magic sauce? She answers flatly. Ryukin. It's a metal that shapeshifts whenever it wants. Ashton's eyes go wide as the pieces click. Nan nods. Yup. Balshan's armor is crafted from that exact stuff. Heel wanders the shop, totally geeking out. This ancient civilization was playing on God mode. He thinks checking out the rare minerals. Mappa would lose his mind in here. Then his gaze lands on a sus pile of junk and crates hidden in the corner. Smelling a secret, he turns to the tank of the group. Yo, Highness, give me a hand with this. On it. Together they shove the heavy debris aside like it is cardboard. And boom, right behind the trash is a massive reinforced door. Bingo. I knew it. Heel points. Hey Nan, what's behind? Nan cuts him off instantly. That door is out of order. She chants a command in the ancient tongue to prove it, but crickets. The door stays shut tight. Oh. Heel hums, his curiosity peaking. Nan turns to him, dead serious. It won't budge. There are restricted zones here even I don't have admin access to. Heel stares at the door, looking a little salty. A door that won't open. That is basically a dare. A classic chaotic Heel idea sparks in his brain. He grins mischievously. So about this door. What if I just, smashed it a tiny bit? Nan's eyes narrow into a glare so cold it could freeze hell over. Heel immediately throws his hands up. Okay, just kidding. Heel starts stammering like a broken engine trying to backpedal out of the awkwardness. Totally flustered, he spins around to bail, mumbling some weak excuse about checking another room. But the universe has other plans. Just as he turns, that Cave King crest on his hand decides to light up like a neon sign in a blackout. A heavy mechanical thud shakes the floor as the locks disengage. The massive door groans like a waking giant and starts grinding open all on its own. Heel and Ashton stand there with their jaws on the floor, brains completely short-circuited. But nobody is more shook than Nan, whose eyes are popping out like anime characters. That door wouldn't budge for her, but it just rolled out the red carpet for Heel. Suddenly a glitchy vision blasts through her mind like a corrupted video file. She sees a creepy little hooded figure in a dark twisted laboratory reaching out. The place is stuffed with bubbling beakers and weird machinery looking like a mad scientist's playground. A single giant eye peeks out from the hood's darkness, staring straight into your soul. Pipes are hissing and gears are grinding in this forgotten nightmare factory. The mysterious figure whips around, sensing a peeping Tom. Standing in front of a huge containment tank, this pint-sized creep remains a total enigma. Snap back to reality. The vision fades out, leaving the group staring at the open door like they've seen a ghost. The seal is broken and the door is wide open, revealing a tunnel darker than my ex's heart. A steep staircase dives straight down into the pitch-black abyss. Heel peers over the edge, looking a little green around the gills. That drop looks endless. Nan just stares into the void, completely zoned out, while the rest of the squad is confused. If the boss lady couldn't open it, why is it unlocked? Now Heel turns to ask her what the deal is, but she's already ghosted him. Yo, Nan. Without saying a word, Nan is already marching down the stairs like she's possessed by destiny itself. Her face is set in stone, looking grim and totally locked in. The rest of the crew starts freaking out. Hold up, don't ditch us. Varys yells, sweating bullets. Even Lady Nan doesn't know this map. We gotta move, but keep your guard up. They scramble after her, diving down a flight of stairs that seems to go on forever. After what feels like 10,000 years, Heel is totally feeling the burn. How deep does this rabbit hole go? My knees are about to file for divorce. One of the homies calls out, Nan, can we chill for a sec? But Nan has zero chill right now. Her eyes are glued to whatever is hiding at the bottom. Good grief. Heel sighs, wiping sweat. His buddy chimes in, she's like a cat chasing a laser pointer. I wonder what loot is down there. Varys wipes a dramatic tear from his eye, trying to stay positive. Maybe Nan has some secret BFFs chilling in the basement. Heel isn't buying it. She said nobody lives in this hood. But his friend tries to connect the dots. Maybe she couldn't see them because the door was locked tight. If Nan lived upstairs, it's not crazy to think she had neighbors. Suddenly, Heel slams on the brakes, causing a human traffic jam. Highness crashes into him. Yo, why the sudden stop? Why, because the road is closed, genius. The path is totally blocked by a massive rockfall that sealed the stairs shut. Did the ceiling cave in? That's a huge boulder in our face. Heel steps up, activating his Cave King cheat codes to scan the mess. The optimizing light flickers on. Looks like weak sauce. I can smash this safely. Grinning like a maniac, he raises his pickaxe high. Let's rock and roll. Nan watches him with a poker face, silent as a statue. As the rocks explode, Heel senses a weird vibe. With one final crash, the debris clears, and the squad peeks into the shadows. They step into a massive wrecked industrial hallway that smells like rust and bad decisions. Busted pipes hang from the ceiling like dead snakes, and shattered glass cylinders line the walls. The whole place is rotting away. Every step sounds like stepping on cornflakes, crunch crunch. Heel looks up at one of the giant broken tanks. Nan, what is this junk? For the first time, Nan looks totally clueless. I've never seen this tech before. It's news to me. They look down the hallway at row after row of smashed containers. It looks like a graveyard for giant test tubes. Highness suddenly jumps back, grabbing his nose like he smelled a skunk. Ugh, my nose is tingling, that funk is real. Heel spots a deactivated Argo doll buried in the trash. Now that you mention it, it smells like a high school chemistry lab gone wrong. This place is way grittier than the fancy upstairs. Nan keeps it real. Nobody's been here to clean up the mess. Heel points at the broken robots. Even the Argo units are on strike. Are they busted? Nan corrects him fast. Nah, they just ran out of juice. No magic batteries. Argo usually run on standby magic. She explains like a teacher. But the main power cord is definitely unplugged down here, so there are probably 0 working dolls on this floor. She concludes. The silence gets loud and heavy. That confirms it. There are no friends of Nan managing this dungeon. It's a ghost town. Suddenly, Highness's voice cuts through the air, sharp and serious. Mr. Heel. What's up? Heel asks, spinning around to see where he's pointing. Someone decided to redecorate the stone walls with massive, terrifying claw marks. The squad huddles up looking like they just walked into a horror movie. Those look like monster claws. And is that blood? Heel inspects the damage, his face getting serious. These scratches, they look fresh. The chilling truth hits them like a bucket of ice water. We aren't alone down here. Instant adrenaline spike, the party goes into full combat mode. Heel complains, walking on this trash is a nightmare. Nan snaps back, suck it up until we know we aren't monster food. Heel asks Highness, how's the sniffer? He shakes his head. The smell is burning my nostrils, but I don't hear any beasts yet. They creep deeper into the pillared hall. More claw marks scar the ancient pillars like warning signs from hell itself. The vibes in this dungeon were getting straight up rancid. A cold sweat started dripping down Heel's back as he stepped into a puddle of something that smelled like a dumpster fire in July. But even with the gross evidence sticking to his shoe, the place looked empty. Just their own sneakers slapping against the stone floor, echoing in the creepy silence. The suspense was tighter than skinny jeans on a wrestler. It wasn't the monster that was scary. It was the waiting game. Heel nodded, feeling his nerves fry like cheap bacon. Yo, if you're gonna kill us, just do it already. Suddenly, Highness threw up an arm like a traffic cop, freezing the whole squad in their tracks. Is it here? His voice dropped to a demonic growl that sent shivers down everyone's spine. The whole crew went statue mode, eyes darting around the empty hall like paranoid squirrels. They were caught out in the open, totally exposed. But Highness wasn't looking at the shadows. His predator eyes locked onto a patch of literal thin air. Without hesitation, he let an arrow fly. It zoomed through the void, and then bam. It stopped dead in midair like it hit an invisible force field. Dark blood exploded from the nothingness like a popped water balloon. The squad gasped, their minds completely blown by the impossible sight. Highness glared at the empty spot with zero chill. You can cloak your body ugly, but you can't hide that thirsty bloodlust when you're stalking us. A screech of agony ripped through the air, and the camouflage glitched out like a broken TV screen revealing a nightmare. The monster slammed onto the concrete with a heavy thud, its invisibility cloak officially offline. Razor-sharp claws screeched against the stone like nails on a chalkboard. The gang stared at the nightmare fuel in front of them. What in the Frankenstein was this thing? A lizard? A wolf? A bad trip? Varys's eyes went wide as dinner plates. A chimera. Heel froze up. He'd only heard about these mythological mashups in bedtime stories. A fusion of multiple beasts. Varys explained, sounding totally shook. I've never actually seen one in real life before. He raised his staff, yelling, "Stay frosty, everyone!" But they were already lagging. Another beast materialized on a pillar right next to Heel's face. Suddenly it was raining monsters. More chimeras dropped from the ceiling and piped their heavy claws, cracking the floor like sledgehammers. In a heartbeat, the party was encircled. Highness let out a curse word that would make a sailor blush. My nose is glitching, I can't smell them at all. He couldn't believe he'd been caught lacking. As the chimeras closed in for the kill, Varys screamed, "Incoming!" Heel panicked and spammed a volley of fireballs, but the freaks were fast like glitch movement, fast dodging the flames effortlessly. His jaw dropped. Those things moved way too smooth for something that looked like a science experiment gone wrong. The archer didn't blink, letting loose arrows that turned the beasts into pincushions. He narrowed his eyes, locking in for the next headshot. While Heel was busy buffering, Varys stepped up to the plate, his face turning stone-cold serious. A magic circle lit up like a neon sign, and Varys blasted a wind cannon that absolutely shredded one chimera to confetti. But the others, they just tanked the damage and kept rushing. These guys are built different, Varys grunted, and stubborn as a mule, Heel added. One monster smashed through their defense line, beelining straight for Rihanna and Na. Rihanna didn't flinch. She shoved Na towards her slime buddy. Get your butt behind Shell now. Heel screamed a warning, but Rihanna planted her feet like a boss. She met the monster's lunge with a nasty right hook straight to its jawbone. Heel's eyes popped out of his head. Are those... Rihanna flashed a savage grin, flexing her shiny new toys. Special orichalcum knuckles, custom made by Mappa Baby. A magic circle blazed around her fist as she shouted, "Enchant my hands with that high-voltage juice." She threw a haymaker that could crack a mountain, screaming her ultimate attack, Thunder God Fist. The lightning-infused punch fried the Chimera's nervous system, leaving it twitching while electricity danced over its ugly hide. With the beast lagging out, Rihanna shouted, "Tag in Mr. Heel!" He shook off his shock. "You got it." Heel unleashed a tsunami of fire, roasting the monster to a crisp. Varys whistled from the backline. "Dang, our princess is rocking a hybrid build magic and martial arts." The archer nodded. "We better step up our game if we don't want to get carried." Hyped up by the display, Varys and the archer launched their own wombo combo, wiping the floor with the remaining beasts. The teamwork was immaculate, and the monsters dropped like flies. Heel let out a breath, wiping sweat from his brow. "All right, looks like we cleared the row." He choked on his words as a literal army of chimeras flooded out of the shadows like a busted dam. "Bro, are you kidding me? How many are there?" Heel screamed, totally losing it. Varys gritted his teeth, realizing the spawn rate was broken. They were completely cooked. Mr. Heel, tactical retreat now. Without waiting for a vote, he started charging two opposite elements at the same time. Fire in one hand, ice in the other. Heel and Rihanna stared jaws on the floor, dual casting opposing elements. That was high-level wizardry. Varys clapped his hands together like he was killing a mosquito, creating a massive steam explosion that blinded the entire horde instantly. "Run while they're lagging," he yelled, leading the squad into the shadows. The sudden fog had the chimeras spinning in circles, totally glitching out. As the smoke drifted away, the monsters gathered around the corpses of their own fallen friends. Drool dripped from their nasty jaws. Then came a sickening crunch that echoed through the hall as they started cannibalizing each other. Gross. Safe in the distance, the party gasped for air like they'd just run a marathon. "We shook 'em," Heel panted. But Varys shook his head, looking grim. "We can't explore with those things camping the spot." Heel turned to the only one who might know the lore. "Yo nah, are those things guarding the ruins like the Argo did?" Nah, I don't think so," she replies, cool as a cucumber in a freezer. "This floor's got its own VIP bouncers, the Argo Guardians. Scrubs like that wouldn't last 2 seconds here." While Varys is stressing over the monster math like it's a surprise calculus test, Nan suddenly points a finger. "Yo, check that corner." The party's archer instantly locks in, weapon raised like he's expecting an op to pop out. Heel literally jumps out of his skin, spooked like a cat seeing a cucumber. From the deep shadows, a bite-sized silhouette creeps out. It pauses for a dramatic beat in the darkness. Then it steps into the light. Just a little hooded dude. The whole squad is shook. "A person," Heel gasps. He turns to Nan, hype levels rising like he just found a rare item. "Look, Nan, it's a short stack like you." Nan stares at the figure, completely unimpressed. "Like me, please. Don't insult my swag." Heel slides up to the stranger cautiously. "Yo, you good? This place is crawling with creepers." When he gets zero reply, he sighs. "Guess you don't speak my language, huh?" He turns back to the crew. "Nan, work your magic. Translate for the homie, please." But before she can drop a beat, the archer launches himself forward, screaming, "Hell no!" His eyes are popping out, sensing the kind of danger that screams, "Game over." The pipsqueak raises a hand, and suddenly its cloak starts smoking like a broken vape. "Back off, that ain't no kid. It's a chimera." The disguise melts away like cheap makeup, revealing a hideous beast that instantly lunges at Heel to turn him into a snack. The hooded nightmare dives in, revealing its true monstrous colors. As it closes in, Princess Rihanna lets out a blood-curdling scream. "Mr. Heel, watch out!" But before the beast can land the critical hit, Highness cuts in. "Don't even think about it, ugly." He shouts, unleashing a volley of arrows that smack right into the creature's open maw, knocking Heel out of the splash zone. Heel slams into the stone wall hard enough to leave a dent. Varys rushes over to the downed pair, shouting, "Mr. Heel, Princess, y'all good?" Highness stares at the beast arrows sticking out of it like a pincushion, and realizes the messed up truth. A chimera that can mimic a human, that's cheating. Rihanna fusses over Heel, but he waves her off like a tough guy. "I'm Gucci, Rihanna. That was just a little crazy. I'm fine, really." But playtime is over, they all lock eyes back on the chimera. Highness's arrows are still deep in its flesh, but then plot twist, the wounds start steaming and zipping shut like magic zippers. Rihanna watches, gagged. It's healing. Suddenly, the creature's body starts twisting and bloating, glowing with a blinding boss transformation light. Heel is frozen, paralyzed by the freaky light show. The glow fades, dropping the curtain on the monster's true ugly mug. A gigantic chimera. A cursed mashup of a lion, a goat, and a snake for a tail. Talk about an identity crisis. It towers over them, taking up the whole hallway like a school bully. Rihanna gasps. That's its true form. Highness grips his weapon, unbothered by the size difference. Okay, that thing is overwhelmingly massive. But without blinking, Highness goes full beast mode. He explodes into action, charging the colossal monster head-on while the squad screams his name. The chimera swipes with a paw the size of a truck, but Highness is a blur, dodging the attack like he's got ultra instinct active. He moves like a ghost, weaving through the beast's defenses and landing devastating combos that draw blood with every hit. Critical. 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 His attacks connect with brutal force, sending sparks flying. He leaps into the air and drives his weapon deep into the chimera's skull. Boom. Heel is stunned by the gameplay. Dude is actually cracked. Mr. Highness is moving like a speedster. His movement is perfect for these tight corridors. But just as he hypes him up, the chimera's wounds start steaming and sealing shut again. Highness lands, clocking the cheat code healing factor. Seriously, it's regenerating again. But if it bleeds, we can kill it. He decides to end this now, activating his Alt Crest Hunter. His senses sharpen to 4K resolution, locking onto his prey's vital spots for the kill shot. But his hunter's eye doesn't show a single core. It reveals a nightmare, a legion of souls trapped inside a writhing mosh pit of countless lives. He freezes. This thing is hoarding extra lives. Before he can react, the Chimera unleashes a roar loud enough to shatter eardrums. A psychic shockwave blasts out, instantly lagging out Heal, Rihanna, and Varys. Highness takes the hit point blank at ground zero. He gets yeeted like a ragdoll down the hall, slamming into the wall with a bone-shattering crunch. Oof! Highness. Heal screams, watching his carry get wrecked. He stumbles out of the rubble, bruised but not beaten. Rihanna is panic screaming, but Heal enters leader mode. Rihanna, heal Highness, Varys on me, we're doing the combo attack. Now! Varys is locked in, but together they weave their mana, unleashing a massive combined spell. Double Blizzard! A torrent of ice and snow hurtles towards the Chimera. But the beast ain't phased. It takes a deep breath, charging up. Fire gathers in its throat like a dragon. The Chimera unleashes an absolute inferno, a wave of fire that crashes against their ice in a violent explosion of steam. The power gap is insane. Their blizzard gets completely folded by the roaring flames. Varys is sweating bullets against the heat. Yo, what is this DPS? He yells. Hang on, Varys, while Rihanna watches in pure terror. Yo, keep it real at this rate. They're gonna be extra crispy like forgotten fries in the oven. Even though Highness is wrecked, he tries to stand up, but Rihanna holds him back. Sit down, Highness, you're leaking HP, she warns. Nan steps up to the plate, her logic colder than a slushy brain freeze. Those flames are gonna roast you too, Rihanna. And let's be honest, Highness couldn't cut a sandwich right now, let alone that monster. Her eyes narrow, serious as a heart attack. But check this out, she's got a big brain play. Nan eyes the busted Argo golems scattered on the floor like discarded toys. Seeing Heal and Varys about to fold under the pressure, she whips a vial from her pouch. Time to clutch this round, she thinks, making a split-second call. Meanwhile, the Chimera is throwing a tantrum, unleashing a firestorm that's basically a natural disaster. The heat cranks up to 11, threatening to delete everyone from existence. The beast roars, spamming its ultimate attack, but suddenly the vibe changes. Heal and Varys look up, faces full of confusion. Out of nowhere, a swirling vortex pops up and starts drinking that fire like it's a milkshake. The Inferno gets completely yeeted into the void, leaving the Chimera looking confused, and its attack totally nerfed. Heal stares at the scene, his brain buffering at this sudden plot twist. He whips around and spots Nan standing like a boss amidst the smoking junk of the Argo units she secretly hacked. Nan, mission accomplished. The overcharged Argo golems spark out and crumble like dry cookies. Nan explains with zero chill. I popped an emergency mana potion, but these old heaps of junk are cooked. They were just a distraction, she admits. But her little stunt drew the Chimera's aggro big time. Its massive paws stomps toward her like a falling piano. Heal screams, "No, Nan!" The beast lunges, but suddenly freezes like the server just crashed. An invisible wall stops it dead, sending the whole squad flying back from the shockwave. Pinned to the floor, Heal watches in horror, shouting, "Damn it, run, Nan!" But then things get weird. A hooded figure starts rising out of the Chimera's mane like a bad dream. Heal's eyes go wide, he can't believe what he's seeing. This humanoid creep stands up, surfing on the beast's head. It stopped the rampage and is now staring straight at Nan. From under the hood, a voice drops. It's not speaking English, but some ancient runic tongue that sounds like dial-up internet noises. Highness has a horrifying realization. No way. It wasn't mimicking a human. He gasps at the nightmare-fuel truth. It's a mashup of beasts fused with a human. Nan listens, her poker face giving nothing away. As the creature keeps yapping at her, this humanoid Chimera looks down like she's dirt. It calls her a defective creation. Ouch. Before anyone can say initiative roll, the Chimera's massive snake tail slams the ground with bone-shattering force. The party gets caught lacking. The snake head rises from the dust, locking onto new victims like a heat-seeking missile. It opens its mouth and spits out a high-speed projectile. Heal recognizes it instantly. Watch out. It's cave spider silk, but his warning has too much lag. The sticky web catches both Rihanna and her little slime buddy Shell. Rihanna is instantly boxed, wrapped up tight in the thick, inescapable thread. Nan's hand gets caught in the splash damage too. The thread yanks back, dragging the captives through the air like ragdolls. Heal can only scream their names in panic. Shah Sorais. Rihanna, Shell. The humanoid freak sprouts wings and catches the cocooned pair. It mutters, "I messed up." Heal and the squad are absolutely fuming. Damn, you let them go. The Chimera ignores them like spam mail. As it turns to bounce, a swarm of ugly mini chimeras floods out to block Heal. The monstrous pack charges, cutting off any chance of chasing the boss. Heal desperately blasts at the horde. Get out of my face. But it's futile. There's too many of them. The snake tail opens its jaws above the helpless victims. Trapped and terrified, Rihanna can only squeak out a weak cry for Heal. In one horrifying move, the snake swallows them whole. The team watches frozen as the tail retreats like a guilty dog. Heal's face twists in pure agony. Rihanna was right there, but now she's behind a wall of monsters. Totally unreachable. In the chaos, Rihanna is trapped in that sticky web, helpless as a fly. The mysterious snake-tailed chimera vanishes into the shadows, taking the girls with it, leaving Heel and the boys staring into the void. Surrounded by trash mobs, Heel can only watch the main villain get away. "How many of these things are there?" he shouts, while his team tries to keep from getting overwhelmed. Curse you, the princess and Shell. Even Nan with her OP Argo units is struggling to hold back the tide of ugliness. With a flick of her wrist, Nan commands her bots, but the enemy numbers are just straight up cheating. Heel tries to push, but a wall of meat blocks him. Watching his friends vanish, his mind screams their names. Rihanna. Shell. His eyes lock onto the glowing Cave King crest on his hand, and dark thoughts take the wheel. You. A raw guttural scream rips from his throat as the crest flares with main character energy. Out of my way. An explosive wave of energy blasts out from Heel, stunning every monster in the zip code. His allies watch jaws on the floor. The very earth vibes with his rage. A jagged spike erupts from the ground, turning one beast into a shish kebab. Another chimera gets instantly deleted, its head popping like a melon against the brand new wall. It's a total mosh pit of destruction. Stone pillars rip through the mob like wet paper, annihilating the entire corridor in one catastrophic heartbeat. The chimera squad completely erased by Heel's raw, untamed flex. The squad is shook jaws on the floor like, bro how? But the power dips as fast as it hit, dropping Heel to his knees, gasping for air as the recoil slaps him silly. Highness rushes to his side, totally bugging out. Mr. Heel, that magic was. But Heel can't even speak through the pain throbbing in his hand. Suddenly, a system notification pings in his brain straight from the crest. Warning, an ability exceeding your rank was activated. Repairing limiter. Safety not guaranteed if you keep breaking the rules. The red warning lights flash in his vision, making him flinch like he just saw a ghost. He stares at his hand, realizing the terrifying truth. The Cave King. Shaking off the vibes, Heel ignores his own wrecked status. I'm good, fam. We gotta chase him fast. But then he freezes. Someone's missing from the roll call. Nan, was she caught in the rubble? Nope. She's chilling on her knees, protected by a hexagonal barrier from her remaining Argo drones. Hearing her name, she calls out from the dust. Over here. Heel rushes over, relieved she wasn't squashed. You hurt. Thank God the Argos still work. Nan surveys the absolute wreckage of the hallway. That was a lot of damage. Heel looks away, guilt tripping hard. My bad. I lost my cool. He turns to the tracker. Yo, Highness, can you sniff out that chimera? Highness looks grim. Sorry, boss, but on this floor? Just as the vibes get heavy, Nan speaks up with that quiet, robotic confidence. I know the way. Heel spins around, grabbing her shoulders like a maniac. For real. Where is he? Nan replies, cool as a cucumber. Don't panic. She explains. I don't get why, but it's like my Wi-Fi is connecting to his presence. He wrapped them in tough string like takeout burritos before swallowing them. Definitely trying to take them alive. So I'm assuming they aren't dead yet. She taps a damaged Argo unit. Also, I've got a faint ping on direction and distance. First things first. The Argo unit boots up, projecting a sick holographic image into the air. It's a map of the whole floor. He says, totally impressed. Nan adds, Argos come preloaded with floor plans. Standard issue. This should help us lock onto the target. With a clear path, Heel's determination reignites like a bonfire. All right, squad. Let's chase that freak and rescue Rihanna and Shell. His party shouts back, bet. With Nan surfing on her Argo like a hoverboard, the group dives deeper into the dungeon, racing through ruined halls on her signal. As they sprint, Highness voices the big question. Yo, what even is that chimera? And what's his beef with the princess and Shell? Heel suddenly remembers the chimera's parting trash talk. By the way, Nan, he said something to you. Nan stares ahead, face totally blank. He said that I am defective. Heel trips out. Defective seriously. Is that about your memory glitch? Ignoring his tone, Nan breaks it down. Apparently he knows me and I'm supposed to know him. And thus, she concludes, I am missing critical data on what he is. I can't calculate his endgame. Suddenly, Heel screeches to a halt as more mobs spawn ahead. Chimeras. He glances back at Nan, mind racing at 1,000,000 miles an hour. She can sense him, just how are they related? But the narrow corridor leaves zero room for deep thoughts or maneuvering. No room to dodge, Heel yells. Highness growls, push through. Meanwhile, Rihanna's consciousness reboots. The last thing she remembers is the chimera's gaping maw before hitting the void. Now that same mouth opens, spitting her out like bad food. With a heavy thud, her senses come rushing back. She's not free, though. She's strapped into some creepy mechanical chair. Her eyes dart around frantically until they lock onto a nightmare sight. Shell. Her little slime bestie is trapped inside a glass container right next to her like a science experiment. Rihanna struggles, but the restraints are solid steel. Ugh, what is this? The reality crashes down on her hard. That's right. We got bagged by that chimera. Suddenly, the chair lurches forward, rolling on its own like it's haunted. Is this chair driving itself? It carries her down a long, desolate stone corridor. Where is it taking me? She tries to flex, looking for a weakness in the cuffs, but it's hopeless. She can't even budge them. Goo. Her mind spins. I gotta save Shell. We need to break out and find the squad. But a voice cuts through the darkness, cold and robotic. It's no use. A mysterious hooded figure steps out of the shadows, stopping her ride cold. Before she can even blink, the figure is right beside her. It speaks again, voice totally dead inside. Be quiet. You cannot remove those restraints. Rihanna freezes, a shocking realization hitting her like a truck. He's speaking Balan just like Nan. Rihanna trails behind the hooded figure, sweating like she just got caught skipping class. She tries to pass the vibe check immediately. Yo, do you protect this turf like Nan does? She attempts to lower the heat before it boils over. My bad if we crashed your party, but we ain't here to start beef. Nan literally gave us the green light to snoop around down here. She spills the tea, but the figure ghosts her completely just walking. Then, boom, stops dead. You from the top side. A simple question that hits heavier than a bass drop. Rihanna jumps like a cat seeing a cucumber. Yeah, straight from Shawl. But her gut is screaming that this situation is sus. Major red flags flying everywhere. The figure presses harder than a pop quiz. What's the status up there? What's the population count looking like? Rihanna drops the stats, about 200 survivors chilling with Mr. Heel. Then her eyes go wide. Wait, this ain't some brainless NPC guard. This thing has memories. The figure stops gripping its hood like a dramatic reveal is coming. It mutters a name cold as ice. Nan. Is that her tag? Rihanna holds her breath, watching like it's the season finale cliffhanger. The hood drops. It's a face matching Nan's, but remixed with dark skin, and a stare that could freeze hell over. Call me Sierra. Rihanna's brain goes 404 error. Nan, no, wait. She clocks the differences faster than a spot the difference game. Different skin, same face card. Sierra cuts through the confusion. We're dupes, obviously. Same model. Hades Machina. I'm Sierra number Alpha, the OG, she smirks. Or, as you plebs say, dolls. Rihanna is shook. Dolls? Wait, Nan's a doll, but she's got so much soul. Sierra keeps walking, throwing shade. She didn't tell you, maybe because you never bothered to ask. Her programming should be stricter than a nun memories or not. So why didn't she delete you from existence? Why let you in? Why play tour guide? Sierra is practically calling Nan a glitch in the system. Rihanna almost buys it, but nah, she ain't throwing her friend under the bus. We nagged her into it. Nan takes her job dead serious. Sierra looks back, a glitch of emotion in her eyes. Humans, you guys make zero sense. Catching feelings for a machine, that's rare. A smile creeps onto her face, colder than liquid nitrogen. For once, I'm grateful. She leads Rihanna to a gate so massive and ominous it screams, boss fight ahead. Rihanna's anxiety bar is maxing out with every tick of the clock. The door's grown open to a house of horrors. A megalab stacked with glass tubes, each one holding a twisted chimera like a messed up science fair project. Rihanna stares, gagging on the fear. Meet the chimeras, Sierra says, bored. Though they're basically trashed here now. Weapon research that went too hard. Too strong, zero chill, impossible to control. So we flushed the project. Isn't that like super dangerous? Rihanna yells. Sierra just shrugs. The leftovers escaped and started breeding. Not my drama. Her tone is savage. They're just wild animals. They know better than to step to someone with real power. Rihanna gulps, a nightmare thought hitting her. Just what the hell is Sierra? They roll up to another gate even fancier than the last. Behold! Sierra drops the mic. The grand doors swing wide, blasting the hallway with spooky, holy-looking light. Steam hisses like angry snakes. They step into a chamber that looks like a cathedral built by a mad scientist on an energy drink bender. Dead center, floating in a megatank, is a human body. Rihanna's eyes pop. Yo, is that a person? Sierra's voice is sub-zero. Not a person, a vessel. Confusion turns to pure dread as Rihanna realizes it's not just one tank. There are hundreds, maybe thousands, stretching out like an infinite mirror selfie. Zelma, Sierra says. Living vessels. She sweeps her hand over the room. And total failures. Empty skins with no soul, no heart. Just glitches. Rihanna whispers the word back, trying to process this horror movie setup. Failures. They can barely hold it together in the juice. One breath of fresh air and they crumble like stale cookies. Useless for combat. I've grinded my gears to perfect the Zelma. She turns, locking onto Rihanna like a predator spotting a snack. And today, that research hits the finish line. The vibe gets heavy. What do you mean by that? Rihanna asks, voice shaking like a leaf. Her face goes ghost white as the twisted truth clicks. Sierra wants her. Sierra stays silent, leading her deeper into the nightmare. Meanwhile, in the dungeon maze, Heel and the squad are speedrunning through a hallway paved with monster corpses. They push through the gore. These uglies just keep respawning. We gotta move, one warrior yells. But yo, is chasing them this deep really the play? That humanoid freak was built different, Heel. If you try to 1v1 that thing again, it's game over for real. But the horned beastman roars back, his confidence unshakable. If we can't beat him, we'll gouge his eyes out and snatch the girls back. The wolf warrior nods, hyped. Mr. Heel, if it goes south, I'll carry the whole squad out on my back. Fear dissolves into pure adrenaline. Hell yes, Heel shouts it to the rafters. We are saving Rihanna and Shell, no cap. His crew grits their teeth, ready to go to war for the homies. The squad is ready to crash out to save their homies. In a round room that looks like a villain's lair, a weird machine wakes up. A segmented tube drops down from the ceiling like a robotic intestine. It clicks into place, looking thirsty for action. Rihanna is stuck in the middle, strapped to a chair like she's in a sci-fi electric chair. While Sierra eyes the slime like it's a snack, Rihanna starts tweaking, yelling, Yo, what is this junk? She ain't having it. Rihanna charges up a magic circle, lighting up her fingers like glow sticks. She thinks, I'm about to wreck this thing, preparing to nuke it. But the moment she tries to cast the chair tases her into next week. Someone far away gets a bad vibe wondering, is Rihanna caught lacking right now? Sierra looks at the machine with a look colder than an ex's text. I told you those cuffs aren't for show, honey. Rihanna watches shook as her magic gets ripped right out of her hand. It's getting slurped up by a dark crystal in the chair. It's drinking her mana like a slushie. This chair is basically a magic vacuum cleaner. Nerfed and annoyed, Rihanna just grunts while the machine hugs her tight. She glares at the kidnapper shouting, "What's the endgame here, weirdo?" Sierra hits her with the blank stare unreadable as a CAPTCHA. Then she starts yapping, her voice bouncing off the walls. Making bodies is harder than it looks. She points at the creepy tanks filled with failed experiments like a twisted museum tour. The Zama research. I dumped all my XP and tech skills into this project. And while I was grinding away at that, I ended up with a mountain of garbage builds. Rihanna just listens. Rihanna's sweating bullets as Sierra keeps going. Who knew the surface world is actually popping with people again? Sierra's eyes light up with that crazy determination. Now, I can finally finish my main quest. Her voice booms like a boss battle intro. Time to bring the Empire back from the dead. Rihanna is totally lost. Empire. Suddenly the slime in the jar lights up like a rave. Rihanna clocks that light immediately. Shell, that's the same glow. Sierra drops the horror bomb. The soul of a citizen is chilling inside that cavo. Rihanna is trying to process this vocab quiz. Soul vessel, empty jars. The truth slaps her in the face harder than reality. The lights inside the slime are literally people's ghosts. Sierra nods. I don't know who's sleeping in that goo. If Nana was normal, she'd know, but whatever, not my problem. Sierra's face changes as she senses a disturbance in the force. I knew it, she says, looking at the door. Nana is pulling up. She turns back to Rihanna with a smile that screams, serial killer. Your homies aka my new spare parts are here. Far away, Rihanna tries to slide into their DMs mentally. A brainwave shoots out from her. No, Heal, you can't, she screams in her head. Don't come here, it's a trap. Meanwhile, the heavy doors grind open like a tomb. Heal and the squad sprint through the halls. Are we close, Nan? He asks, sweating. Nan, riding her block like a skateboard, says, right ahead. Heal stops, dead eyes popping out of his skull. In front of them is a nightmare fuel lab filled with tanks, each one holding a pale, mannequin-looking human. Are these people? His crew is totally grossed out. Are they humanoid Frankenstein monsters? One nerd recognizes it from the old lore. They look like homunculi from the alchemy textbooks. Either way, the tech down here is insane. Stealing themselves, the squad pushes into the pipe-filled hallway. Suddenly, Highness throws out an arm, clotheslining Heal. Hold up, he growls. Heal looks confused. What's the deal? Highness? From the dark ceiling, nasty lizard things start crawling down the pillars like bugs. Heal's face twists in panic. The creatures drop to the floor, moving faster than a glitch in a video game. In seconds, the party is circled up. An ambush. Heal yells, "Damn, there's still a whole army of them." A chill voice echoes from the rafters. Subsurface dwellers. Welcome to my crib. They look up to see Sierra chilling casually on a giant pipe. Heal gets confused for a sec. Miss Nan. No, wait. The figure looks down at them with zero chill. I am a Deus Machina, number Sierra. Nan explains to the shook Heal. Like me. She is a doll who runs this dungeon. A doll. Heal's brain is buffering. Nan just watches her face, giving away absolutely nothing. Highness tries to talk his way out of the beef. If you're like Nan, we don't gotta fight. We just want the princess and the slime. Sierra waves her hand dismissively. Relax, the surface girl is just ahead, and I'm not gonna kill you guys either. Then she drops a creepy line. Surface dwellers are prime spare parts. Nan steps up, her voice cutting through the awkward silence. More. So Sierra, what is a vessel? She looks up at her twin. What is your programming? Sierra pauses before spilling the tea. It was a hot minute ago. She starts describing the apocalypse that went down back in the day. The world got absolutely wrecked by a shadow apocalypse. Sky, dirt, ocean, everything topside was swallowed whole like a midnight snack. His squad starts whispering like, yo is darkness, a metaphor. Maybe the author's just trying to be deep, but Sir shuts that down. Nah, fam. While everyone else got deleted, one country camped underground. She sounds like she's talking about a holy relic. The place was called Valawa. Think Wakanda meets Hogwarts, superior tech and magic ruling the surface like they owned the place. Heal's jaw hits the floor. Valawa, that's this underground dungeon. Nan repeats the name, downloading the lore update into her brain. To ride out the age of the Dark Calamity, the OG citizens went into power save mode. Sir explains that's exactly why the slimes were created. Because the Kavo are simple creatures, they don't glitch out over centuries. The truth hits the party like a truck. Wait, the slimes are bots. Someone shouts. Sir nods. Yup. Immortal hard drives keeping the Empire's souls on standby. The light bulb finally turns on for Heal. So those creeps floating in the water tanks. Those are the Valawa citizens. Sierra shakes her head like, wrong answer. Those are failed Zama. Even their OP tech couldn't 3D print bodies for the souls. Then Sir's eyes go full villain mode. But look, fresh meat just walked in from the surface. She drops her horror show plan. She plans to upload the Valawa people into their bodies. Don't fight it, she says. I don't want to damage the hardware. Sir reaches out to Nan, dropping a command with admin privileges. Come here, Nan. Memory loss or not, you follow my script. She expects zero pushback, and to Heel's horror, Nan actually steps up. Nan, don't do it. Heel whispers, thinking he's about to lose his teammate to the dark side. He watches totally helpless as Nan walks towards Sierra like a good little soldier. But right as Sir tries to hit execute, Nan blocks her. Boom, energy explodes between them. Heel and Terran are shook. The rebellion just went live. With the control device crushed into scrap metal, Nan stands tall. Sir cuts the silence, absolutely triggered. Nan, Sir screams, demanding answers. What's your game? Nan just stares back, cool as ice. You didn't lie. My job is protecting Veloa, Nan says. But I detect a massive glitch between your words and your actions. Nan looks right through her, locking onto a core memory. The one who coded me. Yes, she wouldn't vibe with your methods. Sir's face twists into a rage meme, crushing the last bits of the device in her fist. Your logic processors are fried, she spits out. You're totally buggy. A monstrous chimera crawls out of the shadows as Sir screams, this is treason. She sicks the beast on Nan like a rabid dog. Heel screams, Nan dodge. He and Terran are useless bystanders right now, but suddenly Sir's eyes pop out of her head. Swing a blur of steel flashes, and the chimera attacking Nan gets turned into sushi instantly. Before anyone can blink, an invisible force deletes the other monsters hanging on the walls. The dust clears to reveal the MVP, a colossal armored knight Balshan, standing guard over Nan. The party is stunned. Balshan? Nan stays chill. I pinged an Argo unit to go fetch him. With backup here, Full and Terran jump in to clean up the trash mobs. Full explains. We were just chasing Balshan when he suddenly started speedrunning toward you. Situation critical, Nan shouts as a fresh wave of beasts rushes them. She turns to Heel. We'll handle the aggro. You go. Terran backs her up, screaming, go save the princess, dude. Heel grits his teeth, he knows the play. Bet. He yells, sprinting for the massive boss door leading to Princess Rihanna. Sir laughs at him. Nice try, kid. You're not high level enough to crack that seal. Your magic is weak sauce. But Balshan charges a massive laser beam and fires. The blast hits the door right as Heel arrives, buffing his magic and shattering the ancient lock. Sir screams, say what, completely losing her composure. Heel's crest glows with god-tier energy. Sierra realizes she messed up. Wait. Are you actually... Her anger goes nuclear. Sir's cape flies off, she's getting serious now. She lands hard, ready to 1v1 her former employee. Nan, you traitor! She hisses, voice dripping with venom. Nan tries one last diplomacy check. Sir, you're being too stubborn. Just reboot your plan. But Sir is done chatting. I was an idiot to think you were still useful. I should have bricked you ages ago, you defective trash. She waves her hand, and a whole army of chimeras floods the room. Nan doesn't flinch, standing side by side with her guardian Balshan. Flash of light, Sierra fuses with her own monster, mutating into the boss beast Armesia. Nan and Balshin brace for impact. The two titans lock eyes. Nan narrows her gaze, her coding set to absolute victory. With a roar that shakes the server, the final battle kicks off as Balshin tackles Armesia head-on. Meanwhile, Rihanna's stuck in a dimension that looks like a glitched-out loading screen. Just endless white noise and zero vibes. Yo, where the heck am I? She wonders, freaking out. It's empty like my brain during a math test. Just nothing. No GPS, no clock, just her existence fading away like a deleted Instagram story. How long has she been glitching here? Then boom, a wild shell appears in the distance. Rihanna sprints at him like he's free Wi-Fi. Thank God, fam. You good, how do we bounce? She asks. But Shell's acting suspicious. Total NPC energy. No response. Suddenly, homeboy starts warping like melted plastic. He morphs into a mirror. Rihanna's confused, like, excuse me, Shell, why the makeover? She peeks in the glass and yikes, the reflection ain't her. It's a whole jump scare. It's that creepy statue lady from before, talk about a cursed selfie. Before Rihanna can even scream, the reflection's eyes snap open. A hand shoots out like something from a horror flick. It grabs her, drags her into the glass like quicksand. Meanwhile, Heel busts into the real room screaming her name. He finds her strapped to a throne like some twisted science experiment. But when she wakes up, those ain't her eyes, bro. They're glowing with this freaky alien light. Total, I'm possessed vibes. Smash cut to Heel. He kicks down a stone door like he's the Kool-Aid man charging down a spooky hallway. He doesn't stop for nothing. Smashes a barricade with his pickaxe. He's on a mission to save the squad. He storms into a room big enough to fit a stadium dominated by this massive temple thing. Rihanna, he screams, sounding desperate. The air gets cold as ice. What is this, a dungeon? He's confused. Suddenly, bam. A noise from the top makes him snap his neck, looking up. Zero hesitation. He sprints up those massive stairs like it's leg day. He vaults the ledge, terrified of what he'll find. And there it is, the nightmare fuel. Rihanna and Shell are trapped in glowing sci-fi pods. Heel rushes in face, twisted with rage. Rihanna's out cold in the main tank, looking like Sleeping Beauty gone wrong. He's up against the glass, pleading. Hang tight, I'm busting you out. Smash, he breaks Shell's pod first. Shell wobbles out, looking dizzy. My bad for the delay. I got Rihanna next. But before he can swing, a hiss cuts through the air. He freezes. He looks up, and whoa, Rihanna's tank is cracking from the inside. Spiderwebs everywhere. With a burst of Super Saiyan energy, she snaps her chains. She rises up like a boss battle starting. She stumbles out, collapsing straight into Heel's arms. Rihanna. He catches her thinking it's safe. He holds her tight, heart hammering like a drum solo. She's breathing. No scratches. Thank the gods. You awake, fam? He asks, but her eyes empty, like the lights are on but nobody's home. She's got that 1,000-yard stare. Slowly she lifts a hand and this glowing tattoo lights up. Her fingers twitch, and then PW. She shoves him with god-tier strength, sends him flying across the room. He hits the floor hard. Oof! He looks up gasping. Rihanna, what's got into you? But she ain't speaking English. She's spitting bars in some ancient cursed language. Heel's eyes bug out. I know those words. She pins him down, still chanting that alien gibberish. A dark prophecy hits his brain. The Veil of Peeps will hijack surface dwellers' bodies. The truth hits him like a truck. The ghost that was in Shell just hijacked Rihanna's ride. He stares at the possessed girl. Rihanna, fight it, he screams. Wake up. The shout actually works. The entity flinches like it touched a hot stove. It looks at its hand, then at Heel. Still speaking runic but looking hella confused now. She reaches for him, but Heel's like, nope. He shoves her away and scrambles back. I gotta exorcise this ghost. But she's too fast. She slams him against a pillar. She's right in his grill. He's struggling, thinking, get out of her, you body snatcher. She grabs his face, intense as heck. Finally, she says one word in English, person. Heel is totally lost. What are you? He stammers. She goes back to speaking in ancient tongues. Then plot twist. She leans in and plants a kiss on him. Heel's brain flatlines. He sees a vision of the real Rihanna. The entity pulls back, eyes wide, touching her lips like, what did I just do? Total system error. She stares at her own palms like they're alien artifacts, totally tripping out on her own existence. She clutches her skull like a migraine from hell is tearing her apart while Heel watches totally clueless about the glitch in her matrix. A groan rips from her throat, her body seizing up like she is buffering, eyes shut tight as she fights for control. Then boom, a 4K highlight reel of Rihanna's life. Heel the squad, the whole epic journey downloads into her brain instantly. Seeing a spark of the girl he knows, Heel asks with a desperate vibe, Rihanna, you back online? But she just stands there silent as a statue. Then she speaks crisp and high definition, I see. So that is the plot twist. Heel's jaw basically hits the floor. She hits him with a smirk colder than liquid nitrogen. Sad news, buddy. This is Rihanna's hardware, but I am the new operating system. Heel looks like he just saw a ghost. You are speaking our language. Who are you? The entity literally rolls her eyes. Who am I? Get some class, Heel. He flinches like he was slapped. Yeah, I know your tag. I just binge-watched Rihanna's memories. I have got the gist of this drama. I hijacked a body. Even I did not think Sir would go this hardcore. She turns her back, acting like she owns the place. You want this girl back, right, like badly. Glancing back with eyes glowing like pure toxicity and a wicked grin, she drops the bomb. What if I say, nah? Meanwhile, in the control booth, the vibe is suffocating as a teammate squares up to the possessed girl, screaming, what the hell? How could you? Suddenly, the room rocks like an earthquake just hit. What is Sir doing? He yells, trying not to faceplant. Rihanna, or whatever she is, stays chill as ice. Wow, they are really throwing hands out there, she says, totally bored. Weird tech drops from the ceiling, booting up and blasting the room with blinding white light. A massive screen pops up, live streaming the absolute carnage outside. The squad is in deep, deep trouble. On screen, the crew is getting absolutely wrecked, fighting for their lives against an endless wave of freaky chimera monsters. Highness is drowning in enemies. They are spawning infinitely. Someone else yells, don't lose your cool. Kite them and shoot. Taryn grinds her teeth, realizing they are stuck in the mud. We can't back up Nan like this. Varys makes the boss call, roaring, it is fine. We are the meat shields today. If we try to third-party that main fight, we are just gonna be collateral damage. And he is right. Because the main event is happening on a difficulty level these guys can't even comprehend. The giant boss, Chimera Armisia, is facing off against Nan's mecha. The monster swipes with claws sharp enough to slice reality. Its snake tail whips around faster than sound, trying to crush the bot, but Balshan has god-tier agility, weaving through the death blows. The mech moves like a ghost, using pillars for cover, and parrying attacks like it is a rhythm game. Spotting a frame of lag in the enemy's defense, Balshan rockets forward to smash the beast face to face. Steel meets claw, and a deafening clash, sparks erupting like a supernova between them. They land, cracking the bedrock with their sheer mass. Fused with the monster, Syrah analyzes the mech like a pro gamer. Huh, this thing moves way smoother than the stock model. Did you mod it? She checks the specs. No stats are vanilla. Then a nasty grin stretches her face as the realization hits. I get it. The cheat code is, nah. Cut to nah, literally wired into the matrix brain, fused to the cockpit. You guessed it, Syrah, she says, cool as a cucumber. My brain is the CPU for this bad boy. Nan drops her strategy. I am processing your fight patterns in real time. I am optimizing the perfect way to delete you right now. Sir is unimpressed. As the monster morphs, she trash talks Nan. Cute plan, but your hard drive was wiped. You are missing the critical DLC data. To prove it, a nightmare scorpion tail with missile launchers bursts from her back. Let me show you my secret moves. Syrah screams, and a massive swarm of missiles streaks across the sky like angry hornets. Nan's aimbot kicks in. The mech's cannons light up the night, blasting dozens of rockets out of the air. But it is a bullet hell nightmare. There are just too many of them to dodge. One slips past the firewall and lands a critical hit. Balshin vanishes in a catastrophic fireball and smoke. But game over. Not yet. Balshin bursts through the smoke, slicing an ambushing chimera in half like butter. With beast mode activated, the mech carves a bloody path through the smaller monsters. It goes full throttle through the chaos, rushing the boss. Balshin pimp slaps another beast and closes the gap in a heartbeat. Inside the cockpit, Na prepares to make a move that will decide everything in a split second. Balshin dives into the danger zone blind. With monsters lurking in the shadows, it goes full, send gunning the engine and spraying lead as it closes the gap. But Sierra, she's grinning like she just won the lottery. You think you're faster? She mocks. Baby girl, that is adorably naive. Suddenly, a cannon the size of a school bus pops out of Armesia's armor. It spits a concentrated blast of pure, unadulterated energy. That beam screams across the sky, zero chill. Nan's brain goes hyperspeed. Dodging ain't an option, so she flips the script instantly, juicing up the left shield with Rukin to block. But wait. The vibe is off. That blast was just a fake-out. Instead of a laser show, Armisia's massive jaws snap shut on the reinforced shield like a pit bull on a chew toy. Crunch. The powerful shield shatters like a stale cookie under that insane pressure. The force of the bite is absolutely catastrophic. Balshin gets yeeted backwards, face planting hard into the dirt. Watching the screen, Terran loses her mind, screaming out, "Nan!" Armesia towers over the wrecked mech, flexing hard like the final boss of a nightmare. Nan's cockpit is a disco of sparks and pain. Sierra's voice slides into her head, a final toxic taunt. Got a plan B, genius, or are we done? But when Nan looks up, her eyes aren't scared, they're burning with ice-cold grit. Back in the arena, that chimera freak Armesia stomps forward, crushing ancient pillars like they're made of styrofoam. Nan's ride is sparking harder than a broken toaster, barely holding it together against this brutal beatdown. From the sidelines, her horrified friend screams out her name, praying for a miracle. But inside the cockpit, Nan is cool as a cucumber. She reroutes power, making a 4D chess move. Forget the paint job, she thinks. She abandons the armor and pumps Rukin into the inner skeleton. It's what's on the inside that counts, right? Riding her monster, Sierra talks smack to her old squad mate. Why keep throwing hands when you know you're already cooked? Do the math, loser. The power gap is wider than the Grand Canyon. Her voice drips with pure venom as she keeps yapping. You ditched the mission to hang with these surface normies. You're a traitor and a total embarrassment to Machina. Sierra sneers at the battered Balshin. Be glad I'm the one taking out the trash, you defective piece of junk. Inside the machine, Nan's voice is steady as a heartbeat. Sierra, I didn't abandon anything. Her eyes are laser-focused. And stop acting like I already lost. Sierra's face twists up in rage. She is triggered. You little... Balshin locks in. Nan's voice echoes and Sierra loses her cool, completely screaming, defective item, while charging like a raging bull. Elsewhere, Heel is watching this cage match on the big screen, face pale as a ghost. No way. Nan. He tries to bolt, but the possessed Rihanna blocks him like a linebacker. Yo, where do you think you're stepping to, boy? Heel struggles desperate. I gotta save Nan. But Rihanna just leans back totally unbothered. You can't stop Sierra, bro. Don't even try it. She gives him a sly look. And hey, what about the real Rihanna? You forgot about her. You gonna just leave her body here? Heel recoils. Man, she is shameless about hijacking her body. The entity inside Rihanna keeps talking, and her words hit different. Straight to the gut. I don't know the drama, but your squad is counting on you. They thought you'd save her, right? She leans in sharp as a knife. Your friends believe in you. But you don't believe in them. Heel freezes his brain, completely short-circuiting. Just who is this chick piloting Rihanna? Is she an op or what? What's her angle? Suddenly she winks like it's all a game. Boring, let's spice this up. Wanna bet on who wins? Before a confused Heel can answer, she claps her hands like a cheerleader. Bet you take Nan, I take Sierra. Let's go, team. A fight this lit doesn't happen every day. Heel just stares at the screen, paralyzed by fear and confusion. Back in the ring, Armesia is on a rampage, smashing through the ruins like a wrecking ball on steroids. Sierra hollers from above. What's good, Nan, you moving sloppy? The beast screams like a banshee. Balshin skids back from a heavy hit like a car on ice. Wham. Another blow rocks the frame. Armesia is throwing hands non-stop. Nan realizes a fistfight is a losing game, so she switches up the flow. Click-clack. A swarm of little drone units pops out of Balshin's armor. Nan sends the command code, activate Argo, light 'em up. The drones zip through the air, locking onto the target. Laser beams rain down on Armesia's flank. The drones swarm like angry hornets, attacking from every side. Sierra watches them fly by, totally unimpressed. The lasers hit, but it's like throwing pebbles at a tank. Sierra clicks her tongue. Cheer. Is that it? But the drones keep spamming attacks relentlessly. Armesia gets swallowed by a storm of energy blasts. Sierra looks bored out of her mind. That tickles, she roars. Her voice is a literal shockwave, blasting away debris like a leaf blower. She hits them with, you seriously trying to hunt a lion with mosquito bites? But the scratches on Armesia's armor glow and vanish instantly. Self-repair is totally broken. Nan analyzes the stats immediately. Cutting attacks are useless against that cheat code regeneration. She needs a new strat fast. Balshin and the drone squad circle back to reset. Sir catches the vibe shift. Her interest is piqued. Balshin and the Argo drones link up, funneling all their juice into one pixel. Nan's voice drops an octave. This is the big one. Even the peanut gallery feels the massive power spike and screams, "Yo, watch out!" That mana density is off the charts. Everybody back up now. Sir's eyes go into slip mode, her expression deadly serious. She ain't dodging. She's tanking it. Her aura screams, "I'm about to barbecue you." Balshan drops the nuke. A massive sphere of energy rips through the map, turning those ancient pillars into gravel. The spectators in the nosebleeds are jaw-dropped. They've never seen destruction this Gucci before. The whole zone is choked with smoke and rubble. An ally covers up, trying not to get blown away by the shockwave. As the dust settles, she drops the classic noob line. Did we actually get her? But Balshan is already salty. Nope. Out walks a shadow from the smoke, looking fresh out of the box with 0 damage. It's Artemisia. Sir checks her nails like nothing happened. Not gonna lie, that actually had some kick to it. You even toasted my dragon scale wings a bit. She stares down at a crispy, overheated Balshan like it's trash. But looks like you emptied the tank on that one, Nan. Artemisia rushes in for the kill. Don't trip, though. You're getting deleted right here. Suddenly, an allied monster tries to play hero and save Balshan, but his homie screams, "Don't do it!" Sir, chilling inside that massive chimera mess, drops a one-word command like a queen bee witness. The helper monster starts glitching out, its body melting like ice cream on a hot sidewalk. It's gross. It screams as it gets slurped up into Ultimea's body. The crowd is losing their lunch. Yo, what is that monstrosity? Nan, still inside Balshan, recognizes the move. Absorption. Sir's voice booms like a raid boss. Bingo. Ultimea eats Ultimea upgrades. Whatever it consumes becomes part of its kit, even a machina. The squad is frozen in terror. Nan stares back totally unbothered. So you want to eat me too, huh? Sir starts monologuing. You forgot our backstory. We're machina, 2 halves of 1 mission. Protect the Vela people, wake them up. Since you're acting glitchy, I'll just take your job. Then she drops the dark truth she found after grinding for centuries. It was endless. I ran the sims, I did the math. Creating a new body for the people impossible. Error 404. Sir declares her villain arc. We have to revive our people. The only workaround, harvesting the surface dwellers. Hand over your stats and your shell. I'll finish the job. Nan looks like she's about to fold. You kept your memories so logically, you should be the main character. Her friends scream, thinking Nan is actually throwing the match. But Nan's fist tightens. She ain't quitting. She's plotting. But you ain't got the right. Why would I hand the controller to you? Balshan, burn the reserve tank. Balshan revs up for one last Hail Mary play. It's do or die time. Suddenly, Balshan hits copy-paste. A swarm of mini-Balshans floods the field, a mechanical tide rushing the giant boss. The mini-drones crash land, causing total mayhem. One ally spots the tech. That's the Rukan technique. She skinned the Argo drones to look like Balshan. The swarm mobs Ultimecia like ants on a candy bar. Sir rolls her eyes. That's your ultimate move, a cheap parlor trick, pathetic. But then one drone opens its mic with Nan's voice. Did you forget how this game works? Machina can track each other's Wi-Fi signals. The drone locks onto Sir's ping inside the monster and dives straight for her. Found you. But Sir catches the drone midair. The allies scream, Nan, no. They think it's game over. Sir, holding the drone like a toy, barks the order. Don't let this snack escape Alacia. Devour her and the Mecha. But the captured drone cackles over the comms. I knew you'd camp that spot. Sir's eyes go wide as a blade bursts through her chest from the back. The truth hits her harder than the sword. The drone was just bait. The real full-size Balshan is standing right behind her arm, buried in her chassis. Sir gasps, glitching out. No way. An Ads Machina used her own signal as a lure. Nan's voice rings out from the real mech behind her. Got your Heartstone. Don't twitch. Balshan's claws are sharper than your wit. As Balshan grips the Heartstone, Sierra's body starts glitching out like a corrupt video file. Nan stands there helpless, screaming her name like it's gonna fix the code. Sierra! Sierra grinds her teeth, absolutely livid at Nan's rookie hesitation. Yo, Nan, you were supposed to smash that thing instantly, you softy. The crew realizes the energy download is flopping hard. Nan decides to hijack the comms, speaking through Balshan straight to the beast's soul. You real about this? Is our whole purpose just deleting people on the surface? The question bounces around the control room like a bad echo. Is that really the vibe the people of Vela wanted? The possessed Rihanna watches like she's binge-watching a drama, spotting a plot hole. Sierra shrieks, totally losing it. Shut your trap. You're just a glitchy unit that forgot its programming. Don't act like you're just code, Nan shouts to her mecha bestie. Balshan Ultimecia's eyes light up, its system hacked by Nan's straight talk. Sierra watches in horror as her admin privileges get revoked. The massive chimera starts dusting away like it just got snapped from existence. Sierra hits the pavement as her battery critically fails. The crowd is shook jaws on the floor at this sudden plot twist. Sierra is paralyzed by the cringe of defeat. Wah! Ultimecia lets out one last sad roar before ghosting the battlefield completely. The leftover chimera goons decide to bounce too. The whole vibe of the fight just did a 180. Even the allies notice the monsters are bailing. Nan stares at the fading beast. What's the play, Ultimecia? Then it hits her like a ton of bricks. She gets the final move. Ultimecia was always riding for you. By fusing, the message finally got delivered. I ain't the ops, I'm on your team. Both sides are battered and bruised. Nan creeps towards Sierra in the quiet arena, looking at her twin with pure heartbreak. Sierra stares back, glitching and weak. Nan drops her voice to a whisper. Sierra, I was clueless before. Nah, we were just lonely. We're literally the same. Syrah's eyes pop open, completely blindsided by the truth bomb. Nan bows her head, feeling guilty that Syrah carried the squad while she forgot her login info. You had to grind all by yourself. My bad. As Nan goes in for the hug, Syrah tries to compute the feels with cold logic. You really are a bugged-out unit. We Machina don't do feelings. Watching from the nosebleeds, Rihanna cracks a creepy knowing smirk. The match ends in a stalemate, no GG for anyone. But finally, the two lonely guardians are on the same wavelength. With the boss fight over the squad, scrambles across the wrecked floor like rats. Nan! They scream, rushing their fallen homies. They huddle around Nan's motionless body. Yo, you good? One of them scoops up Sierra, confirming the bad news. She's out cold. Syrah's offline too. Varys checks the damage and realizes they're screwed. What's the move? Healing spells don't work on hardware. Meanwhile, way up in the VIP lounge, Heal and the possessed Rihanna are watching the stream. Heal is glued to the screen, stressing over his friends. And Nan, is she... But the chick in Rihanna's body just smirks, totally unbothered. Chill out, she ain't dead. Neither of them. She breaks it down casually. Nan just ran out of juice. Sierra's circuits got fried, so she did an emergency force quit. Either way, their hard drives are safe. Heal lets out a shaky breath, finally unclenching. Oh, dope. The possessed Rihanna rests her chin on her hand, looking like she's plotting a heist. But I wasn't expecting Sierra to hit the brakes. She critiques the fight. Syrah's confidence. That was legit. She just didn't have the specs to beat Altamisha. Nan, though, she wasn't trying to catch a body. She wanted to talk it out. But it was Altamisha who slid into the DMs, she muses. Didn't calculate that variable. Heal clenches his fist, shutting her up. It ain't about calculating odds. Nah. Nan and Syrah. They did what they felt was right. That was their mission. The woman's voice plays over the image of the two fallen dolls. They're machines, yeah, but they don't just follow protocols. They got free will that goes way deeper. That's the vibe I got watching Nan's crazy choice. She smiles, looking genuinely fascinated in a super creepy way. Yeah, I find that totally entertaining. Suddenly, a mech arm whirs to life next to her, making Heal jump out of his skin. Her eyes go wide with manic excitement as she hits the call button. Down below, the party is trying to figure out the next play. Yeah, we gotta go grab Mr. Heal right now. If we loiter here, those chimera creeps might come back. Suddenly, a voice booms through the room, freaking Terran out. Mic check 1, 2. Y'all hear me? Everyone looks around like, who said that voice? Princess where? A tiny drone zooms down from the ceiling. It projects a live stream showing Rihanna and Heal chilling and safe. The squad breathes a massive sigh of relief. Princess, Mr. Heal, and Shell 2, you guys made it. Rihanna's hologram talks back with way too much hype. That brawl was absolute fire, got my blood pumping for the first time in ages. Big props for fighting like bosses. Terran looks up at the hologram, a bad feeling creeping up her spine like a spider. Princess, Rihanna continues, I'll buy you a round as a thank you later. But first, I got a little side quest for you. Yo, there is a tech shop upstairs. Take Nan and Syrah there. That machine, the Argo, is gonna patch them up. Varys is eyeing the hologram like it is a suspicious email attachment. Understood. No problem. But Terran is stressing out like majorly. Princess, you glitching or something? You are acting weird. Rihanna's face hits them with a creepy smile. Oopsie, forgot the fine print. Her vibe switches from 0 to sub-zero real quick. I ain't Rihanna. I am a villain hijacking this ride. That news hits harder than a bass drop. The squad is shook. Like jaws on the floor, brain freeze level stunned. Watching them crumble, Hyle's fist clenches tight enough to turn coal into diamond, shaking with pure rage. He steps up like a boss to drop the bad news. Listen up, fam. It is true. She's not capping. Rihanna's mind is stuck in sleep mode deep inside. He grinds his teeth like he is chewing gravel. My bad. I was too slow again. But I am gonna reboot her. That is a blood oath. Then he begs them, just keep Nan and Sierra safe for me. Get them fixed. Terran whispers his name, feeling the weight of that promise like a ton of bricks. The body snatcher laughs. Foo-foo. When Wolfboy wakes up, tell him to hit the Dryad room. Varys is like the where now. Where is that? She keeps going. Wolfie knows the way. Just follow the leader. Later losers. The hologram ghosts them. Haul up, Varys screams, triggering his rage mode and charging in blindly. You rat. But Balshan, that absolute unit of a bot, steps in like a bouncer at a club. No entry. The bot beeps out some binary wisdom. Varys realizes he is beat and drops his weapon like a bad habit. Defeated. Balshan says, let us trust Mr. Hyle. We will fix the squad and then roll out. With the new game plan, they carefully scoop up their knocked-out homies. But Terran has trust issues. Yo, is the wolf gonna wake up and choose violence on us? Back in the control room, the Velen turns to Hyle. Nice monologue, hero. That whole I will save her speech Oscar-worthy. So how exactly are you gonna evict me? He looks her dead in the eye. No clue. But I will figure it out. She processes that like a slow download, then shrugs. Bet. She shoots him a look sharper than a katana. Then she strikes a pose like she is on a magazine cover. Rejoice, noob. I will let you tag along. Hyle gives her the blankest stare in history. Tough crowd. I'm trying to give you a prize for winning the bet, genius. Hyle flashes back to her trash talk during the fight. Oh, you were for real, it was close, she admits. Like photo finish close. Let us say Nan won on points. Hyle thinks she sounds condescending as hell, but his brain finally starts working. By tag along, you mean to that dryad spot. What is that? Just running a quick side quest, she says, waving it off. And you are gonna carry. If we win, I might just hand the keys to this body back to your girlfriend. Hyle's eyes pop open like anime saucers. For real? She nods. Pinky promise. She lays out the plan. We need some ancient tech to pull souls out. But here's the kicker, I do not know how to drive it, she admits. Only this other Valen knows the codes. Seeing his shot, Hale locks in. Fine, I am in. But you better not flake. Please, she grins. Name is Sierra. But you call me Miss Sierra. Hyle and his little pet shell are shook. Yo, Sierra, she instantly snaps back. Mew, watch your tone and do not compare my name to that furball. For the record, we are nothing alike. As they walk, Hyle mutters, sounds exactly the same to me, though. Totally different, I am the original. They strut down a creepy old hallway when a thought hits Hyle like a spitball. So Miss Sierra, you were chilling inside Shell this whole time. Yup. But I was basically in airplane mode. Felt like a dream. As the name implies, these critters are like storage drives for Velen's souls in sleep mode. She hits him with a smirk. Fufu wondering who was driving. That was all Shell ever since you gave it that goofy name. Hyle breaks into a cold sweat. He treated that thing like a throw pillow in a water bucket. Oh. Cool. Thank God she did not see his browsing history. Suddenly they pull up to a new room. A row of sci-fi tubes stands there. Teleporters, Hyle asks, geeking out. All right. Bingo, Sierra says, tapping a console. Walking around this dungeon is a total drag. The issue is how many warp points are left and where they dump people, Hyle asks. Sierra scans the map. Looks like a lot of dead zones. Whatever, we will take the scenic route. She yanks him onto the pad, while Hyle thinks this tech is clutch. If I can hack this, I can fast travel back to the surface. These things are everywhere. He is cut short as the machine starts whirring. Wait, what? Sierra spots a blip on the map right where the squad is headed. Never mind that, she yells and zap the teleporter beams them out of there. Meanwhile, the rest of the squad is stuck on the leg day from hell, staring up at a staircase that looks like it climbs all the way to the pearly gates. Varys is wheezing like a broken air conditioner, leaning on his staff for dear life. I totally blocked these stairs from my memory. Terran steps up. You'll need to lift old timers. But the geezer's got pride. Nah, I'm good. This is light work. Meanwhile, Heel and Sierra are navigating a section of ruins that's falling apart faster than a celebrity marriage. Sierra lets out a sigh heavy enough to crack the pavement. Roadblock ahead. Heel summons his MVP Shell. Give me a break, Sierra mutters, looking at the wreckage. This whole place is a disaster zone. Thanks to Shell, they glide up the ruins like they're on a luxury escalator. Mid-ride, Heel drops a question. Yo, Miss Sierra, wasn't the Vela Empire originally like above ground? Sierra nods. Yup, who spilled the tea? Another version of me? She breaks it down. All that's left now is the Shield Reef, but back in the day Vela ran the whole continent like bosses. Pure prosperity. Heel's brain starts connecting the dots. Wait, was this the paradise that Roy and the Earth Dragon was yapping about? Probably, Sierra says, as they stroll along a sketchy ledge. Vela had connections everywhere, even with the Earth Dragons over on the Elto continent. Then she flashes a wicked smirk. Watch your wallet around them, though. They got the goods, but they're greedier than a loot goblin. Heel looks confused. Huh, that doesn't sound right. Sierra's smile drops like a bad beat. But paradise. Heel tries to press her, but she cuts him off, pointing straight ahead. Forget it. Exit's right there. They step through and boom, Heel gets slapped in the face by a light brighter than a supernova. His jaw hits the floor. He can't believe his eyes. Whoa, this place isn't a dump. It's pristine. Sierra posts up on the balcony looking like she owns the place. What you saw before, that was just the appetizer. Welcome to the main event. The heart of the underground. She grins at him. Cat, got your tongue, kid? Heel is glitching out. I knew it was going to be cool, but this is next level. Laid out before them is a subterranean cyberpunk dream glowing like a neon god. The underground metropolis Carbuncle. Heel stares at the infinite skyline. It goes on forever. I can't even see the edge of the map. As they head down, Sierra drops the knowledge. It was built as a massive bunker for the whole empire, so yeah, they went big. Heel jogs to catch up. I heard rumors, but what's the deal with this Black Calamity thing? Sierra shrugs, throwing Heel off guard. Dunno. We never figured out what the heck it actually was. It just showed up and started swallowing the surface world. That's why we bailed and went underground. Best way to describe it, living darkness. The words send a shiver straight down Heel's spine like an ice cube. Ancient history, though, she says, lightening the mood. Seems like it ghosted the surface ages ago. As they hit the streets, a weird, lanky figure steps out of an archway. It breezes past them without even a side-eye. They watch the silent creeper walk away. Heel stammers, "Oh, was that a dude?" Sierra's chill. "Ah, that's just a doll." Heel looks closer and sees the humanoid machine patching a wall like a pro. It's a Kale, worker bots that keep the city running. Heel spins around and realizes the place is crawling with them. Silent guardians of the ancient city. While he's geeking out over the bots, Sierra waves him toward a fancy building. Over here, the store is still standing. She grins, dragging him into a shop that screams high fashion. I need a wardrobe change stat. Heel looks lost. Change like right now. Look, this fit is okay, but it smells like 2 days of sweat and dungeon dust. Then she turns the tables on him. So kid, what's your type? What do you want to see me in? While Heel stands there acting awkward, Sierra starts raiding the racks. She holds up a piece of fabric barely big enough to be a napkin, grinning like a devil. Heel turns redder than a stop sign. While Heel tries to reboot his brain, Sierra heads to the changing room with a Kalebot assisting. She steps out looking absolutely lethal in her new gear. Well, don't hold back, kid. Tell me I look fabulous. Heel, barely functioning, manages to choke out. It looks good. Dripped out, they head back to the streets. They stroll past epic statues and insane architecture, Sierra vibing like she's on vacation. You sure we aren't lost? Heel asks, feeling small in the concrete jungle. Sierra hollers back. Keep up, slowpoke, or I'm leaving you in the dust. Later they crash by a fountain. Sierra sighs, looking drained. You tired? Heel asks. We have been hiking all day. Nah, she shoots back. Just not used to dragging a physical body around? Suddenly, Heel's stomach roars like a lion, killing the mood instantly. I got leftovers. The squad heals Sierra and Shell chows down. Once the food is gone, Sierra locks eyes with him. Yo, kid. What's the verdict on this subterranean freak show so far? Digging the vibes or nah? Heel pauses, his brain buffering like a glitched console. Honestly, my mind is blown, he admits. The royal capital looks like a dumpster fire compared to this. Straight up, I don't think there's a civilization on the surface that can even touch Vela. This place is legendary. But his voice trails off as he stares down the empty ghost town streets. Sierra pops up looking restless. My belly is full, so let's bounce. Time to hustle. Heel nods, falling in line. They push deeper into the city, magnificent sure, but emptier than a politician's promise. Finally, they hit a massive staircase leading to a door that screams, Final Boss Room. We're here. Sierra drops the bomb. She flashes a grin that's equal parts wolf and shark. Welcome to the Dryad Room. Showtime, Cave King. Heel freezes, totally shook. She knows about his secret cheat skill. Before he can panic, the ancient doors groan open like a beast waking up from a 1,000-year nap. They step into a circular dome dominated by a colossal formation glowing like a neon rave reaching for the heavens. A glowing tree, Heel mutters, then squints harder. Wait, hold up. Is that straight-up mineral? They crane their necks at the crystal masterpiece, twisting and branching like Mother Nature decided to craft a tree out of pure diamonds. Suddenly, Heel spots something trapped inside the glass, and his jaw hits the floor. Encased in the crystal heart is a girl. She's snoozing peacefully, holding a glowing orb like a treasure. Heel's brain clicks. That's the chick from the garden statue. Meanwhile, sunlight slaps through the curtains of a bougie canopy bedbird, singing like a Disney movie. Rihanna wakes up in this 5-star suite brain foggy as a Monday morning. She's got zero clue where she's at. Then boom, reality hits. Her eyes snap open. Scanning the fancy bedroom, only one thought screams in her head. Where the heck am I? She slides out of bed, toes sinking into carpet softer than a cloud. Okay, this room is kind of fire. Still totally lost in the sauce, she drifts toward the glass doors like a moth to a flame. She cracks the door open and peeks out. Instantly, the air gets knocked right out of her lungs. A massive city sprawls out under a blue sky. Her brain starts short-circuiting, trying to match this view with her last save point. Hold up, wasn't I in those creepy underground ruins? The math isn't mathing. A whole town. Insane view. But snap back to reality, cut to the dark, oppressive vibes of the real underground. Deep in the dungeon city of Carbuncle, Heel and Sierra have reached their destination. They're in the Dryad Room, standing before that massive crystal tree with the sleeping beauty frozen inside like a prehistoric mosquito. Heel can't believe his eyes. A person coming out of a tree. Now wait, it's gotta be a carving. Then it hits him like a truck. This lady, she's the exact twin of all those statues littering the ruins. But staring at her peaceful mug, he thinks, this ain't just stone. This one hits different. I feel a vibe coming from her. Sierra smirks, shattering the moment. Easy, tiger, don't eye hump the naked lady. Heel turns tomato red. Quit roasting me. Just tell me what the deal is with this magic tree. Sierra flips the switch from Joker to serious. Dryad, she states. In your gamer terms, it's a spirit tree. Heel looks back at the crystal. Spirit tree, huh? No wonder the room feels like a church on Sunday. Sierra taps the glass. We call it a tree, but it's really a mineral. And that's why I dragged you here, fam. Your mission smashed the Dryad. Heel freezes, system error. Did you just say, destroy it? He's stuttering. Piece of cake. Sierra smiles, pointing at his gear with zero hesitation. One good swing with your Cave King cheat skill and boom, Rihanna gets her body back. She strikes a pose. Sweet deal, right? Heel backs up, shaking his head. Hold up. You can't just tell me to wreck it without explaining the lore. Isn't this thing sacred? He points at the girl. It's just like the one in the garden. Same person right nan's been protecting these ruins like they're her baby. If she were here, she'd flip out if we destroyed it. Heel locks eyes with Sierra, his spine finally growing straight. I ain't hurting this person. Sierra blinks, genuinely shook by his sudden rebellion. Then she tries to hide a giggle. Yo, what's so funny? Heel asks, catching an attitude. Nothing. She waves him off. But the Dryad is villain business. She says cold as ice. Stay in your lane, kid. This is my lane. Heel shouts, fist clenched tight. If I break it, that's on my soul. I'm already in too deep to bail now. He stares her down, voice blazing with passion. I want the truth about Vela, Miss Sierra. No more games. Seeing his grit, Sierra sighs and cracks a small, genuine smile. All right, kid. You win. Fine, twist my arm. I'll spill the tea on the ancient history, but don't blame me if your brain melts. She pivots to the crystal first. That mystery lady? Yeah, the one haunting the library and the garden like a bad breakout. Her name's Dominus Vela, the final Empress of Heal. Heal looks like he just swallowed a bug. Empress. No wonder she's got statues everywhere. Sierra's gaze goes dark mode. Yup, the absolute last. When the Black Calamity decided to delete the world and shove the Empire underground, she had front row seats to the apocalypse. Cut back to Rihanna chilling on a sun-drenched balcony trying to piece her brain back together like a shattered phone screen. Okay, so I was floating in a white void like a glitch. I saw Shell. Now what? Ugh, this is useless. I can't just stand here spiraling. I gotta make moves. Let's scope out the area first. She spins around, but the doors slide open and she jumps out of her skin. 3 creepy robot dolls glide in like they own the place. Dolls. Rihanna whispers, eyeing them like suspect number 1. Good morning, one chirps up. Rihanna freezes, totally shook by the voice. Standing in the breeze with that flimsy outfit is a one-way ticket to a cold. Another doll nags. Suddenly a light bulb explodes in her head. Wait, I can understand these walking toasters? One doll bows. Let us get you changed. Your Majesty? That word majesty hits her brain like a sledgehammer, triggering a glitchy vision. Boom, suddenly she's in VR mode, seeing through someone else's eyes. It's an elegant lady, with silver hair flowing in the wind like a shampoo commercial. If only you knew how Gucci this wind feels. Rihanna's consciousness feels like it's being ripped in half like a wishbone. She watches the Empress strolling with an attendant, but it's trippy because she's actually part of the scene. The dolls start playing dress-up with the Empress while Rihanna's mind screams. She looks in the mirror, but the face staring back isn't hers. It's the Empress fully dripped out in royal gear. What is even happening? Her brain finally connects the dots. This chick. She looks like she literally is that statue. Standing on the balcony with her doll squad, the truth hits her. Is this a flashback? A guard rolls up and bows, calling her Your Majesty. That seals the deal. She isn't just watching a movie of the past. She's living it in 4K through the eyes of the last Empress. Rihanna's trip to the past gets intense. A soldier hits his knees before Empress Dominus Vela, sounding frantic. We've got a code red emergency. Dominus looks grim as death. Is it here? The soldier confirms her nightmare scenario. Yeah, it's bad. Real bad. The Black Calamity just spawned at the Green Crystal Mountain of Virl, the magic ore town. The vision pans over the lit villain capital, totally clueless about the doom incoming. Inside the command center, it's pure chaos. What's up with the remote viewer? An operator screams his lungs out. Another guy explains the Black Calamity is messing up the magic elements like a magnet on a hard drive. Someone yells to crank the power to max and get more Relay Argo online. Empress Dominus stomps into the room demanding answers like a boss. Status report, now. An advisor rushes up, head bowed low. Your Majesty, the Akina Corps says 60% of civilians are out, but the rest are toasted. Suddenly a glitchy image flickers on the main screen. We've got a visual from a scout drone. The picture clears up, revealing something straight out of a horror movie. A massive, shapeless black blob is swallowing the entire town hall. Buildings crumble and get slurped into the writhing darkness like soup. It's a tidal wave of pure destruction. Rihanna, watching this nightmare through the Empress's eyes, is absolutely terrified. Dominus keeps a stone-cold poker face, but the tension is thick enough to cut with a knife. Even the tough operators look like they're gonna hurl. Ugh, that is nasty. The vision fades out and we snap back to reality. Sierra starts dropping history bombs on Heal. According to the files, the Black Calamity was first spotted back when some old king was running the show generations ago. At first she says it was tiny. People and animals just got deleted by the darkness, vanishing off the map like magic. But then reports started blowing up. The thing leveled up. It ate people, then villages, then swallowed entire towns whole. By Empress Dominus's time, the whole world was on the chopping block. Where did it come from? Why was it hating on us? Nobody had a clue. All we knew was that it tracked life signals and hunted them to get swole. We threw our best mechs at it, but once it got big enough to snack on towns, our army was looking pretty pathetic. Heal does the math, looking horrified. So you guys got evicted from the surface. Even Vela's power couldn't clutch the win. It's not like we didn't have a backup plan. Sierra replies, cool as ice. She gives him a sharp look. Do you know what the cheat code of villain civilization is, kid? Heal flinches. Sierra chuckles darkly. Foo-foo. Surely a guy living in Shield knows the score. The answer hits Heal like a truck. Ah, Ore. Bingo, Sierra confirms as images of their sci-fi tech flash by. Ore is the source of Vela's power. We researched its crazy stats, which speedran our science and magic tech trees. Legend has it a meteor face planted on this land eons ago. Heal's eyes go wide as saucers. A meteor crashed. Are you talking about the legendary celestial stones? Sierra waves off his fanboy moment. Look, ignoring your country's astronomy homework, our rock nerds said when the meteor hit it, shattered and remixed with the Earth. It was packing some serious radioactive heat, and after marinating for ages combined, with the impact, the scorching temps, and the land's magic vibes, a brokenly OP ore was born. Or at least that's the theory. Heal's brain is officially fried. This lore drop is way too heavy. He groans, gripping his skull like it's about to crack. He looks at Sierra, begging for a cheat code or a win condition. So did you find a counterpick ore to squash it? Sierra's face goes dark mode. I really wish we did, fam. The camera pans back to the past right in the middle of the mosh pit. Vela's golem squad dumps their whole kit, but the darkness eats their attacks like a light snack. In the HQ, Empress Dominus is barking orders, trying to keep the server from crashing. Giga's crew is holding down the east gate like absolute tanks. Appa's squad is raining fire from above, but they're getting wrecked. A hype man runs up with more tragic news. An operator is screaming, totally losing it. The black glitch is spreading everywhere. The east gate is toast. With 0 options left on the table, Dominus hits the panic button. Unleash Ketmilla. Her advisor bows, feeling the crushing weight of that order. You got it, boss. Back in the now, Sierra spills the tea. We had a gadget on the castle roof. That miracle rock gave us villain-level hacks and we wanted to find its spawn point. So we built a skyscraper to spy on the heavens and crack its secrets. In the flashback, a massive golem locks on. Fire in the hole. It spits out a special projectile. Prep the guiding stone missile. Aim for the gut of that black nightmare. The guiding missile screams through the sky like a banshee. It dives straight into the dark blob, tagging the target. Target acquired. The operators are typing furiously. Move it. The signal is going to lag out inside that calamity. Up on the castle roof, the massive celestial tower, Catilla starts charging up like a superweapon. Its light stone is pulsating with insane energy. With a savage war cry, Empress Dominus drops the hammer. Activate Ketmilla. A gigantic laser beam blasts from the tower, piercing the sky. It acts like a bat signal, and in the freezing void of space, a meteor answers the DM, changing course to nuke the planet. Down on the ground, the spectators can only watch in pure horror as the atmosphere literally catches fire. The meteor drops like a tear from a vengeful god, a streak of white-hot doom aimed right at the calamity's face. In the present, he's speechless. You ordered a meteor strike. Sierra drops the grim truth. It was actually a party trick we used for ceremonies. Once every 10 years, we'd summon a space rock to light up the night for a festival. But here we turned the fireworks into a weapon to halt the black corruption. The result was total server wipe. The town and all the NPCs were blown off the map, leaving nothing but a smoking crater where people used to chill. The scene shifts to the aftermath. Empress Dominus wanders through a dead silent palace. Rihanna, viewing this in VR mode, feels the heavy guilt trip of the Empress. Up ahead, a hooded mystery dude is camping by a pillar. He starts walking over. Your Majesty, about this, Dominus cuts him off mid-sentence. Her voice is tired but bossy. Skip the intro cinematic. What's the status? The aide reports. Carbuncle's expansion is smooth sailing. We can save 3,000 more citizens. A tiny bit of relief hits the Empress's face. Awesome. When it's time, be my GPS. I want to see the damage with my own eyes. But as Rihanna watches, her eyes bug out in shock. Wait, this guy! The aide bows, flashing some ink on the back of his hand. I ain't worthy of your praise. Rihanna clocks the symbol instantly. That's the Cave King's crest. The flashback keeps rolling, showing Empress Dominus Vela in the main hall. A hooded guy takes a knee, reporting, Carbuncle's expansion is going according to the script. We can extract 3,000 more people. Vela grins. Epic. You're gonna guide me when I go inspect the loot. The dude bows his head. Yeah, you're too nice. As he moves, the camera zooms in on that complex tattoo on his hand. Rihanna, spectating through Vela's eyes, is shook. Is that what I think it is? Her mind is racing a mile a minute. The Cave King crest, even if it looks a bit remixed compared to Mr. Heel's version. Vela looks intrigued. By the way, she starts. She leans in, staring at the guy's shadowed mug. Why are you hiding your face, bro? The man flinches like he got caught. He stammers before whispering, cause people said I look like trash. Vela, having none of it, reaches out to snatch his hood. The guy jumps back in panic, but Vela's mischievous smirk says she's totally gonna troll him. She lunges with a poof of smoke, shouting, Quit camping! The man scrambles away, begging, Yo, your majesty, please don't mess with me. With a savage look, Vela grabs the fabric. She yanks it back, revealing a dude with wild, messy hair, a scruffy beard, and a face that's seen some wars. He looks absolutely terrified. Vela and her sidekick stare, stunned silent by his rugged hobo vibe. Vela tries to hold back a giggle, but fails miserably. She bursts out laughing. You really do look like a mess. Is that a bird's nest growing on your head? Yo, has anyone ever told you that facial hair is a total disaster on you? The guy starts stuttering like a broken record. That is why I said... After she finishes cackling, Vela chills out. I get it, though. Just proves you've been grinding so hard on your work you forgot to look in a mirror. Snap. Just like that, her squad teleports in and yanks the dude off the ground like he weighs nothing. As they haul him away, Vela crosses her arms like a boss. Drag him to the dressing room. You gotta level up your drip mining chief, Rock. Rock is flailing like a fish out of water, screaming, Put me down. I got legs, you know. Meanwhile, inside the Empress's head, Rihanna's freaking out. She's totally reefed from the past, but why is my brain stuck inside the Empress? Then bam, a memory hits her like a truck. It's that sketch of the crest she found earlier. I saw that exact Cave King mark back in the underground garden. Putting the puzzle pieces together, she gasps. Wait, Rock. That's him? The dude from the statue. Suddenly, the vision starts glitching hard. Rihanna's mind screams as the scenery gets nuked. What the heck? The feedback is way too intense. Back in reality, Sierra, riding shotgun in Rihanna's body, clutches her head in pain. Heel jumps out of his skin as she stumbles. She totally wipes out, landing right on top of a slime, squishy, jello-like body. Heel sprints to her side in the dry room like a worried puppy. Miss Sierra. You okay? What's wrong? Sierra waves him off, acting cool. Chill, kid. Just a little headspin. I haven't driven a physical body in ages. Heel is still stressing. But you basically just fainted? Sierra, however, ignores him because she just found the ultimate beanbag chair. More importantly, Sheol here is comfy as heck. She pats the slime, grinning like she's up to no good. Ooh, that chilly, jiggly texture is the vibe. Why don't you park it next to me, boy? Then she flips the script to story mode. Heh. Let's talk about the dreaded Black Calamity. She drops the lore. We thought it ghosted us, but then it popped up out of nowhere. All we could do was stall while it ate up the land. But we had to buy time until Project Carbuncle was ready to roll. Images of a massive underground city light up the narrative. There was already a huge cave system since Vela loved digging holes since day one. So we turned it into a legit city where people could hide out, Sierra explains. Took 30 years, but we saved like 70% of the survivors. That's 600,000 people. Heel's jaw hits the floor. 600 grand. That's insane. How simple. She spills the tea on their success. We could do it because we went deep. And the secret sauce was the Cave King crest. Heel stares at his own hand like it's alien tech just as the vision glitch swaps back to Rihanna. Rihanna wakes up in a dark, echoey cave. Huh. Suddenly the whole world quakes like a bass drop. She looks around panicking. In front of her it's a massive construction zone with golems smashing rocks. She's totally lost. Is this underground? Then she spots Rock in a hood raising a glowing pickaxe like he's Thor. Ice axe, he roars. With one overpowered swing, he carves a skyscraper right out of the cave wall instantly. His crew goes wild. That's our chief. He turned a rock wall into a condo in 2 seconds. The sound of his power booms through the cave. Rock turns to his squad. All right, boys, wrap it up. They shout back. You got it, boss. Leave it to us. He struts over to Empress Vela. Sorry to keep you waiting, he says. Had some unfinished business to take care of. Rihanna gasps. The guy standing there is the same mining chief, but he's cleaned up nice. Confident, handsome, total glow-up. Allow me to give you the VIP tour of Carbuncle, Your Majesty. Rihanna is completely confused. That's our Rock, but what's going on? Did I time travel? Meanwhile, Vela snaps at him. Quit being so formal. I want to stay low-key while I look around. Walking together, Rock puffs his chest out. This power exists to carry the mining sieve of Vela. I might not be worthy, but I'm gonna use these skills till the wheels fall off. Vela watches him close. It's been a minute since I saw you flex like that. She eyes his hand. That Cave King crest? Good thing you inherited it, Rock. Her words ripple into the present stunning heel. Wait, the Cave King was created. Sierra nods. Yup. The crests were engineered by Vela herself. I'm no scientist, so here's the TLDR version. It's a remix of magic and genetic engineering. Crests take data like skills combos and XP, then turn it into a physical shape carved right into your body. And here's the kicker, they get passed down. Heel blinks. Passed down. Sierra breaks it down. Even if the user croaks, someone else is born with the same crest, and they inherit all the previous owner's high scores and achievements. Cave King is like the OG crest, she continues. Through Vela's history, generations picked it up, kept digging, kept grinding, and the power leveled up massively. Sierra points at Heel's hand. You could say it's the bedrock that holds Vela together. Ain't you proud, kid? He looks away, totally flustered. It's complicated. I didn't earn those stats myself. Sierra smirks like a cool ant. Modesty is cute, but let's be real. You haven't even unlocked the crest's full potential yet, have you? Then her face gets serious. But it's weird. How did so much time pass that people forgot about the Cave King and how crests work? That's a huge plot hole. Heel peeped Sierra, his curiosity itching like a mosquito bite he just couldn't scratch. Yo, Miss Sierra, he presses. What was the Cave King's deal for real? Sierra freezes, looking like she just bit into a sour lemon. Dude had mad skills, but the flashback hits. We see a younger, thirstier version of Rock showing off his masterpiece to Impressa. Peep this, Miss Vela. My power level is over 9,000. He brags, flexing next to a giant stone simp shrine of the Empress herself. He's yapping with massive ego about how he micromanaged every single pixel with his own 2 hands. From blueprints to bricks making a symbol for their underground crib. Back in reality, Sierra keeps it 100, total creep. The memory zooms out over Carbuncle, a sprawling underground city glowing like a diamond in the dirt. For a minute, this place was poppin'. Streets were packed with folks spending cash and living their best lives. It was engineering wizardry, fam. A literal copy-paste of the capital they left upstairs on the surface. Life kept rolling with funky subterranean rides cruising down the grand boulevards. But decades without a drop of vitamin D started messing with their heads. A heavy gloom dropped like a bass beat nobody wanted. The streets went from hype to ghost town, haunted by faces looking drained and sun-starved. Hopelessness spread like mold in the dark corners. On a fancy balcony, Rock hits up the hooded Empress Vela. How's the view? He asks. She keeps her voice low. It's lit. Vela gazes out over the neon ocean below. You cloned the capital perfectly. The crib's the tech, zero complaints, except for one extra thing. She side-eyes that massive statue of herself in the distance. Her sidekick is totally geeking out over it, though. It's insane. If I couldn't see the roof, I'd swear we were back on the surface. She hesitates, catching a case of the blues. Suddenly, voices drift up from the streets. Yo, is that the Empress? Someone whispers. Another guy chimes in. Last time I saw her, I was topside. That was 20 years ago, homie. She was just a kid like you back then. Vila hears it all, shutting her eyes as the guilt hits like a truck while her friend tries to comfort her. Then a kid's voice cuts through the noise, thirsty for freedom. Cool. I want to see the real sky one day. Vela's face goes stone cold. The vision starts glitching out, the memory lagging like a bad server connection. While the citizen's hopeful words echo like a broken record, Rock's face twists into grim determination. Vela's sidekick watches, eyes full of panic, then snap. The vision fades, dumping them back in the present. Heel connects the dots. So Carbuncle was a flop. Sierra nods. Humans aren't mole rats, kid. We need that solar power. Living in the basement too long turned everyone into zombies. You could see the burnout stamped on their mugs. Her voice drops an octave. But with the black calamity raging upstairs, going back meant game over. That's why they pulled the trigger, Sierra says, eyeing the statue. The dry plan. The vision glitch switches. Her head splits as another memory wave crashes in. Boom. We're in a high-tech lab. Empress Vela rolls up with her squad, looking confused. Where exactly are we? She asks. A young white-haired nerd drops the bad news. Freezing folks failed because we were total noobs about Aram. An Aram, the soul needs a living ride. If the body stalls out, the soul shatters. The researcher, young Sierra, points to a containment pod. So we gotta store the software separate from the hardware. Her mind reels, is that really Sierra? The researcher breaks down her invention, Kavo, artificial husks to host the Aram. Add some water and boom, theoretical immortality. An advisor leans in to inspect the goods. He spots the energy swirling inside like a storm. Sir, the Kavo. The Aram is trying to bail. Sierra confirms the nightmare. That's the glitch. The body lasts forever, but the soul refuses to sit still. She drops the stats. It takes about 1 year and 3 months before the soul rage quits its new home. Sierra turns to the boss. Your Majesty? Vela doesn't blink. Do it. Vela places a hand on the glass. Zap, a jolt of energy hits her like a taser, eyes popping wide. A glowing crest blazes on her arm. The dry crest symbol flashes in her mind like a strobe light. The psychic backlash rips through time, making real-world Sierra scream in agony. Heel scrambles over, freaking out. Miss Sierra, yo, you look wrecked. You okay? Sierra grips her head, sweating bullets, but grits her teeth. I'm good. Just shut up and listen. She points a shaky finger at the giant statue. You see that orb she's holding? The vision zooms in tight, revealing the intricate symbol locked inside. Yo, check out the surface. It's rocking a totally dry crest. Heel's eyes bug out like he just saw a ghost. Did you say crest? Sierra sounds like she's about to panic quit the game. You gotta smash that thing. If you don't, the Dryad's power is gonna wreck the people's Aram. Her voice trails off because the pain hits her like a truck full of bricks. Heel can only scream her name like a fanboy in the front row. Miss Sierra. But then boom. The vision glitches out into a chaotic montage of the past. Cut to the war room where reports are flooding in faster than spam emails. The Black Calamity just spawned in the Golden Brown Valley. Wait, hold up. The Black Calamity is also terrorizing the mining town of Andor. Vela realizes with pure horror that this monster is literally multitasking destruction. Rock goes full commander mode, barking orders to build defenses and expand the hospitals like he's speed-running a strategy game. The Empire is crumbling like a stale cookie. Crime is up, food is gone, and the advisors are begging the Empress to stop being so stubborn. The clock is ticking down and the memories hit Rihanna's brain like a DDoS attack of pain and chaos. My head is splitting. Stop. It's eating me alive. She's getting flashed with the final moments like a highlight reel from hell. A creepy wind howls through the palace. Sir is looking cold as ice, while Nan is staring like she just saw her browser history leak. Her face twists into a silent scream of, nope. A monstrous shadow looms over the capital. The Black Calamity's true form is ready to drop the beat. And by beat, I mean death. The memory shatters like a cheap screen protector. The psychic feedback fries Heel's brain and he drops to the floor, screaming in agony. He gasps for air, wondering, was that Rye? He spots Sierra clutching her head, fighting to stay online. Rihanna, he yells. Smash cut to a massive castle chilling under a starry sky. It's the royal castle Illumina in the Kingdom of Sand. Deep underground, a king and a dude named Leslie are staring at a glowing pedestal. The king gives him the dad look. Don't touch that carelessly, Leslie. It's not a toy. If that seal breaks, we're cooked. Leslie eyes the floating object and asks, the surface is still chill though, right, Pops? The king glares and says, nothing. Suddenly, Leslie grabs the crystal prison holding the swirling black goop like he's snatching the last slice of pizza. A psycho grin splits his face as dark markings creep over his skin like bad tattoos. We don't suppress, he says, sounding super villainous. We conquer. Back in the chamber, Heel finally catches his breath. He finally gets it. That crystal isn't just a tree. It's a freaking battery. Without the Dryad's juice, the people's souls are toast. Suddenly, Sierra, who was rebooting beside him, gasps and starts glowing like a glow stick at a rave. The data download is too heavy for her. She crashes hard and Heel screams, Miss Sierra! A wave of energy slaps him in the face too, and his world goes blinding white. When the lag clears, Heel isn't in the crystal room anymore. He's standing in a lush green garden. Whoa, that light! He spots 2 figures in the distance and feels a massive jolt of recognition. Wait, is this the underground garden? He's spectating a memory of two legendary NPCs he only knows from history books. Heel's eyes go wide as saucers. Yo, is that the Empress of Vela and the big guy next to her? He watches as Mining Chief Rock raises his hand, and the crest on it starts glowing with power levels over 9,000. Rock focuses his energy, looking calm as a cucumber. A ribbon of pure power peels off his crest, swirling in front of the Empress. The energy crafts a beautiful glowing pendant right out of thin air. Heel, stuck in spectator mode, can only watch in awe. The crest, just 3D printed, that Rock hands the finished bling to his Empress. It is done. Empress Vela nods. Nice work. But Rock gets serious. You really won't change your mind. This plan is risky, fam. The Empress smiles, holding the pendant. You gave me a piece of the Cave King. You know what that means, right, Rock? She continues. We're built different, but the same. If we fought, you'd be nerfed hard. Rock sighs, knowing he can't win this argument. The truth hits Heel like a disconnect screen. Whoa, so that really was a piece of the Cave King. Empress Vela's mood flips, and she gets a playful glint in her eye. How about a bet for old time's sake? She points at Rock with absolute confidence. I'm betting on my dub, and you take yours. Rock looks at his Empress with a mix of respect and big sad energy. Your Majesty. Then a brilliant, determined grin spreads across his face. Challenge accepted, and I'm gonna win. Bet locked in. Rock gives a final respectful bow to his queen. He turns and starts walking straight toward invisible Heel. For a second it looks like Rock actually spots him, his expression glitching out for a moment. But he's just a hologram from the past. Rock phases right through Heel's body like a ghost. Heel stumbles back, shook. Yo, he clipped right through me. As he watches Rock walk away, a chilling realization hits him. That was the last time I ever saw his back. Rock despawns, but Heel notices someone else popping up by the Empress's side. That voice, his heart stops. It's a vision of Rihanna. Rihanna. The moment he sees her, the memory shatters like glass, dropping on concrete. The garden deletes itself, and Heel finds himself falling into a massive, bizarre space filled with glowing honeycomb structures like some alien server room. He's tumbling through the void like a glitch in a video game, gravity totally ghosting him. Yo, am I dropping or floating? He touches down soft as a feather on some random structure, completely clueless about his location. What in the Matrix is going on? He creeps along this funky hexagonal walkway, peeping into one of the cells. Just a straight-up bizarre wall, looking suspicious as hell. These things are stacked tighter than sardines in a tin can. He peers over the edge, and the structure stretches down into infinity, like a bottomless pit of doom. It's basically a giant, creepy beehive. Does this nightmare go on forever? Suddenly, a familiar voice starts echoing in surround sound, dropping the lore on this place. Apparently, the time stone puts the brakes on power-freezing bodies like leftovers in a cosmic freezer. Heel snaps his head up, spotting the VIP broadcasting this info. It's a vision of Rihanna trapped in a fancy crystal pod at the very top, like Sleeping Beauty on ice. Her voice is colder than an ex's text message explaining how Aram couldn't be caged. Heel starts shouting his lungs out. Yo, Rihanna, it's me, snap out of it. But she's totally ghosting him. The memory keeps rambling on about needing the power of the dry crest, completely ignoring his existence. He stares, absolutely shook. Can she really not hear me? Then it hits him, this ain't his Rihanna. It's just a glitched-out echo from the past. The scenery glitches again, yanking him into a massive circular room lined with freaky pods. Turns out the Dryad's power is basically a soul-napping service. And boom, there's a pint-sized version of Nan. Her voice is young but sharp as a tack, breaking down their crazy science fair project. We built a gadget to copy that power, a dry replica. The camera pulls back, revealing the sheer insanity of their master plan. We shoved souls into Kavo to hibernate through the Black Calamity apocalypse. That was the grand dry plan. Talk about a long nap. But the vibe shifts to pure nightmare fuel, showing chaos and epic fails. Developing the replica was a headache, and the clock was ticking down to zero. The people of Vela were losing their absolute minds. A war map shows the Black Calamity eating the world like a hungry beast at a buffet. The calamity was spreading faster than a viral rumor. Refugees piled up, snacks ran out, and even the Empire was running on fumes. Heel watches the tragedy unfold, horrified, like he's watching a train wreck. Rihanna, hold up. The Empress's voice takes over the narration for the desperate finale. We launched the plan early because Carbuncle was about to crash and burn. We couldn't wait for the update to finish installing. The Empire was drowning, totally unable to handle the tsunami of folks begging for safety. Their whole civilization was crumbling like a stale cookie, people dropping dead right in front of them. The vision cuts back to the Empress and young Nan in the hall. The Empress drops the mic. She'd already made up her mind to pull the trigger. I greenlit the device after listening to the peanut gallery. But wasn't there an easier cheat code from the start? Young Nan looks up at her queen, sensing the vibes are getting super heavy. Majesty, what's the play? Heel watches a terrible truth hitting him like a brick. Nan spots the bling in the Empress's hand. Is that shell? The Empress gives a smile sadder than a rainy Monday. She drops a gentle head pat on Nan, one last tender moment. Nan, I'm dumping the fate of Vela's people onto your shoulders. Good luck, kid. With her final speech dropped, the Empress stands alone center stage, ready for the main event. She lifts the rock made just for her, and with zero hesitation she swallows the fragment of the Cave King like it's a vitamin gummy. A shockwave of power nukes the room. Crystal shards burst out of the light, wrapping around her body like armor. In a blinding flash, Empress Dominus Vela sacrifices her own flesh and blood, morphing into the great crystal dryad to save her people's skins. As the VR trip fades out, Heel is left staring at that exact same crystal, totally stunned. Now he knows the heavy history sleeping inside that rock. Heel stumbles back, the psychic hangover hitting him like a freight train. He shakes off the dizziness, mind racing a mile a minute. What the heck was that? Then he spots Rihanna collapsed on the floor. That was the past Miss Sierra's memories, but Rihanna was in the mix. He snaps back to reality and sprints to her side. Rihanna. The girl groans, slowly peeling herself off the floor like a zombie. No. She looks at Heel, looking totally drained. Sorry fam, it's still me. Heel lets out a breath he didn't know he was holding, but the worry lines stick. Miss Sierra. Sierra stands up, dusting off her fit. You kept your mouth shut about what the dry really is. If I smash that thing, good grief, did you peep my memories? She sighs. I figured you'd get cold feet. She turns away, her vibe switching to serious mode. Looks like my timer is running out faster than I thought. Sierra grits her teeth as a wave of pain hits her like a truck. Rihanna's body is rejecting the foreign invader. It's trying to kick out my arm. Heel stands there, jaw on the floor. Rejecting Sierra explains that bodyjacking was a new beta test field of RM research. She looks down, admitting she was being reckless as hell. My arm will probably shatter if I stick around. Honestly, I totally had it coming. The real problem is Rihanna, Sierra clarifies. Her brain is getting scrambled like eggs with my RM energy. If I crash, I might drag her down with me. She points to the giant crystal. And we are totally trapped in here. It's because of the firewall created by the Dryad. It blocks any Aram from logging out. Her eyes narrow, sharp as knives. I have one final order for you. I'd rather handle this myself, but that barrier is guarded by a piece of the Cave King, and it's tough as nails. Yo, we need that true Cave King juice to smash this thing. Heel panics, looking for a loophole. Ain't there a backdoor hack using the ruins? Sierra rolls her eyes like a mall brat. And do what genius Heel recalls his earlier sus vibes about her shady motives. He shuts his trap, totally roasted. Then Sierra flips the switch, getting all playful like a cat with a laser pointer. Get over here, kiddo. Closer. She sighs, deciding to stop playing 4D chess and just show him the truth. Yoink. She grabs his collar and drags him in. Foreheads crash. It's mind meld time. Sorry for gaslighting you, she whispers. Here's the raw footage. Boom, a memory download kicks in. I was ghost watching Vela even while snoozing, she explains, syncing up with Nan like a Bluetooth speaker. Nan was meant to be the CPU of that Dryad fake. She had the best ping with my Aram out of all the bots. The vision drops them into a war zone nastier than a battle royale lobby. The ultimate dark cloud of doom was approaching the capital. The Machina threw hands at the final base. Heel watches the server crash in real time. An army of bots fighting a losing battle against a tsunami of shadows. Sierra's voice cuts through the noise. My last saved file, she admits. The tower Catmilla, it glitched out and went full psycho. It summoned meteors like it had a cheat code. Heel watches the ancient sieve get deleted by a firewall of flames. Game over for the Empire. The scene fades to a lonely ocean, empty as a politician's promise. How long has it been? A grand 10,000 years. Back in reality, the silence is louder than a rock concert. We dinosaurs are already history. Sierra mumbles, ready to drop the truth bomb. I took nothing but L's trying to save people. I even jailed their souls after they died. Don't get catfished by that tree, she spits, glaring at the Dryad. It's a soul trap prison straight up. It can't protect Squad and Vela anymore. Her spirit avatar, Empress Dominus Vela, pops up like a stand behind her. Sierra drops the main quest. She locks eyes, dripping with royal swagger. Heel Cave King boss. Free my people's mojo. She stares him down, a queen betting her whole stash on one kid. Heel's eyes bug out. The pressure hits different. He clenches his fist, his crest lighting up like a neon sign. Bet, he decides. I'm in. Sierra watches, sweating bullets. Her long shot gamble is finally paying out. Heel turns to his bro. Shall keep an eye on Miss Boss Lady. He walks toward Destiny. He grabs his pickaxe, his comfort blanket. Walking to the Dryad, his head is empty of doubt. Was she wrong? Who knows? But looking at him, Sierra doesn't see a noob anymore. She sees a boss. Those peepers. That's a king's gaze. The same look I worshipped when I was a tot. The kind of king I could never touch. Heel charges up, glowing with that Cave King drip. Roaring like a beast, he swings to one-shot that crystal prison. Sierra smirks, thinking it's GG's. Heck of a gamble, huh? But her smirk gets deleted instantly. Heel goes from hero to zero. Clang. His pickaxe bounces off that thing like a rubber ball. 0 damage. His arm goes dead from the shock. Why ain't it cracking? The king's power got rejected hard. Sierra screams, terrified. Yo, look up, kid. He looks up as the crystal twists like melted plastic, forming a giant hand overhead. Smack that hand swats Heel like a pesky fly. He eats dirt, wind totally knocked out of him. Glued to the floor, he watches the Dryad go full horror movie mode. Gross meat vines explode out, wiggling like snakes. Heel scrambles up. The Dryad is buffing up. The vines mash together into a dude's shape. Sierra is shook. What the heck is that? The graphics load in. It's the old mining chief Rock. Sierra gapes. Lock, this wasn't in the patch notes. Flashback time. A sunny underground garden. Chief Lock, cape flowing, turns his back on the squad. Silent as a ghost, he walks down the path, leaving them in the dust. Sierra's eyes pop. To her, Lock looks solid as a rock, ready to bounce. Sierra and Nan stand there confused. Sierra thinks, what's going on inside that head? Locke turns back with a weak smile. You guys come to see me off? As he turns away, Sierra yells, why? Her face twisted up like she just swallowed a lemon. Why did you hand that over, bro? You know, Her Majesty is gonna crash the server if she uses that piece. Locke's voice bounced back down the path like a ghost. She's a runaway train kid. You can't stop that vibe. You know that, right? Sierra pointed a finger like a loaded gun. Cut the cap. If anyone could have put the brakes on her, it was you. You were the only one with the juice. He looked back, hitting her with those soft, sad eyes. Honestly, I feel better knowing you're holding it down. And with that mic drop, he just ghosted her. Take care of the queen for me. Sierra tried to chase him down, but Nan grabbed her like, nah sis, let him cook. No, Sierra. Let him go. Nan was left solo, staring at the Empress's statue and whispering her title like a total fanboy. Then glitch in the Matrix, the scene switched. Sierra woke up on a cold metal slab. A voice floated into her ears. You up, Sierra? It's Nan. Sierra's eyes popped open, but the lights were on, and nobody was home. Zero recognition. She bolted upright like a jack-in-the-box, looking around wild-eyed. Surrounded by weirdos in a lab, she turned to the only face that didn't look like an alien. Hey Nan, you sure about this plan? Suddenly Sierra went feral. She grabbed Nan like he owed her money, totally panic-stricken. Damn you, I knew you were sketch. Nan tried to chill her out. The system reboot should have worked perfectly. That is not what I meant. Sierra glared at him with maximum side-eye. Why save me? You chasing clout or something? Nan's face got dead serious as he leaned in like he was spilling tea. I've got a question for you, real talk. What is the dry room? Sierra looked blanker than a fresh sheet of paper. Nan broke down the grim reality. Your hard drive is wiped, so I gotta ask you straight up. And just like that snap, we are back to reality. A massive crystal popsicle burst from the floor, shaking the whole room like an earthquake. Heel's jaw hit the floor as he watched a figure load inside the rock. It's that dude, the one from Miss Sierra's memory stream. The crystal hardened, revealing the stone-cold face of mining chief Locke. Sierra gasped his name like she saw a ghost. Locke. The crystal clone silently summoned a pickaxe out of thin air, and Heel's eyes bugged out. Zero warning, zero chill. Locke attacked. A tsunami of razor-sharp crystal spikes exploded from the ground, tearing the room a new one. Heel braced for impact, totally shook by the sheer size of this assault. He gripped his own shiny mithril pickaxe, ready to throw hands. Heel swung for the fences, crashing his weapon against the crystal tidal wave. But the impact yeeted him backward like a rag doll. He was completely overpowered. Tossed aside by the angry crystal tide, Heel could only wheeze. Whoa. He stared at the crystal wall. It didn't even have a scratch. Disrespectful. My mithril axe smashed a legendary dragon's scales, but it bounced off this glass like a rubber ball. Watching from the sidelines, Sierra knew they were cooked. Heel's hand was shaking like he'd had 10 energy drinks. That crystal was tougher than final exams. Suddenly a voice slid into Heel's DMS telepathically. Listen up, rookie. It was Locke. You can't break this with muscles alone. It's the drip of the crest. This is a fragment of the Cave King's power, literally designed to protect the Dryad. It's just cosplaying as its original owner. The Crystal Guardian stared blankly. Just a fragment. Locke's voice kept roasting him. You're the main character, so you should have the advantage, right? That's what you'd think. But there is a massive skill gap here. Even though it's just a crumb of power, it's outplaying you, blocking you from using the Cave King's true ultimate move. Locke raised his pickaxe again, loading up an even nastier wave of crystals. Eyes front, kid. It's coming? Heel went full panic mode, shouting at Sierra. This ain't what you said. You told me this was gonna be a tutorial level. Sierra clapped back, totally flustered. Shut it. How was I supposed to know the main user would get diffed by a backup file? Ignoring the drama, Heel threw up a defensive shield. Shadow get Miss Sierra out of the splash zone. The attack shattered his defense like cheap glass, blowing him off his feet. He face-planted but managed to stick the landing. As the Cave King's juice surged through him, Heel had a brain blast. This energy. It's like that other time. No, wait. It hits different. This isn't some berserk rage mode. It's controlled. He looked up at the terrifying display, realizing this was the high-tier refined gameplay of the Cave King. Heel stood solo, facing a fortress of impenetrable diamond. The crystal Locke watched him poker, face on point, giving away nothing. Blood dripped down Heel's face as the doom and gloom set in. This is just a fragment. Are we sure he isn't the final boss? His legs were wobbling like jelly, confidence totally wrecked. No shot I can win this. He glanced back and saw his shadow carrying Sierra to safety. His eyes locked back onto the enemy, who stood guard like a bouncer waiting for him to make a move. Then with a roar of pure frustration, Heel charged in, bonking the wall uselessly. The impact rattled his bones and he almost rage quit. What am I even doing? But something inside him snapped. He let out a savage scream. Fueled by pure desperation, he went goblin mode, spamming attacks and yelling, I ain't losing today! And in that moment, click. Everything fell into place. I've been feeling like something was glitchy. I couldn't see the cheat codes. Those lights, the glowy bits that show you exactly where to hit for a critical strike. It was because I wasn't channeling the true king energy. He shut his eyes and locked in. When he snapped them open, he saw the weak points glittering across the crystal like a Christmas tree. Yo, homeboy grips that pickaxe handle like it owes him money. With a fresh burst of hype, he tells himself, the main character, the Cave King, that's me, baby. From the backline, Sierra watches as Heel starts wailing on the wall with zero chill. Bam! Every swing hits the exact same spot like a homing missile. She's clenching her fists thinking, is this game over or what? She's trying to figure out Locke's deal. Why go this hard? She peeps the strategy that fragment is basically a bodyguard for the Dryad. It's playing pure defense right now. But then the scary thought hits her like a brick. If that thing decides to throw hands for even a second, our boy is toast. She's caught in 4K, totally torn. Do I step in? Do we bail? Nah, can't do that. Her eyes are popping out of her head watching this suicide mission. Heel isn't quitting though. He's chipping away at that impossible wall like a man possessed. Sierra stares at his stubborn hustle. He ain't stopping. His face is locked in, looking like he's about to ace a final exam he didn't study for. A bittersweet smile creeps onto her face as it finally clicks. Oh snap. I get the picture now. No wonder he's the one who snagged the Cave King's powers. But suddenly, ouch pain shoots through her like she just touched a live wire, making her scream. She grabs her chest body, glitching out. I can't put off the system reboot any longer. A vision flashes in her brain. It's the trapped spirit of Rihanna. Wait, nah. Rihanna's consciousness is locked inside my arm like a file in a zip folder. Then the horror hits. If the Aram gets wrecked, it's gonna drag Rihanna's soul down to the shadow realm with it. Watching Heel fight like a feral cat for their lives, Sierra makes up her mind. I gotta pull the plug on this madness stat. Rewind time. We're in a flashback POV of the critter named Shell. In the beginning it was just void, darker than a closed hoodie, seeing nothing, hearing zip. Then boom, a beat drops. A rhythmic thumping from downtown. A sound that tugged it awake like an alarm clock you can't snooze. Suddenly a massive crash wrecks the silence as the wall of its world gets busted open. Rocks and debris rain down like confetti as something carves a tunnel straight through the gloom. Through the dust cloud a shadow pulls up. The newborn critter jumps back, totally shook. The dust settles and it's clear. Yo, someone's actually there. Shell thinks, spotting a human for the first time ever. It's our boy Heel. He's talking, but it sounds like gibberish to Shell. He seems to be asking, who goes there, fam? Shell is lost in the sauce. What are you yapping about? I don't speak human. Heel points at the little guy and drops a single weird word. Shell flinches like, say what? Heel doubles down. It's a name tag. You're vibing with the Shield Reef, so I'm gonna call you Shell. He flashes a smile brighter than the sun. Nice to meet you, little buddy. Snap back to reality. Well, the spiritual plane anyway. Rihanna's arm, now woke inside Sierra's memories, watches the replay and screams, Mr. Heel. She grabs her chest, reality hitting her like a truck. Wait, am I time traveling? She thinks. Nah, that ain't it. Looking at Shell, she realizes, this is your core memory, isn't it? Suddenly her ears twitch. A familiar beat echoes through the memory simulation. It's the sound of Heel's pickaxe going ham in the real world. I've been hearing this beat drop the entire time. Realizing Heel is in deep trouble, Rihanna lights up like a firework. I gotta get to Mr. Heel ASAP. Back in the now, Heel is desperately hacking at Locke's massive crystal fortress. Locke just watches with dead eyes, while Heel sweats buckets trying to break through. Suddenly, Heel feels a vibe check, a vibration buzzing right up the pickaxe handle. This is it. He locks in, sinking his breath with the rhythmic banging of the pickaxe deep in his bones. An old tutorial pops up in his head. Chill out. Mining ain't about swole muscles. It's about that Cave King drip. He lifts the axe, not swinging like a maniac anymore, but scanning. Boom, he spots it. A single glowing weak spot. The voice echoes. Just tap it in. With surgical precision, he smacks that weak point, sending cracks spiderwebbing through the crystal like a shattered phone screen. Even Locke raises an eyebrow like, for real. But he ain't done. He charges up his weapon with an insane amount of crystal juice. Heel watches jaw on the floor. He realizes the corundum is swarming around Locke's axe like bees on honey. Locke unleashes a tsunami of razor-sharp crystal heel braces for impact, screaming, let's go Cave King powers. The two forces crash, but Locke's attack is playing on God mode. Heel's knees start to buckle under the weight. He grunts, grinding his teeth as the raw power threatens to flatten him like a pancake. The crystal wave slams into him, sending him drifting backward across the floor. The pressure is crushing, pushing his stats to the absolute limit. He digs his heels in, tearing up the stone, but it's not enough. Damn it! His arms are shaking like jello. It's no use. The power gap is Grand Canyon size. Just as he's about to get yeeted, a gentle hand covers his on the handle. Heel's eyes go wide. No way, it's Sierra standing right behind him like a guardian angel. Miss Sierra. She locks eyes with him, trusting him like he's got the cheat codes, and screams, you got this, Mr. Heel. That hype is the only gas he needs in the tank. With a scream loud enough to wake the dead, Heel unlocks a fresh level of strength. Energy explodes around their hands, glowing brighter than my future. They sync up like a perfect duet, roaring as they dump every ounce of willpower into one massive game-ending push. Boom, their power goes off like a nuke, sending a shockwave that absolutely wrecks Locke's crystal attack. That assault gets deleted from existence, proving teamwork makes the dream work. The combo move slams into Locke's shiny face, and the reaction is instant. A shockwave ripples out like a tsunami, tossing Heel and Sierra backward like they're ragdolls in a physics engine. The crystal guardian starts cracking like a dropped phone screen under the pressure. With a sound like thunder, Locke's whole body shatters into glitter. The explosion tears through the room, blasting Heel and Sierra off their feet like they just got hit by a truck. The whole dry structure implodes on itself, raining jagged shards everywhere. They tumble through the air, total freefall with zero control. Locke somehow skids to a stop, tanking the hit like a boss. But poor Shell gets absolutely pummeled by the falling debris. Heel and the girl faceplant into the floor, knocked out cold. Slowly the girl's eyelids flutter like she's waking up from a nap. "Mr. Heel," she whispers, voice sounding super weak. She scrambles over and shakes him. "Yo, Mr. Heel, you alive?" He groans, pain hitting him like a hangover. His vision unblurs and he stares at her like he's seen a ghost. Rihanna. His voice cracks, sounding totally desperate. "Rihanna? No cap? Is it really you?" She gives him a chill smile. "Yeah, it's me. I'm Rihanna." That confirmation hits Heel like a tidal wave. He can't hold back the feels anymore, his face scrunching up as the waterworks start. Zero hesitation, he grabs her into a hug tight enough to crack ribs. "Thank God, fam." Rihanna is totally shook by the sudden glomp. "Mr. Heel." He buries his face in her shoulder, voice muffled like a sad puppy. "I was terrified. I legit thought it was game over for you." Hearing his raw confession, Rihanna closes her eyes, blushing like a ripe tomato. Then reality slaps him in the face. Heel's eyes snap open as he realizes he's invading her personal space big time. His face goes nuclear red, flustered by his own lack of chill. He practically yeets himself backward. "My bad. I totally just hugged you out of nowhere." His heart is doing techno beats in his chest, but Rihanna gently pulls him back, pressing his ear against her heart. Heel stammers like a glitching NPC. Rihanna, your chest is..." She smiles softly. "Hear that beat?" Heel is confused as heck. He just manages a dumb, "I'm right here," Rihanna says, cool as a cucumber. "And I ain't leaving." Her words vibe check his panic instantly. A second later, Heel chuckles, finally noticing their third wheel. "Ha ha ha, looks like Shell is chilling here too." But the reunion gets cut short when a heavy footstep shakes the floor like an earthquake. The glowing ghost form of Locke steps out of the dust. Rihanna recognizes the OG instantly. Locke. He's a piece of the Cave King, the bouncer of the Dryad. Heel braces for round 2, but his battery is at 0%. "This is bad news. That last move drained my entire mana bar." Locke raises a hand, not to smack them, but like he's handing out loot. Heel flinches, expecting a beatdown. Instead, a band of light shoots from Locke's wrist and wraps around Heel's hand like a slap bracelet. The energy burns into his skin, etching a sick-looking tribal tattoo. "What the?" Heel stares at the new ink, feeling a power uploading. Locke's voice booms through the room like a loudspeaker. "The fragment chooses you as the new Cave King kid." Heel whips his head around at the voice, looking up at the crumbling ruins. Locke's spirit body is already fading out like a bad signal. As he vanishes, the crystal fortress starts disintegrating into dust. The giant mountain of Corundum, the heart of the Dryad, is officially cancelled. The fragment's power is offline, Heel realizes with a jump. But wait, what about the Empress? As the last crystals drop, they reveal Empress Dominus Vela, perfectly preserved and holding the arm of Vela. Rihanna gasps. "The Empress." He clenches his fist, no clue what the next quest step is. Rihanna puts a hand on his shoulder to calm him down. They watch intensely, but right when she's revealed, her physical body turns to dust and light, ghosting them completely. Silence hits the ruined room hard. The Dryad is gone. Heel breaks the quiet, sounding a little emo. "This is a good ending, right, Miss Sierra?" Just then, the big doors rumble open like the entrance to a boss fight. They swing wide, and there stands Sierra, looking like she's about to murder someone. Pure, unfiltered rage on her face. Heel's eyes go wide. Cernan and the Zama crew rush in behind her, trying to keep up. "Sierra, hold up." The squad arrives, looking around confused. "Mr. Heel, Princess, is this the Dryad room?" But Nan is only looking at his partner Sierra. Ignoring everyone, Sierra goes full berserk mode, launching herself straight at Heel. "How dare you trash the Dryad?" Heel shoves Rihanna out of the splash zone, bracing for impact. "Sierra, wait a sec." Suddenly, a blinding light explodes between them like a tactical flashbang. Sierra freezes, total lag spike. It's Nani throwing up a barrier to block the hit like a boss. Sierra's rage glitch switches to pure shock as she gets held back. But Nan didn't pull this off solo. Stepping out of the light like a goddess, the spirit of Empress Dominus Vela drops in. Sierra freezes, absolutely shook. The Zelma are staring like their brains just short-circuited. Heel and Rihanna are just as flabbergasted. Rihanna whispers, "Miss Sierra." Nan just chills, looking like, "My job here is done, fam." The Empress hits her loyal knight with a smile warmer than fresh pizza. "Been a minute, Sierra." Sierra's knees give out and she hits the dirt, wrecked by the feels. "Your Majesty?" Dominus chuckles softly. "Yo, I can't see your pretty face if you're hugging the floor. Come here, Nan, you two." Sierra's voice is heavy like she's swallowing rocks. "My bad. I couldn't protect Vela's people." But Dominus shuts that pity party down real quick. "What are you tripping about? That calamity was a cheat code. Nobody could stop it. It wrecked everything. But this room's still standing. That's all, you girl. And Nan, good job babysitting the Cavo. Because of you, the Erms caught some peaceful Z's inside." Empress Vela gets down on the floor with her ride-or-die squad, Sierra and Nan. She smiles and drops a hand on their heads like they're good puppies. "Well done," she says, super chill. "You nailed the mission I gave you and kept the Vela crew safe." Sierra and Nana look up totally stunned as the Empress declares, "You two are my absolute pride." Heel and Rihanna watch this whole tearjerker from the sidelines. Vela pivots to the rest of the gang. Y'all put in work for me too. She looks at Shell the slime. Must have been a drag acting as my crib for so long. But hey, it was cozy, and I had some sweet dreams. Next, she hits up Rihanna. Sorry for hijacking your body without asking. But Rihanna just smiles back. Nah, we're cool. Peeking at the Empress's memories was kind of a trip. Finally, Vela eyes Heel. Kid, nice work, hacking that dryad barrier. I thought you were kind of sketchy at first. But you got the vibes of a solid cave king. Heel looks at his crest, shaking his head. I didn't solo this dungeon. Rihanna carried me. You all did. Vela thinks about it, looking all philosophical. Yeah, that's one way to play the game. She hits him with a cheeky wink. Just make sure you know how to treat a lady right before the boss battle starts. Heel turns tomato red and desperately changes the topic. He gets serious real quick. Miss Sierra, what happens to the Vela NPCs now? Vela points to the glowing orbs. Of course, without that barrier, they gotta follow the server rules. They're gonna log off shortly. Kid, listen to one last selfish ask. Let's go where we're supposed to be. In a flash, the whole squad gets warped to the surface overlooking Heel's town right as the sun pops up. Vela looks out like, whoa. I saw this in Rihanna's head, but seeing the graphics in real life hits different. The world that got swallowed by darkness is back online and buzzing with people. Seeing this pure serotonin. Sierra and Nan creep up behind her. Your Majesty? Nan asks the big question on everyone's mind. You bouncing? Sierra adds, we finally got voice chat back. Vela turns to them with a blinding smile. Sierra, Nan, I got a new quest for you. Sierra blinks, totally caught off guard. A quest? Vela gets dead serious. Listen up, fam. This is gonna be your hardest grind yet starting today. Live your life to the max, no caps. The two look totally lost. For soldiers who live for orders, this command is like speaking alien. Live Vela chuckles. You look like I just asked you to solve calculus. You can chew on it for a while. I know you got this. Her avatar starts glowing, hard edges blurring out. Heel watches worried. Miss Sierra. Vela turns to the crew. I know you have questions, but my timer is up. She locks eyes with Heel. One piece of advice from the OG to the newbie. Being a king is all about how you deal with your peeps. As she speaks, the glowing soul orbs start floating up from the town. They shoot into the morning sky like a reverse meteor shower. The group is just staring slack-jawed at the light show. Wow, this is wild. Sierra takes a step, refusing to accept the game over screen. She walks toward her fading boss. She reaches out, trying to grab on one last time. But Vela is already ghost mode. Sierra's eyes go wide as her hand phases right through. There's nothing to grab. She just watches her queen, her whole reason for existing, float up to the big server in the sky. Vela's final thoughts echo like a notification sound. No regrets here. The Crest's successor is alive in this future land. That is what they... Her voice disconnects as her spirit merges with the light. Sierra clenches her fist, shaking with emotions she can't even name. She spins around and walks away without saying a word. Heel yells her name, but she keeps walking toward a cave. Nan speaks up. I'm heading back underground too. Can't leave the machina hanging. Sierra stops and looks back at Heel. I have zero memory. I don't remember my past with that Empress at all. She leaves that heavy request hanging in the air like a bad vibe, then dips into the shadows, ghosting the rest of the squad without a backward glance. The old geezer lets out a laugh that sounds like sandpaper. To your heart's content, kid. That's the kind of grinding quest that'll take us a lifetime to clear. Heel keeps his eyes glued to that cave entrance like he's waiting for a text back, stressing hard over the dynamic duo left behind. Suddenly, the fam starts hollering from the village. Yo, boss. Welcome back. The crew rushes in, looking more confused than a boomer trying to understand TikTok trends. What was all that drama? The slimes are glowing like a rave gone wrong. Heel scratches his head. Where do I even start? Roar. His stomach cuts him off, growling louder than a subwoofer at a car meet, making everyone jump. Rihanna claps her hands, shattering the awkward silence before it gets any weirder. Listen up, squad grub, first talk later. Everyone nods so hard they almost snap their necks. Nobody's turning down a feast after that chaotic dungeon run. They circle up around a table stacked with enough food to feed an army ready to spill the tea between bites. They start yapping about the insane underground city, the robots that are somehow still kicking, and the wild VR-style flashbacks from Empress Vela's memories. While everyone hypes up the story, Mr. Varys is scribbling away like a kid trying to copy homework before class starts. Gotta document the lore for the rest of the guild, he insists. One of the warriors stares, jaw on the floor. Wait, for real? There was actually loot that legendary down there. But then his brain shorts out. Dude, TMI. My brain is frying trying to process all this ancient history. The dwarf nods. Big facts. My head hurts. Varys hits the pause button on his writing. Yo, Mr. Heel, we need to figure out what to do with Vela's legacy before it blows up in our faces. Straight up, the vibe shifts to the sketchy stuff. Robots are cool and all, but are we seriously chill with those freaky chimera running around? If those monstrosities hit the surface, it's game over. Volp starts sweating bullets. They only listen to Sierra, though. We're cooked without her. Can we just ask Sierra? Rihanna asks, cradling a small creature like a baby, her face screaming pure worry for Sierra and Nan. They're probably traumatized after losing Miss Sierra. It's messy. Heel soaks in all the drama, his brain running a mile a minute. Suddenly a light bulb turns on over his head. Fam, I've got a master plan. By the time the sun rises, the village is buzzing like a hive on caffeine. They stack up supplies like they are prepping for the apocalypse. Heel eyes the mountain of crates. Did we go a little overboard with the loot? Rhienna's stressing. Terran's gonna break his back carrying this, full pipes up. Maybe we should chill and rein it back a notch. Heel shrugs. Nah, we already packed it. Let's just get the slimes to mule it. Just then a goon comes sprinting out of the cave like he saw a ghost. He's hyperventilating. Mr. Heel. Heel raises an eyebrow. Yo, chill. What's the drama? The guy stammers, we got company. Heel whips his head toward the cave eyes popping out of his skull. Stepping out of the shadows is Nan, but she definitely didn't come to the party alone. Floating behind her is a whole squad of Kale Machina, their cyclops eyes glowing red like they're ready to delete someone. Heel's jaw hits the dirt, completely shook. Inside the bougie court of the Sandfil's kingdom, the nobles are clapping like they're watching a train wreck, pure toxic sarcasm. The 17th spare heir, Prince Heel, is on his knees before his dad, King Errol. Pops booms, Yo Heel, happy 15th birthday, as a gift takes some land. But the vibe shift is instant, sending ice water down Heel's back. Go fix this place. But the place is literally a jagged rock in a violent ocean, and he's in a dinghy. Welcome to Shial Reef, a remote island a solid 10-day drift from civilization. It's such a dump even pirates swipe left. The messed up reality hits him like a truck. You gotta be trolling me. He watches his ride the royal ship pull a U-turn and dip. They didn't even check if I survived the drop. This isn't a quest, it's a straight-up hit job. Staring at the death trap cliffs, he accepts the L. This is my turf now, the Prince's Kingdom. There's zero beach space. How do I even park Q, the traumatic flashback of his toxic fam? Prince Valpus was like, pfft, that trash rock suits him. While Princess Thalia giggled behind her fan. Sounds spicy. Heel knows exactly why they're clowning him. It's all about the royal crest, the one thing that decides if you're a gigachad or a loser. His bros got OP cheats like Sword God. But Heel got a mystery stamp with zero stats or vibes. Because of that glitched tattoo, his dad and bros treated him like the family stain since day one. Back at the palace, Heel literally begged, can't we send an intern instead? But King Errol shut that down, voice booming like thunder. The Oracle said so. It was basically a divine order to kick him to the curb. Back in the wet and wild present fighting the surf, he wonders if the guillotine was the better play, but shakes it off. Nope, I'm too young to delete my save file. He spots a sketchy little inlet. Maybe I can crash there. Gotta hit the brakes before I splatter. Desperate, he tries to cast his weak sauce magic screaming wind. The spell triggers, but the result is hilariously sad. A tiny breeze, barely enough to tickle a feather, puffs out. He grinds his teeth. Behold my ultimate power. Wind magic should be a blast, but instead his boat gets body slammed into the rocks. Miraculously, he doesn't die and drags his meager loot onto a tiny rock shelf. With zero options, he eyes a creepy cave mouth. He steps in and instantly regrets everything. The place is a literal bone zone stacked floor to ceiling with skeletons. Panic mode engaged. It's skulls on skulls, a monument to everyone who took the L here before him. But a storm is brewing outside, so he's stuck between a rock and a bony place. Guess I'm moving in. He awkwardly shoves his boxes next to the ribs and femurs. Perched on a crate among the dead Heel gazes at the ocean, a castaway prince in a graveyard. The waves crash. For a hot second, the vibe is actually chill. Birds are soaring, water is sparkling. He thinks it's gorgeous, and miles away from the drama back home, if only I wasn't doomed. But the grim reality slaps him awake, and he clutches his head. I'm screwed, yet Heel isn't quitting. Fire blazes in his eyes as he yells, I'm gonna survive this mess, fam. His brain goes into overdrive. Waiting for a pickup is for suckers. Nobody sails here but pirates. And his snack stash gone in a month tops. Magic is useless, so I gotta catch rain and fish like a peasant. First, gotta evict these bones. He digs through his bag and grabs a rusty pickaxe. Let's dig. The second he grabs the handle, a glitchy text floats in his vision. Mining tool acquired. He looks around the bone pit. A voice echoes not in the room but straight into his brain. Huh. Say that again. The voice runs it back. Mining tool acquired. Do you want to mine? Heel screams at the shadows. Who's there? Suddenly his hand lights up like a glow stick. The voice replies, I am the Cave King system advisor. I'm just code, bro. Heel stares at his hand. Cave King, my useless crest. Why activate now? Then the logic hits him. Cave King, cave. Right. I lived in a palace my whole life. I never touched a cave until today. The system starts yapping about features, but Heel's brain is already fried, so he cuts it off. Yo, pause, timeout. Screw it, let's just wing it. He asks, I don't get the nerd talk, but what happens if I say I'm gonna start smashing rocks? The AI responds instantly, say no more fam, mining mode engaged. Heel's like, say what now? Boom. The cave walls light up like a disco ball at a rave. Whoa, it's glowing. The advisor breaks it down, the shiny white bits are the loot drops. It's the ultimate cheat code calculated to break easy and keep the roof from collapsing on his head with divine precision. Heel raises the pickaxe. Let's rock and roll. He swings and the stone crumbles like dry cake. He freezes eyes popping out. One tap was all it took. The system wasn't lying. A wicked idea starts brewing in his brain. All right, step one, make a crib to crash in. Then he notices it's dark as a dungeon, but he can see everything in 4K resolution. Is this a passive buff? The AI chirps back, confirmed, night vision unlocked. Armed with these sick hacks, Heel goes to town. Swing after swing, the rock melts away like butter. Clang, clang, the cave echoes with his grind. A grin stretches across his face. Against all odds, this banished prince is actually vibing. Yo, this is actually lit. He clears out a massive space in record time, the rubble piling up like laundry in a teen's room. He notices the rock chunks are getting huge with every hit. Am I buffing up? The AI confirms. The better your skills, the bigger your haul. Welcome to the grind. He steps back and nearly faceplants into the mountain of debris. Ping. The system asks, retrieve 168 rocks. The advisor drops the bomb. The Cave King crest gives you an infinite inventory. Loot as much as you want, bro. Trash problem solved. Say less. Heel gets back to work with the energy of a kid on energy drinks. Do your thing. Flash. The entire pile of 168 rocks deletes itself from existence. A menu pops up showing his stash. Then the golden question, auto-loot everything. His face lights up like a Christmas tree. Heck yes. No inventory limits means he can go beast mode. At this rate, I'll dig straight through the planet. Time to go deep. He starts carving a tunnel straight down into the bowels of the island. The AI keeps shouting out depth numbers while Heel zones out in the mining trance. He checks his inventory and gasps. It's not just rocks. He's pulled iron, copper, bronze, and gold, but 2 items look sus. What are these? The AI responds, magic stone detected. Opening the wiki, he scrolls through the info. Wait, even with my trash magic stat. Then he sees the turtle stone specs and his jaw hits the floor. Magic stones buff your mana pool. And the turtle stone consuming it adds 1 whole day to your lifespan. The realization hits him like a freight train. I thought this Cave King crest was garbage, but it's actually S tier. And this Sheol Reef isn't a prison. It's a gold mine. He clenches his fist, grinning like he just won the lottery. The crest that got him roasted by his family turned out to be the ultimate cheat code. Forget getting rescued. He's got a new addiction. Let's go. Time to strip mine this whole place. Before he knows it, he's 30 meters deep with an inventory bursting at the seams, including a whopping 90 magic stones. He eyes his loot. The shiny stuff is cool, but I really want to know what these magic crystals do. Maybe I can finally cast a real spell. The AI prompts, consume 90 magic stones. Heel narrows his eyes. Duh. Do it. The system pings, consuming 90 magic stones. Brace yourself. Heel stands there in the dark waiting for the Super Saiyan transformation. Nothing. No lightning, no aura, nada. He checks his biceps. Yo, did it work? Shouldn't I be glowing or something? The advisor's like, done. Heel smirks. Alright then, let's test this juice by cleaning up the tunnel. He raises his hand like a wizard and shouts his scrub tier spell, wind. But this ain't a gentle fan breeze anymore. Boom! A cataclysmic vortex erupts from his palm, a pocket-sized hurricane ripping through the tunnel. The blast pressure washes the cave, launching the pile of skeletons at the entrance out to sea like human cannonballs. Heel gets knocked on his butt, totally shook. Holy crap, did I just do that? 90 crystals made me a god. Sorry about the disrespect, dead guys. Suddenly he hears a squishy plop. Something small, blue, and jiggly is bouncing his way. It lands in his lap. A slime. Yo, what is this blob? It's been 3 days since Heel the 17th Prince got kicked out to this rock in the middle of nowhere. But for Heel, this is an exile. It's level 1 of his epic saga. He checks his gear, ready to grind. Gear check done. Snacks secured. He grins like a kid with a stolen credit card. Time to get back on that grind. He shouts to his ride or die, a little unassuming slime named Shell. With a hype shout of, let's roll, he hops on top of that bouncing jelly taxi. Meet Shell, his day 1 homie in this weird new life. Flashback to 3 days ago, our boy Heel was creeping through the cave when this little blob bounced up like a pop-up ad. Yo, what the heck? He jumped back hard, doing a kickflip. Then his brain clicked. Wait, I've read the wiki on this. It's a slime. Did it jump out, 'cause his wind magic gave it a spook? Suddenly the system slid into his vision with a notification. Tameable monster found. Heel was shook. The tame skill was infamous for being as useless as a screen door on a submarine. Teachers always said it flopped on aggro mobs, and the kingdom's official policy was basically, kill on sight. But out here, no laws, no cops, no judgment. It's the Wild West, baby. As he triggered the skill, another text popped up. To seal the deal, drop a name. Heel tapped his chin brain, buffering for a second. Since they were near the Sheol Reef, he went with something iconic. Shell. From now on, you're Shell. The system dinged. Friendship established. Nice to meet you, Shell, Heel said, locking in his first ally. Back then, he assumed Shell was just a mindless blob of jello. But hey, having a pulse nearby keeps the lonely vibes away. He thought grateful for the squad, but boy was he wrong. That's what I thought, Heel narrates. But Shell's built different. Boom, Shell stretched out like living rubber, hoisting Heel into the rafters. Whoa. Turns out this slime's IQ is actually existent. Up there, Heel could smack mineral veins he couldn't reach before. Jackpot, good looking out, Shell. They synced up faster than a Bluetooth speaker. With just a few hand signs, Heel directed traffic, turning their mining hustle into a finely tuned factory. The gains were massive. In just 3 days, his ore stash tripled straight up profit from their bromance. With magic stones fueling his mana bar, survival mode just got switched to easy. He was spamming fresh water and cooking fish like a pro chef. Bonus perk Shell, transformed into the world's most comfortable memory foam mattress. A little to the right. Heel had seen other slimes, but they were total NPCs compared to Shell. It was clear his new friend was an SSR tier pull. As night fell, Heel's brain was stuck on one track. What loot am I grinding tomorrow? He passed out dreaming of diamonds. Morning came with Shell bouncing like he had too much caffeine. Yo, chill out, Shell. What's the panic? The slime nudged him hard, pointing toward the beach. Heel followed his friend's gaze and saw it a ship wrecked against the rocks like a bad parking job. Oh snap. He hopped on Shell, drifting corners to the crash site. Hiya! But when they pulled up, his jaw hit the floor. Passed out in the trash were two figures, a hulking roided-out goblin and a tiny fragile one. Green-skinned goblins, Heel realized. Their boat got wrecked. He crept up, checking for a heartbeat. A weak groan confirmed it. Still breathing. Heel paused, his internal conflict loading. Humans and goblins mortal enemies. Beef that goes back centuries. But seeing them wrecked like this, he couldn't just bail. He made the call, casting a recovery buff. He turned to his slime. Leaving them to delete themselves wouldn't sit right with me. All right, Shell, mission start. To the cave. Heel gently scooped up the pint-sized goblin princess. Shell grabbed the old shaman, and together they dragged the massive general up the cliff like they were moving a piano. Safe in the base, he laid them out. Phew, their HP is stable for now. He decided to grind some XP while waiting, leaving Shell on sentry mode. Shell, ping me if they twitch. Walking away, the paranoia hit. Did I just make a rookie mistake? What if they wake up and choose violence? He squeezed his pickaxe, the familiar weight grounding him. Just mine. Focus on the grind. The rhythmic clang echoed like a beat drop. He dug deeper, swinging with enough force to send rock shrapnel flying everywhere. In the zone, the stress vanished. Mining is straight therapy. Clears the cache in my brain. After a while, he paused to check his inventory, eyes lighting up like a gacha addict. All right. What shiny trash did I pick up? A Misogi stone for curses and a shining stone. He shrugged. I got night vision and nobody to hex me. Useless loot. But the dopamine hit of the drop. Whatever. Finding stuff feels like winning. Let's keep digging. Just as he raised his pickaxe, Shell bounced over in a panic. Heel knew the vibe instantly. Shell, did the guests wake up? Approaching the main room, he heard the drama. Let go of me, princess! A voice growled like a chainsaw. General, chill. You can't just raid someone's fridge. Heel stepped in, interrupting the cutscene. The massive general whipped around, weapon drawn, looking ready to throw hands. Who goes there? The little goblin princess rushed to block him. Drop the steel, General. This dude saved our bacon. But the general. He was tweaking and refused to listen. Princess, nah. This guy is bad news. Heel was absolutely shook. Wait, they speak the same lingo. Are these guys from the Ballon block too? He tried to lower the temperature. Yo, chill, I ain't catching a case today. But Elle wasn't having any of it. Back up, bro. You think I'm trusting a human? But peering closer, Heel peeped the game. That aggression? It was all fake. They aren't hostile. They're actually terrified of him. Elle saw Heel's face switch up and got even more salty. Why is this clown laughing at us? The goblins just stared, experiencing a total 404 error. This human was acting weird as hell. Then Shell pops up behind Heel like a hype man, making it even weirder. That's when the goblins saw it, Heel covered in ash, grinning like a total psycho from his mining bender. Heel looked straight up nightmarish. The goblins were thinking, okay, this dude is definitely a serial killer. Heel finally rebooted his brain. Whoa, pause. I get so lost in the dig I turn into a monster or something. He quickly tried to act casual. My bad. Yo, you guys can smash this food. It's safe. To prove he wasn't an op, he decided to flex a little. Boom, a bolt of lightning. Swoosh, a gust of wind. In a literal blink, he fried those fish to perfection and handed them over with a cheesy grin. See, totally cooked. Let's grub. The tiny princess side-eyed her bodyguard. General, why you always trippin'? But the general was still stiff as a board. He gripped that fish like it was a prison shank. If you got magic like that, why didn't you just clap us already? Just end it. But right when the vibe was shifting, Princess Ride dropped like a sack of potatoes. The other two goblins panicked, screaming her name like the world was ending. Heel was confused. Yo, I definitely spammed the heal spell on her. Did the health bar not fill up? He wondered. Old man Very looked up, face grim, a single tear sliding down like a sad movie scene. Nah, he croaked. While holding the princess, he dropped the bombshell truth. Shorty got hit with the life-shrinking curse. Heel's eyes went wide. A curse you for real? Vari looked at the wrecked general. My bad boss, but the clock's run out. Elle went from sad to straight-up suicidal resolve. We can't let her go out alone. Plus the ancestors are gonna roast us in the afterlife if we fail. Heel, still holding his fish taco, was like, Then it clicked. Wait, hold up. Are y'all finna delete yourselves? He stepped up fast. Yo, I can fix that. But Elle, blinded by the emo vibes, roared back, Quit the cap! We tried everything. Heel whipped out a weird bean-shaped rock from his inventory. Never used this bad boy before. But the wiki says Misogi stone yeets all curses. No hesitation, Heel smashed that use button. Bling, a holy light exploded from Princess Rai, leaving the two goblins stunned and confused. Heel noticed the curse ate her lifespan too. Might as well top off the tank, he thought, burning 79 turtle stones to max out her HP. The goblins were totally lost in the sauce. What was that flashbang? Elle stammered like a glitching NPC. Heel shrugged. Misogi stone. It's the ultimate curse cleanser. A stone. Where did you? Elle started asking, but his voice died out. Disbelief turned into bug-eyed shock. Heel watched them freak out over his loot. Even Very the shaman had his jaw on the floor. In the middle of this, Princess Rai sat up blinking. Huh, I thought I was a goner. Suddenly, thwack. A sound like thunder rocked the cave. General L had slammed his forehead into the rock floor in the deepest bow, ever cracking the ground like an eggshell. I disrespected the MVP, he screamed. How do I even apologize? Heel was totally freaked out. Yes, yakes, he headbutted a crater. Goblins are intense. Trying to chill the room, he pointed at the fire. Okay, get up and eat something. We haven't even swapped names yet. The goblins finally dropped their gamer tags. The shaman is Very, the tank is L, and the little girl is Rai, princess of the Belden crew. Heel nodded back. I'm Heel, former prince of the Sandfell's kingdom. Emphasis on former. L's eyes lit up like a light bulb. A prince that explains the OP magic. Heel shook his head. Nah, fam, that's just thanks to the rocks I dug up. L got serious again. Forget that. Why are you out here? Looking pained, L started spilling the tea on their tragic backstory. Orcs torched our hood. He explained how the royal family got wiped, leaving only Princess Rai as the last one standing. Humans chased us off, so we've been sailing the seas for a year trying to find a new crib. Very added, that busted ship, we don't even know if the homies made it. Princess Rai put a hand on L's shoulder. Very, don't roast L. If we stayed on land, it would have been game over anyway. The shaman bowed his head. True. That. My bad, princess. Rai turned to Heel, eyes sparkling with pure thanks. Mister. Yo, Heel, thanks for saving monsters like us. That word monsters hit him like a slap in the face. He didn't see beasts, he saw people. Rice smiled like a saint, clutching her chest. I know my timer is running out anyway, but that chest pain gone. Dying peaceful is a total vibe. Heel cut that depressing talk off real quick. Yeah, but it's way too early to rage quit. He dropped the island's top-tier secret. Turtle stones are still sleeping downstairs. We can glitch your HP to infinity with these. The goblins looked at him like he was speaking alien. No cap, if I grind for a week, I can buy you a whole year of life. The weight of that promise hit Elle and Very like a truck. Tears flowed, but Heel just flashed $1 million grin. It's cool, fam, but Elle was begging desperate. Big ask, but can we join the grind? Princess Rai looked at Heel, shaking like a leaf. Why? Why drop loot this legendary on us? Heel's answer was brutally honest. I dig because it's fun, and honestly, solo play gets lonely. That simple truth shattered her composure. Tears of pure thanks washed over her face as she bowed down. Thank you. Heel realized to share buffs there was only one move. He had to use the tame skill. He scratched his head, looking like a deer in headlights. How do you even say this? He just spat it out. It's for the party buff. You can say nah. I'll still farm the stones for you. The goblins froze. Tamus, L, and Very were instantly down. Bet, we serve you now. But keep the princess out of it. Rai stepped up like a boss, though. Mr. Heel let me join the squad too. She looked at her crew. I can't just sit here leeching XP while you guys work. I gotta repay this debt. Heel, totally flustered, gave the thumbs up. Rai asked for a nickname to seal the deal. L went first. Heel dubbed him Elvin. The goblin general grinned like a shark. Mr. Heel? Nah, boss. Elvin's got your back forever. Very became Varys, bowing like a classy butler. Huge honor. Varys will serve till his back gives out. Finally, the princess. Rai, how about Rihanna? You vibe with that? Her eyes lit up like LEDs. Rihanna, that's me. Boom, taming complete. I promise Rihanna is all yours. After chowing down, Heel was itching to grind again. Honestly, I just want to hit rocks. He led the new squad into the deep, dark cave. It's dark, they said. He pulled a glowing torch from the void. Inventory hacks. They didn't have night vision. Crafted a sun torch. I'll run the tutorial while we walk. Rihanna stared at the glittery walls like a kid in a candy shop. Heel pointed at the glow. Hit there. Only the safe spots. Watch this. Heel wound up and punched the wall barehanded. Boom. The shockwave rattled the whole dungeon. The rock face shattered like glass. Dust cleared to reveal a massive tunnel. The goblin's jaws hit the floor. He shrugged casually. I was a noob once too. You'll get OP eventually. He turned to his first pet. Shell, give the slime squad the strats. He turned to the goblins. Auto loot is off, by the way. He clapped, hype levels rising. All right, give it a shot. Grinding makes perfect. The goblins nodded nervously. From that day on, the dead cave turned into a party. The sound of mining echoed as the new fam worked together. Later, he planted a seed. A tiny sprout pushed up like a zombie from a grave. Bam, it exploded into a massive apple tree instantly. Everyone was shook. Varys dropped the lore. Those orange rocks are sunstones, speed hacks for plants. Heel clicked. That's why Terran is a unit. He checked his stash. Only 678 stones left. Can't farm these anywhere else. Gotta save them. Heel decided to give the farm keys to Rihanna. She panicked. Me guarding this legendary loot, then her face got serious. Bet. I won't flop, Mr. Heel. Food was sorted, so Heel switched back to main quest mode. He zoomed through the mines on his slime. I was worried, but Rihanna's got that main character energy. Everyone had a job class now. Heel could go full try-hard on mining. They do their thing, I dig holes. His focus was laser sharp. Goal, get more turtle stones. Rihanna's only 15, same as me. She deserves a long game run. I'm the carry here, so I gotta grind. Then clank. His pickaxe hits something weird. He yanks the rock away and boom, a weird white stone is glowing like a rave light in the wall. What the heck is this? No time to think, he starts mining that unique loot like a maniac. He checks his inventory, and his eyes practically pop out of his skull. It's a dragon orb, a legendary drop that can literally hit the undo button on death. His brain is crashing trying to process this. Hyped up by this game-changing discovery, he immediately shouts for the squad. Yo, Taran, everyone get over here and dig. But even with the whole crew grinding, Jesus denies them. No more orbs appear. Heel figures it's probably for the best, cause an army of unkillable zombies sounds terrifying. But then a chilling vibe hits him. Wait, if I get wasted, this loot stays stuck in my menu forever. He decides he's gotta stash it in the real world for safekeeping. Suddenly a frantic scream cuts the air. Boss! Heel spins around to see Elvin sprinting toward him like he's late for class. Elvin, what's the drama? Moving fast. Heel spots a skull-shaped rock very emo and hides the orb on top of it before running to meet him. Parking this right here for now. He thinks dropping a mental pin on the map so he doesn't forget. He hits the cliff's edge shouting, "Spit it out, Elvin. What happened?" Elvin points at the churning ocean looking totally stoked. Boss, the homies are on that ship right there. Heel can't believe it. For real, Varys nods confirming the intel. Zero doubt about it. And there it is. A massive boat carrying the rest of the tribe fighting the waves like a boss battle. The goblins are catching major feels. Thought they were goners, Varys whispers. Elvin is cheering like a fanboy. My kid is on that ship. Heel smiles, actually feeling wholesome for a second. I see. They survived the purge. But then his tactical brain kicks in. Danger zone. Elvin docking that thing here is suicide. Take my boat instead. He drops a heavy bag of glittering gems into their hands. Heel pushes it toward them. Consider this your severance package. Go rebuild the Belden tribe somewhere chill. Elvin looks like he just got slapped with a wet fish. Say what now, boss? Heel keeps it cool. Your crew is here. You need to bounce from this dump. He even tries to sound business casual, suggesting a trade deal later on. The goblins and Rihanna exchange awkward glances. The vibe just got super weird. Rihanna looks at him like he's crazy. Mr. Heel. Elvin is grinding his teeth so hard he might crack a molar torn between thanks and shock. Finally, he snaps, roaring with desperation. Please don't ghost us. Heel is shook. Elvin keeps shouting with zero chill. No shot. We aren't ditching you. We're going to that ship to make sure they join your squad too. Rihanna and Varys step up. Facts. We belong to Team Heel. He tries to argue logic. Look, I appreciate the hustle, but this is your only exit ticket. Rihanna gives him the death stare. Then why don't you come with us? The question stops Heel dead in his tracks. All right. Escaping was actually his main quest. He's speechless. He clenches his fist and the mark on his hand burns like a reminder of his dirty little secret. He's trapped here. Rihanna reads him like an open book, sensing the internal glitch. She makes the call voice steady as a rock. If you stay, I stay. Heel looks up, totally stunned by this ride-or-die loyalty. Elvin grins like a maniac. Varys smiles, proud of the squad. But just when it gets cozy, chaos loads into the server. A rogue wave slaps the ship. Heel's heart melts a little. You guys... Crunch, a horrifying sound echoes as the ship gets wrecked against the rocks like a toy boat. Goblins are yeeted into the violent sea. Elvin screams, "Disaster!" Most of them swim like bricks. He knows their tiny dinghy is useless against this nightmare. It seats like 3 people. The math doesn't work. Rihanna goes full action hero. She sprints for the boat, screaming, "I'm going in for the rescue!" But Heel is glitching out, frozen solid. That old familiar helplessness hits him like a truck. It's over. A nightmare memory unlocks in his brain. A time when he was a total noob, powerless to stop anything. As the chaos unfolds, a vision of a monster from his past locks his body down with fear. But he fights the lag. He physically shakes off the trauma and the despair. In a split second, he hits the sprint button. Heel launches himself off the cliff. A swan dive straight into the hellish ocean, shocking everyone. He falls like a meteor, eyes locked on target. Rihanna screams his name, flashback time. We see a young, scrappy Heel cornered in a sketchy alley. He's desperately trying to shield a tiny, chained-up demon from a mob of jerks. Not just any jerks, snobby nobles looking at him like he's trash for saving garbage. The boss bully smirks, lighting up a magic circle. He's about to wreck Heel just for having a heart. But even shaking in his boots, Heel didn't fold. He used his own body as a human shield. Snap back to reality. The memory fades. Heel is staring at a small potion vial when Rihanna's voice cuts through the noise. Yo, Mr. Heel, you good? You've been digging like a maniac. Heel waves it off like it's nothing. Nah, just lost in the sauce of my own thoughts. With my Cave King cheat code, my stamina is basically infinite. But hold up, something smells absolutely fire right now. Rihanna glows up like a spotlight, dropping the ultimate reveal. A legit golden brown apple pie. That's right, boys. Dessert is served. The squad is shook. 3 days since the goblin encounter, and they're finally catching a vibe on this rock. They went full Minecraft mode. Built a bathroom, a water tank, and a kitchen set up from scratch. And that kitchen, it's where the magic happens. He takes one bite, and his heart starts drumming a beat like a techno remix. Flavor explosion. It hits his taste buds like a hollow point bullet. He's straight up paralyzed by how good it is. So good, he gasps. Rihanna turns beet red, totally living for the praise. She's turning basic inventory trash into 5-star Michelin meals. Even Elvin is catching the fever, unlocking a new obsession. Who knew smashing rocks was this addictive? Varys the OG nods in agreement. True plus, we're keeping the princess alive, so that's a huge win. Rihanna hits them with that angelic smile. Elvin, Varys, and Heel, you guys are the real MVPs. They're leveling up, sure. But Heel knows the grind never stops. The to-do list is still taller than Mount Everest. The inventory is looking scary low. Their drip is turning into rags, and the menu is nothing but fish and more fish. He's praying for a merchant ship to cruise by. Maybe swap some of these shiny rocks for actual supplies. But let's be real, the odds are trash. The goblins try to step up seeing him grind, but Heel shuts that down. Nah, chill out. That's a direct order. He steels himself to keep carrying the team. For now, I'm back to the mines. Need those turtle stones for Rihanna. Maybe hit a jackpot. He swings the pickaxe like a maniac and crack the wall gives way with a weird hollow sound. Yo, it's empty back there. He peeks into the void like a horror movie protagonist. He steps through the breach. Boom. Massive hidden dungeon discovered. Whoa, what are these glowing rocks? They're vibing with a soft orange glow like a sunset filter. He pushes deeper, but then squish. His foot sinks into something nasty. He crouches down, totally lost. Is this dirt in a rock cave? Suddenly a sound from the shadows sends shivers down his spine. Looming over him is absolute nightmare fuel. A cave spider the size of a truck. His brain completely short-circuits. Spider. It's massive. I'm definitely lunch. Pure adrenaline kicks in, and he throws up a shield spell. But plot twist. The spider screeches like a banshee and bolts in the other direction. Heel is left standing there looking like a confused meme. It dipped. He creeps after it, following the trail to its lair. Turns out the beast isn't trying to throw hands. It's a mama spider huddled up with her army of babies. The truth hits him like a brick. Oh, I see you. Just protecting the fam. My bad for crashing the crib. Just then the system slides into his DMs. Tameable monster, detected. Initiate tame. Fast forward a bit and Heel strolls back to base camp. The goblins pause their grind, sensing the boss is back. Elvin's hyped, thinking he gets to mine again. But then Heel steps into the light and the squad screams like little girls. Boss behind you. Heel turns around with zero chill. Oh, sorry for the jump scare. Meet Taryn and the kids. They're part of the crew now. Varys is sweating buckets, looking like he's seen a ghost. A cave spider. How was that monster hiding here? Heel tilts his head. Why are the mainland spiders fun-sized or something? Varys is losing it. Yes, usually they're my size. Their silk is tougher than steel. Their poison melts you and they eat humans for breakfast. Suddenly Rihanna connects the dots like a detective. Wait, I heard legends. Watch out for dirt deep in the caves. That dirt. It's actually spider waste. Varys pauses and a grin creeps onto his face like the Grinch. Hold up. That is actually huge news. It's not just dirt. It's premium S-tier soil. Loaded with nutrients, and the silk holds water like a sponge. It is the holy grail for farming. But then Varys deflates like a popped balloon. But we're on a rock. Where do we plant Heel? Flashes a cocky grin. Funny you should ask. Follow me. Check out this tunnel. The squad gasps in unison. The janky narrow path is now a wide luxury staircase fit for a king. When did this happen? Heel shrugs. Taryn was too thick for the hall, so I flexed my Cave King skills to widen it. All that grinding wasn't for nothing. His Cave King crest officially hit rank 2. New rank means new cheat codes. Design lets him sculpt the cave like digital clay while he mines. Workshop lets him craft and synth items straight from the menu. Plus his tamed beasts just unlocked night vision. With these god-tier powers, it's time for Extreme Home Makeover Island Edition. That night, they throw a rager to welcome Taryn and the Spiderlings. 'Cause tomorrow the real grind begins. Varys and Elvin hit the lab forging some fresh ice axes that look straight up lethal. Varys admits they ain't Gucci quality yet, but Heel. He is absolutely vibing with it. Are you kidding, crafting iron tools in a dump like this? That is a massive level up, no cap. Meanwhile, Rihanna's weaving that spider silk like a pro designer. Heel can't believe the texture is softer than a cloud's butt cheek, and she even offers to knit him a custom futon. Heel puts Tehran and the spider fam on farm duty, letting them bless the crops with that nutrient-rich spider fertilizer. But hold up, he's about to discover these 8-legged freaks have a hidden talent that hits different. Armed with pickaxes, the spiders turn into mining machines, digging with a speed that makes Heel's own Cave King skills look totally basic. With the whole Belden squad facing a wipeout, Heel takes a leap of faith off the cliff like an action hero. It ain't over, he screams. I got this. He locks in, ignoring the doubt. Tapping into his god-tier mana, Heel prepares to drop a nuke of a spell burning through over 8,000 magic stones in one go. He screams one word, freeze, and slams his palm toward the raging sea like he's dropping the base. Boom. An explosion of Arctic energy blasts from the circle, tearing across the water faster than a rumor in high school. Blink, and you'll miss it. The entire ocean turns into a solid ice rink, leaving the audience completely shook. Yo, what is happening? They scream. Even Heel is low-key terrified by his own overpowered stats. Yeah, so this is the flex of 8,000 magic stones. He snaps out of it and turns to his general. Elvin, ditch the boat plan. Use this ice bridge and save the homies. You feel me, Elvin roars. Got it, boss, and charges onto the new ice path like a linebacker. But their epic charge turns into a fail compilation instantly, as they slip and slide all over the place, like Bambi on ice. Heel watches them struggle and facepalm. Damn it, he thinks. I made a highway, but I forgot to add traction control. Thinking fast, Heel summons his giant spider. Terran, we need those sticky legs to give us some grip stat. Elvin, who usually hates bugs, forces a grin. Bet I've suddenly decided spiders are my best friends. With Heel riding Terran like a warhorse, the slimes bounce along behind them. He yells out, Shell squad up! You and the slime crew do the thing. The plan clicks together smoother than a fresh haircut. Taran anchors down like a rock while the slimes link up to form a squishy living chain, creating a lifeline for the goblins to escape the sinking ship. Elvin and the boys grind hard, carrying the weak and injured across the ice like true MVPs. It's a massive team effort with everyone clutching up to save the tribe. Heel plays quarterback, making sure nobody gets left behind. Once all 205 goblins touch grass, Well-Ice Heel starts spamming healing magic on the wounded by the cozy bonfire. Looking over the crowd of survivors, a massive wave of relief hits him right in the feels. I'm just glad the squad is safe. The elder of the Belden tribe rolls up with Rihanna. Mr. Heel, thanks to you we didn't get deleted. How can we ever pay you back for this carry? Suddenly, Elvin spots his daughter Fu and tackles her with a hug, crying like a baby. Fu, you made it! She squirms, dying of cringe. Dad, let go, you're ruining my rep. Heel watches the awkward but wholesome reunion while the elder chuckles. That's Fu, the general's kid. He's down bad for his family. Guess she got her attitude from her mom. Rihanna turns to Heel, eyes sparkling with gratitude. And everyone you healed is already buffed up. Thanks for everything, seriously. Heel just nods, staying humble. He looks at his weird crew, human, goblin, spider, and slime. But I didn't solo this raid, he says. Rihanna, Elvin, Terran, Shell, we saved the Belden tribe as a unit. A genuine 100% real smile lights up his face. Thank you. Because of you guys, I actually caught the W this time. Rihanna looks at him, totally swooning over his humility. Mr. Heel, you're too nice. But the elder's face switches up. By the way, I got a question. Who is that dude standing behind you? Heel spins around confused, and standing there glitching into existence like an NPC is a huge bearded man who is butt naked. Everyone just stares. Who is that? Heel turns to the elder. Was he on the ship? Nope, never seen the guy. The elder whispers back, terrified. I thought he was with your squad. Their eyes drift down and they have to face the elephant in the room. And why is he in his birthday suit? Trying not to make it weird, Heel cautiously speaks up. I'm Heel, and you are. The mystery man leaves him on red, walking right past. He wordlessly plops down by the fire next to the other survivors. He immediately starts inhaling the roasted fish. Rihanna sighs. I guess the guy has the munchies. I'll whip up some more. Thanks, Rihanna. Heel says, still buffering. He crosses his arms, totally lost. Seriously, who is this weirdo? For now, he decides, let's just get him some pants. The next day, with the drama over, Heel switches to city builder mode. Using his design cheat codes to remodel the cave, he wraps up his work. Alright, that's a wrap. The goblin squad was absolutely shook to find 41 fresh cribs carved straight into the rock. Our crew just leveled up by 205 heads, Heel explains casually. So naturally, I had to whip up some new pads for the whole fam. With the rescue mission totally aced, Heel officially locks down the entire Belden tribe as his ride or die crew. The island is finally popping off, but the thought of naming 205 dudes, that's a headache waiting to happen. But you don't get it twisted, it wasn't all sunshine and rainbows. With a million mouths to feed and zero loot recovered from the shipwreck, everybody had to grind overtime just to craft basic gear and keep the lights on. Just as Heel takes a breather, Rihanna slides through with a drink in hand. Yo, Mr. Heel, those rooms are absolute fire. Good looking out, Rihanna, he hits back. She flashes a smile brighter than a supernova. I know this is out of nowhere, but take a sip. He grabs the cup, totally vibing with that deep purple color and sweet smell. Rihanna flexes a bit, explaining, I used a sunstone on a lonely grapeseed I scavenged from the boat. He's totally floored. It tastes like heaven. I never thought I'd be sipping fresh juice out here in the boonies. He takes a long, icy swig. That simple flavor hits different, plastering a massive grin on his face. It's just a baby vine right now, Rihanna admits. But give it a few years, we'll be swimming in grapes. Heel is low-key impressed. You're already plotting for the future, I know you got this, girl. His hype makes her turn beet red. Oh snap, I'll do my best, she stammers out. Heel gives her that warm, main character smile. If you need backup, just holler. But right then, their chill moment gets wrecked by screaming from the workshop. One of the goblin builders is going full Karen on that weird bearded dude they nicknamed Mappa. What is your major malfunction? You just stand there creeping? Go annoy someone else. Mappa, Heel asks confused. Rihanna nods. Yeah, that's the street name everyone gave the naked old guy. Instead of bouncing, Mappa silently grabs a pickaxe fresh off the line. He inspects it like a health inspector, which only makes the goblin rage even harder. Oh, my work ain't Gucci enough for you! The goblin snarls, shoving a hammer into Mappa's chest. You think you're the goat, prove it. Mappa takes the hammer, his face totally blank. But the second he grips that handle, his eyes snap open like he just woke up from a coma, unleashing a focused stare that hits harder than a truck. Back at base Mappa, the mystery man enters the zone. Lifting that heavy hammer like it's made of styrofoam, he starts owning the forge. His moves are smoother than butter. With tongs and hammer, he starts bullying that glowing hot iron into submission. Heel watches from the sidelines, thinking, okay, this dude definitely isn't a rookie. Suddenly, Mappa goes full anime mode. He becomes a blur of speed, smashing metal with god-tier force while sparks rain down like fireworks. The squad is completely shook. Bro is moving at light speed, Heel yells, eyes popping out. In a literal blink, it's done. The finished pickaxe is such a masterpiece, it belongs in a museum, not a mine. Heel grips the new gear, stunned, while Rihanna points out the obvious. But aren't pickaxes just for smashing rocks? The peanut gallery gathers round looking sus. Can this fancy stick actually break rock? One hater asks. Mappa just crosses his arms, flexing his confidence. Heel steps up to put this bad boy to the test. Check it, he announces, dual wielding. Right hand has the basic loot, left hand has Mappa's custom drop. He swings Mappa's axe with everything he's got. The impact sounds like a bomb going off. The whole rock face gets deleted, blasting a crater in the wall and leaving the crowd tongue-tied. Their doubt literally vaporized. Heel stares at the axe like it's an alien artifact. It's supposed to be basic iron, he mutters, spinning on the craftsman. Mappa, what species are you even? Mappa just shoots him a Chad thumbs up. As he dips, Heel's eyes glue back to the crater. He realizes the hole is a perfect circle. A sudden spooky realization slaps him in the face. That shape? Ain't no way. He sprints back to where he first found the skeleton. Rihanna chases him, totally lost. What's the tea, Mr. Heel? He frantically scans the zone. Hold up, I know I left it right here. Heel spins to the crew. I totally blanked in the chaos. Did anyone see that round rock? Then the puzzle pieces snap together in his brain. I missed them in the shade, but there had to be bones here. Dragon orb plus skeleton equal? The dragon orb literally rezzed Mappa, deciding not to look a gift horse in the mouth. Heel decides, whatever, let's just hype up getting a reliable new homie. And with Mappa's god-tier tools, their stats go through the roof. They speedrun leveling the coast. They even start the massive grind of stripping the ship to rebuild it from zero. Mining ops blow up, and Heel even tames some slimes to act as living dump trucks for materials. But despite all the W's they were taking, one thing was stressing Heel out big time. The drop rate for turtle stones had basically hit zero. Rihanna, sensing his vibe, puts on a brave face. I think I've popped enough stones. She lies sweetly. But Heel knows the score. We only bought her like 10 years max. Let's keep it a buck. Rihanna wants to maximize her lifespan stats. But as Heel grinds away at the mine solo, he finally admits the selfish truth. No cap, I'm the one who needs Rihanna to stick around. He swats a slime away like a mosquito, his mental fortitude hardening like diamond. I'm gonna grind till I drop level up this island and live my best life with Rihanna. He screams, smashing the pickaxe into the wall like he's trying to break the server. The rock face shatters, exposing a sketchy dark void. A cave Heel wanders, squinting into the dusty abyss like a horror movie protagonist. But when the dust clears, his eyes bug out. He didn't just find a hole. He found a massive man-made dungeon buried deep in the island's gut. What the heck is this? A secret boss room? Digging through the debris, he spots loot that definitely doesn't belong on a deserted island. His gaze locks onto a weird egg thing chilling on a pedestal. Did some ancient civilization have a catastrophic rage quit here ages ago? Time to play detective. Heel triggers his ability to hoard the mysterious items littered around the room like a vacuum cleaner. First drop is a heartstone. The system says it's the CPU for an artificial organism. Basically a DIY doll kit. A doll, Heel thinks. So I can basically 3D print a new bestie. He tosses that idea into the maybe later pile and steps up to the pedestal. Now what's up with this golden rock? The system tags it as a change stone. Apparently it's an upgrade item that lets monsters evolve. Heel's brain buffers for a second. Evolution. He taps for the extended lore description. It swaps a monster's species while keeping their memories and XP, but gives them a brand new skin. The body-snatching vibe kinda creeps him out. New body sounds sus. But then a light bulb explodes in his head. Wait. Could this be the cheat code? Later that night, Heel calls a squad meeting. He drops the loot on the table. This magic rock makes monsters hit their next evolution stage. The crew looks absolutely shook. Evolution. Heel turns to the Goblin Elder. You got any intel on this, Varys? Varys inspects the item like a pawnshop owner. Fam, every goblin knows this legend. It's in all our history books. Then he hits Heel with a pop quiz. Boss, you know any species that look like cousins to us goblins? Heel scratches his head. You mean like hobgoblins and leaf goblins? Varys nods like a proud teacher. Bingo. They started as basic goblins. The ones hungry for gains became hobgoblins, and the cottagecore ones became leaf goblins. And it was all thanks to this sparkly rock. Heal is stunned. That's some serious lore drop right there. So that's how the evolution mechanic works. He turns to their swole general. Wait, aren't you a hobgoblin? The general waves his hands like he's under arrest. No way, boss. I'm all natural. I spawned with this body, 0 cheat items used. Varys stares at the stone, mesmerizing. I thought this was just a myth, but it's the real deal. Heal holds it up, rereading the stats. According to the Cave King system, this thing gives you a new body, and get this, resets your battery. That phrase, renews lifespan, hits the room like a shockwave. Heal looks at his homies. So who wants to re-roll their character? The general flexes his biceps. I'm curious, but nah, I'm too attached to these guns. My aesthetic is too peaked to change now. Suddenly Rihanna pipes up, voice trembling. I want to be useful to Mr. Heal. I want to cast spells and carry my weight. She bows her head, face turning tomato red. But I shouldn't use such legendary loot. Varys strokes his chin like a philosopher. Actually, that's a 200 IQ play. Goblins have 0 magic stats, but if you evolve, Heal drops to one knee looking like a total prince. Yeah, having a mage on the team would be OP. But real talk, he looks her dead in the eye, 100% serious. I just want you to survive. I want you to have infinite continues. Rihanna gets hit right in the feels. She hides her face, overwhelmed, before looking up with eyes burning with determination. Mr. Heal, let's do it. Let me evolve. A warm, wholesome smile breaks across Heal's face as he hands over the item. Bet. Let's make it happen. Rihanna grabs the change stone, clutching it like it's her lifeline. One thought loops in her brain. I just want to vibe with Mr. Heal forever. Boom. A massive sphere of light explodes, swallowing the whole camp. It's a literal flashbang Heal, and the boys have to cover their eyes to avoid going blind. When the brightness finally dials down, they lower their arms. Their faces are twisted in pure confusion and awe. What? Heal stares, eyes popping out of his skull. Is that Rihanna? The last sparkles fade away, revealing a character model that is definitely not the same. The little kid version gone. Standing there now is a gorgeous, fully grown waifu with dark hair flowing like a shampoo commercial. The upgraded Rihanna looks down at herself. Mr. Heal, did I glitch out? Meanwhile, Mappa witnesses the glow-up and instantly KOS from a massive nosebleed. Heal's eyelids flutter open. A zombie-like groan escapes his lips. His brain is lagging hard. Did I crash? Then the memory hits him like a freight train. Wait, Rihanna. The evolution. A voice smooth as velvet answers. Yes, Mr. Heal, Rihanna is online. He looks up to see a stunning stranger. Heal's brain completely short-circuits. The goblin kid is history replaced by a bombshell lady nursing him in bed. This is some peak anime logic right here. He lets out a noise like a dying, squeaky toy while she flashes a smile brighter than a high beam. Panic mode, engage. He tries to scramble away total glitch in the Matrix style. Rihanna. She gently pushes him back down like she's handling fragile cargo. Chill out, you need to stay horizontal. You just crashed like a computer with too many tabs open. Heal's brain reboots, remembering he wasn't the only one who hit the deck. Wait. Mappa. Is he alive? His voice trails off as he spots Mappa out cold, looking like a crime scene with a massive nosebleed caused by pure, unfiltered shock. Trying to save his dignity, Heal starts waving his hands like he's swatting invisible bees. Nah, I wasn't knocked out. Just power napping. Yeah. How long was I out? Is Mappa gonna make it? Rihanna breaks it down calmly. It's still nighttime, and Gramps is recharging over there, she says, pointing at the snoring dwarf curled up in the corner like a piece of furniture. Heal finally lowers his heart rate, taking a second to process the madness. I see. He looks at her, and I mean, really looks at her upgrade for the first time. Yo, Rihanna, are you good? I never imagined your evolution would turn you into a straight-up supermodel human. The smile drops from Rihanna's face faster than a bad internet connection. She stares at her hands, looking like she's about to drop a sad mixtape. She spills the tea quietly. To be honest, I hated the old me. She starts unloading her tragic backstory. I was cursed as a kid like some twisted fairy tale. It stunted my growth and made me weak. My sisters, who were absolute baddies, roasted me daily. Even my parents eventually tossed me out like yesterday's trash. So when I used that change stone, she continues, I wish to be beautiful. Tears start bubbling up like she's cutting onions. My bad. I'm sorry, Mr. Heal. I used a legendary item on a totally selfish vanity project. Heal listens, his face softening as he realizes she's been carrying baggage heavier than his inventory. He tries to find the right words without sounding awkward. I'm terrible at pep talks, but look. I feel like I've changed since crashing on this island too. He hits her with a reassuring grin. If you feel like you got a fresh start, that's a win, right? Besides, he adds, it would be a total waste to evolve and not get the avatar customization you wanted. His logic smashes through her guilt like a hammer. The waterworks start flowing, but this time, it's tears of relief. Through the sobbing, she manages to choke out, thank you, like seriously. She locks eyes with him, switching from sad girl to ride or die mode. My body, my life, even my name. You gave me everything. So I'm dedicating my entire existence to you, Boss Heal. She grabs his hands, her intensity catching him completely off guard. He squeezes back, accepting her pledge like a true main character. Rihanna. But the romance vibes get shattered by a grumpy Mappa who wakes up just in time to ruin the moment. Heel jumps out of his skin. Mappa, you're awake. Turns out the whole goblin squad was just as shook by Rihanna's extreme makeover. A bit later, Rihanna steps out in a new dress made of spider silk, shyly asking if she's slaying the look. The rest of the tribe is whispering like high schoolers in the hallway. They can't connect this elegant lady with the little princess they used to know. But Rihanna wasn't about to let anyone think she was just eye candy. She went beast mode on studying magic and training martial arts, grinding for XP like her life depended on it. Working side by side with the crew, she proved that even with the glow-up, she still had that hustler spirit. It was obvious to everyone that Rihanna's ambition had no ceiling. One day, while Heel is spacing out, Varys snaps him back to reality. Heel had been watching Rihanna shovel dirt with infinite stamina, totally mesmerized by her work ethic. He couldn't help but smile, feeling like a proud dad watching his kid score a goal. Varys slides up next to him with that, "I know what you're thinking" face. "No, I wasn't checking out Rihanna's legs, okay." Heel stammers like a guilty suspect. Varys chuckles. Classic Mr. Heel. "But you noticed the princess's farmer crest, right?" Heel looks confused. "A crest like a sticker." Varys points to a mark on Rihanna's thigh that looks like a high-level rune. "The farmer crest buffs crop yield. Putting her in charge of the plantation was a big brain move." This triggers a light bulb moment for Heel. "Hold up, a goblin like Rihanna has a crest." Varys looks surprised. "Yeah, is that weird?" Heel explains, "My bad. But where I'm from, they teach us that crests are a human-exclusive DLC." Varys nods sagely. "Indeed. Even I'm packing one." He holds out his hand, showing off a symbol that looks straight-up overpowered. Heel recognizes it instantly. "Yo, that's the Sorcery King crest." His jaw hits the floor. "That's like legendary tier. Back in my kingdom, only one of my brothers pulled that stats roll." Varys' face twists into pure irony. "True. But it's completely useless on a goblin like me with 0 mana capacity. It's like having a Ferrari with no engine." Heel is stunned by how cruel fate can be, but Varys shrugs it off. "It let me focus on science instead of magic." Then he switches gears. "Enough pity party. Let's talk about that master plan I dropped on you yesterday." Varys' vision: reclaim land from the savage ocean. Expand the island. Make more room for the farm. Basically terraforming. The main goal: create a massive playground so the kids can finally run wild without getting eaten by monsters. Varys unrolls the blueprints. "Mr. Heel, if you provide the raw materials, I'll handle the construction. I'm the architect, you're the supplier." Heel realizes his workshop cheat code isn't stuck in the cave anymore. With a casual wave, he summons mountains of rock and sand like he's playing in creative mode. He flips the switch on his powers, remixing raw materials into stone blocks like it's Minecraft in creative mode, then yeets them into the ocean to build a massive seawall. The whole tribe is straight up glitching out, jaws hitting the floor as they watch his creation magic go to work. With the wall locked in, Heel hits the delete button on the water, draining thousands of gallons from the bay in a single heartbeat. He tops off the basin with gravel and a thick layer of that premium spider soil. He wipes a little sweat from his forehead like, "Yeah, I did that. All right, this should do for now." Suddenly, a massive flat public square is sitting there like it's been there forever. The locals are speechless, but Mappa and the squad, they don't waste a second before mobbing their new playground like a raid boss just dropped. "Yo, chill, it's still sketchy out there." Heel yells, though he's low-key grinning at their excitement. The little homies turn around screaming, "Thanks, big bro Heel." Our main character gets all shy and waves back like an awkward nerd. Yeah, sure thing." Rihanna rolls up eyes sparkling like anime stars. "You're the goat, Mr. Heel. We're gonna grow some serious loot here." He beams, feeling himself a little bit. "Bet, looking forward to it." But of course, the universe decides to ruin the vibe immediately. Mappa is running with the crew when he trips and totally eats dirt, face-planting hard. Next thing you know, a massive shadow blocks out the sun. All hell breaks loose as something dives down and literally yoinks him off the ground. It's a full-on raid. A swarm of monstrous murder birds descends on the village, and one of them already has Mappa in its clutches. Heel switches to leader mode, instantly screaming his lungs out. "Everybody get back to the cave, move it." During the stampede, another kid wipes out. Full rushes over to save the noob, trying to drag them to safety. "Get up, moron." Meanwhile, Rihanna sees a bird trying to catch Heel lacking while he's distracted. "Mr. Heel, look out." At the same exact time, another feathered freak dive bombs Full and the kid she is protecting. Full braces for impact like a human shield. Then splat. The monster gets decapitated midair, its head spinning past them like a gruesome frisbee. The camera zooms in on a hand gripping a battle axe handle tight enough to crush Cole. Heel's jaw is on the floor. The axe does a boomerang trick and flies right back to its owner like Thor's hammer. Standing there like an absolute unit is Elvin, rocking 2 wicked axes and looking ready to kill. "Dad," Full screams. But Elvin isn't here for hugs. "Scram, kid." His face says he means business, no cap. Elvin goes full berserker mode. He is a walking blender, turning the bird flock into nuggets with terrifying ease. Heel is shook. What a beast. That is the power of a Belden general. Heel locks back in. "Nice hacks, Elvin. I'm joining the party." Suddenly, a voice cuts through the noise. "Shield." Heel jumps as a blue barrier pops up just in time, blocking a cheap shot from a sneaky bird. It was Rihanna who cast the spell. Even the guys do a double take at her sudden power-up. Rihanna stands tall, looking like she just leveled up. "I'm not useless. Go do your thing." Heel nods, impressed. "You rock, Rihanna." The squad goes back to back. Elvin barks orders. We don't know which bird ate Mappa. Headshots only. Heel agrees. Bet. Elvin takes point. I'll handle the backline. You two hold the base. An elder yells that everyone is inside. Hurry up, get in here. But Heel has a better play. He pulls out a heartstone. Nah, I got the perfect bouncer for this club. He slaps his hand on a pile of rocks. System ping doll production material. Rock times 300. The ground shakes as a massive golem rises up. Heel points a finger. Golem, guard the door. The rock monster jumps into the mosh pit, pancaking birds left and right. Suddenly, Heel spots a bird looking kinda sick. It starts heaving and gross. It barfs up a slime-covered Mappa right out of the sky. Clutch play. A friendly slime dashes in and catches Mappa like a beanbag chair. Heel laughs, relieved. Okay, friendly fire is off, we are clear. Heel turns to Elvin with a plan. Yo, old man, can you group 'em up? Elvin smirks. Watch this. He yeets an axe with a rope trailing behind it. The rope snakes through the air, tangling a huge chunk of the killer birds together in one pro move. They are trapped in a messy ball of feathers and screeching. Elvin flexes, pulling the line tight. That is spider silk dumb birds. You aren't breaking that. Heel sees the opening. Perfect setup. Everybody duck! He screams to his homies. Rihanna and Elvin hit the deck. Heel raises his hands to the sky. A massive rune lights up overhead as he drops his ultimate spell. Blizzard, a tsunami of ice blasts forward. The cold hits the trapped birds, turning the whole flock into instant popsicles. Game over. The leftover poultry squad screech in pure terror at that god-tier power flex. Their morale completely cooked. The rest of the feather brains dip faster than my grades during finals week. Heel watches them vanish, exhaling a sigh heavy enough to crack the floor. Finally, the trash takes itself out. That's a dub, folks. The villagers flood out of the cave, losing their absolute minds for the MVPs who saved their bacon. Elvin, looking like a battle-worn tank with 0 HP left, flashes a thumbs up. GG, boss. But Rihanna rushes over looking like she's about to have a panic attack. Mr. Heel, are you wrecked? She tries to reach him, but the adrenaline crash hits harder than a Monday morning, and her legs turn to jelly. She wipes out, and Heel dives in for the catch. Trembling like a leaf in a hurricane, she spills the tea. My bad. I was actually terrified the whole time. She grips his sleeve like it's the last life raft on the Titanic, peering up with those puppy eyes. But I felt safe with you. Heel's heart does a little backflip at that honest vibe. Rihanna. Then he shatters the drama with a goofy grin, pointing at his own knees rattling like maracas. Yo, don't look now, but it's my first time throwing hands with a monster too. From the sidelines, the elder watches with a smile warmer than fresh pizza. Glad to see the squad is still in one piece. Heel and Rihanna crack up the shared trauma, bonding them faster than superglue. One look between them and you just know that's a core memory unlocked. Surrounded by the mob of stands he fought to protect, the reality of the situation hits him like a truck. This is the heavy crown of leadership. He thinks, dang chat. Looks like even a scrub like me might actually have what it takes to be a legit feudal lord. As the winners parade back to base, someone asks the real question. Yo, real talk. Can we eat these giant murder chickens? The reply is instant and hype. Heck yes, it's bussin'. We're feasting on roast beast tonight, boys. With the threat deleted, the Belden tribe switches into party mode, carving up those massive carcasses with the precision of a Michelin star chef. The whole hood pitches in, scrubbing the loot while the kiddos play with giant feathers like they're legendary drops from a raid boss. In no time, the settlement sounds like a sizzling grill playlist, and the smell of rich stew bubbling is absolute torture for empty stomachs. Elvin, the tribe's absolute unit, throws a heavy arm around Heel, his voice booming like a subwoofer with gratitude. Big shout out to the boss right here. As the sun dips, the victory banquet officially goes live. The whole server of Sheol Reef, from goblins to creepy crawly giant spiders, pulls up to celebrate. And the spread straight up legendary tier. A literal mountain of perfectly cooked monster meat towers over them. The night they clapped the killer birds turned into the most epic mukbang in history. Rihanna slides into the seat next to Heel, passing him a prime cut. No cap, you gotta try this, Mr. Heel. She's hyping it up, but Heel's looking suspect. He stares at the meat, a nervous sweat drop sliding down his face like an anime character. Never ate a mob drop before. But he takes a risky bite, and flavor explodes in his mouth like fireworks. The texture is on a whole other level. He chews slowly, letting the flavor profile download, and then his face lights up with pure, unadulterated bliss. Zero doubt about it. This stuff slaps. Rihanna beams, totally pleased with herself. Looks like it passes the vibe check. Heel, already destroying a bowl of soup, is geeking out. This is straight fire too, Rihanna. We got soup on deck. But mid-slurp he pauses, confusion loading on his face. Hold up. Is this actually the same critter? He asks. Rihanna smirks. Caught you slipping. She explains that the killer bird is basically a culinary cheat code. The flavor profile changes depending on the part you loot. Wings and legs hit like chicken, the shoulder is savory pork, and the breast straight-up Wagyu beef vibes. Heel is shook. It's like a 3-in-1 meal deal. Watching his golem stand guard, he realizes these birds are both a nightmare and a 5-star buffet. Getting attacked again would be a drag. But hey, unlimited food glitch, I'm listening. Elder Varys slides in with the lore drop. Big brain move? He nods sagely. Killer birds don't aggro on anything bigger than their hitbox. They speedrun a strategy. Varys will set up the defense squad and watchtowers while Heel grinds the stone processing to buff their base. Amidst the hype, Heel spots a little goblin girl squatting solo, absolutely demolishing a drumstick. She's attacking that meal with anime protagonist intensity, zero distractions. Blink, and you miss it. Suddenly she's right in their faces, staring Heel down like a boss battle cutscene. Heel clocks her ID instantly. Pretty sure this gremlin is Elvin's kid. She pipes up, voice sharp as a dagger. It's Full. You're the one who dropped that name on me, right? Jump-scared Heel stammers. Oh, my bad. You need something, kiddo. Full skips the small talk, eyes narrowed like lasers. What's your build? Why are you so OP? Heel buffers for a sec. Strong. Oh, the magic hack. That's all thanks to the mining grind set. Her eyes go wide with hype. I leveled up by digging up stones that buff my magic stats, Heel explains. Full practically vibrates like a glitching texture. This map has loot like that. Let me grab a pickaxe and dig too. But Rihanna gently nerfs the moment. Full, hold your horses. For goblins to spam magic, they gotta evolve first using a change stone. Just then Elvin storms over and snatches up his daughter like a ragdoll. Full, stop trolling the boss. She struggles, shouting, let me go. I want to hit that evolution tier. Rihanna sighs. Problem is our inventory is empty on change stones. Heel watches the scene, totally caught off guard by the kid's savage determination. Elvin starts backpedaling faster than a politician caught in 4K. She's all like, my bad. She's just obsessed with getting swole and forgot her manners. Rihanna chimes in with a smirk. Well, with a pops as cracked as you, being a beast is in her DNA. Full just crosses her arms, looking salty, while her dad's totally shook by the main character's next move. He hits the young goblin with a smile brighter than my future. Yo, Full, if you want that change stone, go grab a shovel and dig it up yourself. Finders keepers, kid. Full's jaw hits the floor like a dubstep drop. For real, you ain't trolling me. She doesn't wait for a receipt. She dips. Bet I'm a mining demon, I promise I won't be dead weight. Mr. Heel. Heel watches her dust cloud, thinking to himself, stacking up more magic users, that's just big brain energy. Then he pivots to Rihanna, deciding to wail on her stats by dumping 800 magic stones into her build. She feels the juice hit her like an energy drink overdose and looks confused. Yo, Mr. Heel, what's the deal? He shrugs it off casually. Just dropped some loot to boost your MP. No biggie. Rihanna is shook. On me. But that shock turns into main character determination real quick. Understood. I'm gonna grind until I'm worthy. Elvin slaps her on the back, laughing like a maniac. That's the vibes, but first we gotta feed you like a queen to get those gains. That night, under a full moon looking like a giant spotlight, they threw a party that was absolute fire. And just like that, the day they snatched back their turf and chowed down on meat became the first legit holiday in Shield Reef. Later on, Heel is shivering inside a cave colder than his ex's heart. It was Rihanna's 200 IQ play a giant freezer for their leftover loot. They lock it down with a steel door thick enough to stop a tank forged by Mappa. Now, the meat won't go nasty. Heel says, finally breathing easy. Rihanna adds, this grub will stay fresh for like 6 months easy. Mappa the crafting god didn't just build the door, he blueprinted the whole setup like an architect on steroids. But the homie didn't stop there. He gave the forge a total glow-up, leaving everyone, even Varys and Heel, picking their jaws up off the floor at his skills. Rihanna, glowing with that new power confidence, declares, I'll spam my freeze spell in here to keep things chill. Literally. With Elvin and Varys holding down the fort on defense, Heel is finally free to return to what he does best, digging holes. He's tagged along by an eager Full, who looks bummed out that they aren't fighting a dragon, or something dangerous. I'm surprised we haven't been ambushed yet. Heel just smiles. Yeah. But Full instantly proves she's not just a noob. Your Cave King skill is cracked for stopping collapses, but diving in without the basics. That's just griefing yourself. She points at the air. This dust will wreck your lungs faster than cheap smokes. We need ventilation if we're mining coal, fam. Full breaks down the nightmare fuel gas buildup, poisoning, or a massive explosion that would delete them from the server. We need Mappa to craft an air pump ASAP. Heel is totally floored by her brain power. Damn, you actually know your stuff. That would save our skins. Full puffs out her chest like a proud pigeon. I've been in the mines since I was in diapers. To prove she ain't capping, she pulls her shirt aside. Peep this, she says, showing off a tattoo. It's a miner's crest, legit. It's trash compared to your OP Cave King skill, but I know my way around a pickaxe. Heel is genuinely hyped. That's actually super comforting. If you see anything sus, speak up. As he watches her grind with pro-level speed, Heel starts reflecting. She might be slower than me, but her nose for ore is goated. She's the best rival I've had since Terran. This thought triggers a question he totally forgot to ask. Wait, now that I think about it. Where's your old man? Full's pickaxe freezes mid-swing. Without turning around, she drops a whisper softer than a secret. I had one. Heel realizes he just stepped in it. Major cringe. Silence fills the cave. I'm sure he was a legend. While mining, Heel gets lost in the sauce, haunted by memories of his own toxic family. To be honest, I'm terrified of my dad and brothers, he admits to himself. It's facts. I've got this insane magic now, but their power level is still over 9,000 compared to mine. Noticing he looks stressed, Full hits him with a heavy question. You want to be stronger than your dad, don't you? Heel starts sweating bullets, thinking, she reads me like a comic book. While he's panicking, Full smashes her pickaxe into the wall like she's angry at it. The rock crumbles, revealing a dark void. Let's go. Full cheers. I think we found the secret level. Is it a hollow? Ignoring Heel's internal monologue, Full just scoffs. Whatever. They step into a massive ancient room filled with creepy stone statues. This place is massive, Heel gasps. Full adds, Mr. Heel. The change stone was in a room just like this, right? Heel's eyes lock onto the statues like a deer in headlights. Why, yes, exactly like these. Suddenly the stone cracks and a statue's hand shoots out. Heel's instincts scream. Full wait! He yells, reaching for her. He shoves her behind him and instantly casts shield, a barrier that blocks the golem's haymaker just before it turned them into pancakes. He spins to his sidekick. You good, Full? Shaken but alive, she stammers, yeah. Heel realizes the situation is bad news. These are golems. But the ones I made didn't have magic, did they? Before his brain can even buffer, Full screams his name. Another golem lunges from the flank like a linebacker on steroids, while the entire statue army wakes up and chooses violence. They're totally boxed in. While Full is freaking out, Heel locks and focusing his aura to unleash a level of hell that's not even on the map yet. With a roar that shakes the walls, he drops the hammer, casting his ultimate spell. Storm, instantly violent tornadoes of pure magic explode around them like a blender set to obliterate. The golems get caught in the spin cycle, their stone bodies getting ripped into confetti by the insane force of Heel's magic. When the winds finally chill out, it's just a pile of gravel. Heel surveys the wreckage thinking, okay, that was way more destructive than I thought. My bad. He rushes over to Full to check for damage. You good? Full looks at the ground, guilt written all over her face. No, I'm sorry. I rushed in like a total noob without thinking. To stop anyone else from walking into a death trap, Heel barks an order to his slime squad. She'll go spread the word. The slimes squish into action, forming giant X shapes to scream stop to all the mining crews. Amidst the golem graveyard, Full spots some loot. Mr. Heel, is this golden rock a change stone? Heel grabs the weird gem. Let me check the stats. Full watches with puppy dog eyes, but her face drops when Heel inspects it closer. He identifies the item. Nope, different vibe. It's a sorcery stone. Basically a magical battery pack. Suddenly a massive hairy shadow looms over them, nearly giving Full a heart attack. It's Mappa. Yo Mappa, why you creeping on us? Heel shouts. But the dwarf is completely zoning them out. He's totally hypnotized by a giant sword. One of the golems dropped drooling over it like a kid in a candy store. What is his deal? Heel wonders. Mappa grabs the handle and starts dragging the massive weapon away like it's his new prom date. Full asks the real question we're all thinking, is he ever gonna put some pants on? Heel just sighs. I've never seen Mappa this hyped before. Later, Heel and Full try to lift the sword, but that thing is glued to the floor. Forget it, this beast isn't moving an inch. Heel grunts. Fine, I'll just inventory it. He slaps his hand on the blade, trying to use his Cave King cheat skill to scoop it up, but crickets. He strains, but the sword stays planted like a rebellious teenager. What the heck, why won't it store? A system notification pings in his brain. Error. Cave King cannot collect crafted items. Only raw minerals and mined items allowed. He'll switch his strats, grabbing Mappa's special ice axe. I see. So processed loot is a no-go. Time for brute force. He realizes what he has to do. Full is shook. No way, even you can't break that. Heel ignores her panic. Watch me. He swings the axe down with god-tier force. With a high-pitched ping, the axe connects, chipping off a crumb-sized piece of the sword. Heel stares at the microscopic damage. I did it, but barely. Even Mappa's legendary ice axe just tickled it. What is this thing made of? He checks the fragments. His eyes go wide as the system ID pops up. Orichalcum. This stuff is basically cheat code metal from the legends. Lighter than a feather, but harder than a diamond. But the description makes zero sense to him. Hold up. If it's lighter than normal metal, why is it heavier than a semi-truck? Then the sheer density of the situation hits him. Meanwhile, a huge crowd is hyping up the sword, and the mighty General Elvin steps up to flex. Heel and Full roll up to see what the drama is about. What's the buzz? Heel asks. A villager spills the tea. General Mappa brought this sword and everyone's trying to lift it, but it's totally stuck. Heel finally gets the physics and shouts, Yo, that sword is compressed from 300 orichalcum ingots. It weighs a ton. Seeing her dad turning purple from effort, Full panics. Dad, stop. You're gonna pop a vein. Elvin lets out a guttural roar, refusing to take the L. With one final vein-popping effort, he hoists the colossal blade into the air. The crowd goes absolutely wild. General, that's our great warrior, Elvin. A crest on his shoulder starts glowing like a neon sign, leaking raw power. The great warrior crest, Heel notes. So that's his cheat code. Elvin holds the sword high, but the strain looks like it's crushing his soul. He slams the sword down in victory, but a thin line of blood drips from his hand. Not good. He pushed his limits way too far. The hero hits the dirt. General. The crowd loses their minds and rushes in. Heel parts the crowd like the Red Sea, slapping a hand on the wound. Relax. I got this, he says, casting a heal. It's just a scratch. As Elvin wakes up, Heel keeps it real. Geez, old man. I know you're tough, but that was straight up reckless. Suddenly, Full barrels past Heel like a missile and crashes into her dad's chest, burying her face in his tunic. Tears streaming, she screams, You big idiot father, you're so stupid I was terrified. Humbled, the great warrior can only mutter an apology. Sorry, Full. My bad. I won't scare you like that again. Sometime later, Heel finds Mappa back at the village forge, gripping a chunk of that legendary metal. The dwarf is in the zone, plunging the glowing orichalcum into water. Steam hisses violently like an angry snake. Just so you know, dwarves aren't just small. They're legendary tanks with innate skills for hammering rare minerals into masterpieces. Mappa holds up his finished creation with a grill full of teeth. He turns and presents the shiny new tool to Heel. Heel is shook. Is this swag for me? Can I really take it? The moment he touches it, his jaw hits the floor in total disbelief. He grips the prize, totally shook by its stats. It's a feather-light orichalcum ice axe. Mappa kept churning out legendary tier gear like a boss. But let's be real, his habit of crafting in his birthday suit, definitely not in the dwarf manual. Meanwhile, General Elvin and the squad square up against a massive spiky nightmare straight out of a horror flick. He swings for the fences, but clangs 0 damage. The axe bounces off that thick hide like a rubber ball. The boys are stunned. Even the general's axe got rejected. The impact yeets his weapon right out of his hands, burying it uselessly in the dirt. But Elvin's 0 chill. He cracks his knuckles with a savage grin. Time to let these hands do the talking. Bring it on, ugly. Meanwhile, deep underground, Full takes a hit of that fresh oxygen. Her eyes pop open, sparkling with hype. Yes, it's perfect, she tells Heel. This air is crispy fresh now. He points out it's all thanks to the sick ventilation setup Full suggested. Teamwork makes the dream work. It's powered by Mappa's beast of a water wheel, harnessing the tide to pump sweet fresh air into the tunnels non-stop. I'm itching to get back on the grind. Heel just chuckles at her chaotic energy. Same here, kid. But then the dark memories of past raids hit him like a truck. One wrong hit and we wake up another boss monster, he thinks. We gotta play it cool for now. His face hardens with resolve. To keep the crew safe, he makes a call. To the forge. It's time to cook up a new squad of security golems. He grabs the mat's magic stones, artificial hearts, and decides to let Mappa handle the drip and weaponry. But as he sketches, his brain goes into overdrive. Why stop at basic? Let's make these things absolutely cracked. He totally loses the plot, designing a ridiculously OP Super Ultra Max Golem Deluxe Edition. Slap. He facepalms hard. Did I just go full mad scientist again? He's tripping so hard on his fantasy, he starts nerd rambling to Rihanna about stats. It needs tank armor, DPS swords, and literal artillery. Reality check. He jumps out of his skin when he realizes Rihanna is standing right there. Oh, snap, Rihanna, you move like a ninja. She just hits him with that mysterious, playful smirk. Seeing is believing, she teases, leaving Heel blushing like a total noob. You free? She asks. Heel starts buffering. Yes, why, what's up? Just come with me. She laughs, dragging him off. She's never this aggressive, he thinks. His face burns hotter with every step into the dark. We're here. She leads him through a boring storage cave and reveals a secret zone that's absolute fire. A hidden underground orchard bursting with life, complete with a killer ocean view. Heel's jaw hits the floor. Apples, grapes, lemons, palm trees. Rihanna, you are a legend. This place is paradise. Rihanna glows at the praise, but then walks up to a palm tree with scary intensity. Inventory is still low for the whole crew, she says. So I came up with a hack. Her eyes lock on. Break. She punches the ground so hard it sends a shockwave rippling through the earth. The vibrations shoot up the trunk, shaking loose a massive coconut airstrike. Heel is flabbergasted. She sticks the landing like a pro gymnast after causing an earthquake. Then she goes full fruit ninja. Leaping into the air, she kick-chops the falling coconuts open mid-flight. She lands and just squeezes the juice out with her bare hands like a human hydraulic press. A little magic purification, a splash of lemon, and boom, custom drinks are served. Now everyone gets a taste. Heel takes a sip, but his brain is doing calculations. I knew Elvin was training her, but this power level is insane. Then the flavor hits him. Refreshing, sweet, perfect acidity. This isn't just juice, it's nectar of the gods. While he's vibing, he looks for the general. Cut to Elvin, who just finished his own boss fight. Heel walks up. So mining ops back online? Elvin holds up a hand. Pause. Look at this. Heel stares at the wrecked carcass. What the heck is that? A giant shell. It's a Satan shell, Elvin grunts. Took it down across the island. He points to a massive crack in its armor. Watch your back. This thing's defense is so high it bounced my axe. Heel is stunned. Seriously. Before he can blink, Elvin winds up to smash the shell open. Warning. Do not try this at home. Only the general's maxed out strength could pull this off. Crack. A strange liquid spills out like hidden treasure. Mappa flinches like he just touched wet food in the sink, but he secures the bag. That nastiness, it's the paralyzing juice these creeps use on victims. Varys snatches the sample like it is liquid gold. He pours the viscous goo and you can practically hear the mad scientist gears turning. Yo Varys, what is the tea on this sludge? Varys flashes a smile that belongs in a horror movie trailer. Depending on how you process this stuff, it could be a poison that straight up deletes people. Then he laughs it off like a total troll. Just playing fam. We can actually harvest some bougie Tyrian purple dye out of this. Heel exhales thinking. Okay, so even the creepy guy has a sense of humor. Weird flex, but okay. Thinking back on the killer birds, satanic turtles, and ancient golems, Heel locks in. He swears on his life to protect his turf underground, and above ground, nobody is catching him slipping. A bit later, the defense squad gets a massive glow-up. Heel crafted 14 new units, bringing the golem gang to a solid 15. All right, squad up 1 through 15 get in formation. Elvin barks orders while Heel breaks down the patch notes. Numbers 6 through 15 are rocking magic stones. We are talking tank builds with defense magic and DPS units spamming ice, fire, lightning, and wind. But literally out of nowhere, an alarm starts screaming like a fire drill on a Monday morning. The scout on the tower starts bugging out. Yo, big trouble, more of those Satan shells. He points to the one spot where our defense is looking kind of sus, right at the unfinished section of the wall. And what they see, straight up nightmare fuel. A mob of 50+ shell monsters trying to crash the party. Heel turns to the big brain immediately. Varys, give me the cheat codes. What is their weakness? Varys drops the intel. They tank heat and cold but get absolutely wrecked by lightning. A light bulb goes off in Heel's head. His eyes go cold, game face on. All right, he turns to Elvin. Let me solo this. I need to see if these new golems are actually cracked. Elvin nods. Bet but holler if it goes sideways. Yes. Heel gives him the thumbs up. Rihanna slides in looking stressed. Mr. Heel. He looks at her plotting. Rihanna, you are the lightning mage, right? He summons his original golem number 1. Rihanna realizes what is up, and her face lights up like she just got a legendary drop. Say less. Leave it to me. Heel helps her hop onto golem number 1's shoulder like a total gentleman. Standing on their walking fortress like the kings of the hill, Heel points at the enemy wave and drops the order. 6, 7, 14, 15, push the lane. The new squad rushes the spiky freaks for their debut battle. The Satan shells rush in like shoppers on Black Friday, but they smack right into the unmovable wall of Heel's golem unit. The creatures surge in a rage-filled mosh pit. Heel micromanages the fight like a pro gamer shouting 6 and 7 pop shields. Boom 6 and 7 lock shields bouncing the enemy attack off like it was nothing. From her high ground, Rihanna unleashes a lightning bolt that fries the enemy lines like crispy bacon. She is laser-focused, dripping with magical power. The tribe members watch, losing their minds. Yo, the princess is actually goated. One shouts while another gasps. Those golems are straight-up tanks on legs. Sticking to the script, 2 other golems start blasting laser beams. Heel hypes up his teammate's powerful attack. Clutch hit Rihanna. He cues the next attack. 14 and 15 open fire. It is a combo of lightning and lasers that deletes the horde from existence. In seconds, the battlefield looks like a scrapyard of toasted monster shells. But hold up, the cutscene is not over yet. The shells try to spit that nasty numbing slime, but the golems stand tall shields up to block the toxic spray. Magic barriers sizzle, neutralizing the poison instantly. The last monsters get stomped out, ending the raid with a flawless victory. Heel and Rihanna look down from their perch. That is a dub secured. A tribe member sighs, relieved. Thank God the golems kept that paralyzing glop away from the boss. Rihanna smirks, feeling herself. That was easier than a level 1 slime quest. Clear area, clear comms. Heel addresses the troops. GG everyone. Magic golems are officially broken. He grins at her. Rihanna, you absolutely carried today. As they get ready to jump down, she's already thinking about the loot. Let's get this meat to the fridge before it goes funky. Heel nods in agreement. Copy that. Number 1, put us down and help haul the goods. Back on solid ground, they start the grind of cleaning up. Suddenly, Rihanna's elf ears twitch. She spins around just as a couple of camping Satan shells lurch out of the shadows for a cheap shot. One of the uglies hawks a loogie of numbing venom straight at Heel's face. Zero hesitation, Rihanna screams, "Mr. Heel, watch out," and yeets him out of the danger zone. She tanks the hit, taking the full paralyzing blast. A guard rushes in and finally deletes the campers. "Boss, you good." Heel barely hears him. Shaken, he stammers, "Yeah, thanks, Elvin." But his eyes snap to Rihanna in pure panic. Panic mode activated. Rihanna looks like she went 10 rounds with a slime monster totally covered in goo. "I'm sorry, Mr. Heel," she mumbles, body completely paralyzed. She struggles to move, feeling grosser than a cafeteria lunch tray. I'm all sticky." Heel, meanwhile, is freaking out because, let's be real, this position is super sus. He shakes off the awkward vibes and panic switches gears. "Chill, I got you. Cure." The healing magic hits like an energy drink, rebooting her system instantly. Rihanna flashes a 1,000,000-watt smile. "Thanks a ton." But our boy Heel is playing it cool, trying to dodge the praise like it's dodgeball. "Nah, you did the heavy lifting." While he's yapping, something blingy inside a shell catches his eye. He's still stressing about her being covered in monster snot, though. That must feel nasty. "I'll go grab some water." But Rihanna is like, "Nah fam, I'm good. I got this." They peek into the giant shell. "What's the deal here?" Heel asks. Boom. Rihanna's eyes go wide. It's a pearl epic loot. These Satan shell drops are super rare. She cradles the gem, vibing with its shiny perfection. It's legit gorgeous. Heel casually tosses it to her like it's a candy wrapper. "Here, keeps these, Rihanna." She looks like she just got slapped with a fish. Totally shook. He drops the accidental smooth line. "I don't get jewelry prices, but that rock looks fire on you." Rihanna.exe stops working. Her face turns into a tomato. Jaw hits the floor. She is absolutely cooked by his accidental flirting. She turns into a glitching mess, stuttering like a scratched CD, unable to form a single sentence. "Ah well, but I..." Feelings overload. She pulls a Sonic and sprints away, screaming, "My bad, Mr. Heel. I'm not ready for this level yet." Heel is left standing there, confused as heck. He stares at the pearl, realizing his simple gift just triggered a romance event flag he didn't expect. "Guess I can't just hand that over?" Next day, we back on the grind. The mining operation is poppin'. Heel stretches out. Yo, break time. But Full is a machine with zero chill, still hammering away like a beast. I'm gonna grind a bit more, Heel grins. Cool, but don't forget to fuel up or you'll crash. Full's eyes light up like emojis. Bet the princess's grub is top tier. Before dipping, Heel talks to the bouncer golem. Number 15, smash that alarm bell if things get sketchy. With the golems on patrol, the tribe is farming resources like pros, with Full leading the charge on pure caffeine energy. Later, Rihanna drops a massive feast for the starving crew. Dinner is served. We got that Satan Shell special menu today. The squad dives in like they haven't eaten in weeks. We're stacked on food, so go crazy. Rihanna hypes them up as they stuff their faces. Narration drops the lore these shells are a cheat code for food dyes and crafting mats. But the ocean currents around Sheol Reef, they're a frenemy. A total double-edged sword. They bring loot, sure, but they also drag in gnarly wreckage and dead bodies from wars way out at sea. Big trouble is brewing. Using those shells, the tribe finally unlocks the legendary dye recipe. Heel checks out the fabric, hyping up the rich color. So this is that Tyrian purple. That's that royal drip. The whole tribe is losing it. One elder calls it a major flex, claiming it's cleaner than the stuff nobles wear. They start designing new fits immediately. Heel proudly shows the masterpiece to an elder. Peep this elven straight fire, right? But the celebration dies fast. Elven rolls up, radiating dark energy. The party vibe's gone, deleted. Heel and the elder turn around, smiles dropping into pure confusion. Something is wrong. Elven's face is stone-cold, eyes sharp enough to cut glass. Down by the water, the whole tribe is staring at the waves in silence. Elven finally speaks, his voice deeper than a dungeon boss. Boss, walk with me. They're washed up like trash as a nightmare fuel site, a bloated giant orc warrior. Panic ripples through the goblins like a shockwave. An orc, they whisper. The name of their nemesis hanging in the air like poison. Heel is shook. Elven explains the grim reality. He got snagged on the barrier. We dragged him in. Elven locks onto a metal seal on the armor. His voice drops, trembling with sudden horror. That crest, no doubt about it. In a split second, his calm mask cracks. Pure, unadulterated rage takes over. He screams, "It's the clan that wiped us out." That sentence is a match thrown into a gasoline tank. A young goblin loses it, breaking from the pack. "Why are you scared of dead meat?" He screams, booting the dead orc in the face. Another goblin yells, "You idiots!" But the rage virus is spreading fast. Trauma hits them all at once. "How dare you, for our friends, for our families." The mob goes feral, stomping the corpse into oblivion. "Get him." Heel tries to jump in, shouting, "Yo, chill, wait." He screams their names, trying to play referee, but it's useless. His voice gets swallowed by the madness like a drop in the ocean. Even Elven and Varys are just standing there, frozen like glitches in the system. The tribe is tripping out, their faces twisted as old trauma scars get ripped open like cheap fabric. And Heel. He freezes up, shaking like he just chugged 5 energy drinks. Then the reality check hits him. This orc is public enemy number 1 for the Belden tribe. Heel thinks, who am I to stop them? I ain't got the street cred for this. Suddenly a voice cuts through the noise like a jagged knife. "Stop it!" The angry mob hits the brakes, instantly totally shook by the command. It's Rihanna blocking the path like a raid boss. Her eyes usually look like puppy dogs, but right now they're spitting straight fire and disappointment. The tribe just stares, mind blown by her intensity. Rihanna's voice is shaking, but she's not scared, she's pissed. Kicking a corpse that is so trashy, did the Belden tribe lose their dignity, or what? One goblin tries to clap back, stuttering, "But princess?" He tries to make excuses, bringing up the receipts on how cruel the orcs were. "You know what they did to our crew? Don't you remember? They even used the king's body like a twisted trophy." Rihanna narrows her eyes. She knows that pain is realer than real, but she stands her ground, voice steady as a rock. "That doesn't mean we gotta sink to their level and act like monsters too." Another goblin looks at Heel and drops the mic. Besides, Mr. Heel is the one who decides what to do with intruders. Suddenly, every eyeball is locked on Heel. Rihanna realizes she might have crossed a line and bows her head. "My bad, Mr. Heel." But Heel, he ain't even mad. He looks at her with pure respect. "Thanks, Rihanna." Seeing her gutsy move, Heel finally finds his own spine and steps up. "Yeah, that's right. Right now, I'm the big boss of this island and you guys are my people." He plants himself between the mob and the dead body, addressing them like a true leader. "Look, I know you're salty and I get you want to blow off steam, but clowning on a dead body, that ain't it. And that's on me to fix." Then Heel pulls a move nobody saw coming. He bows his head low. "I'm sorry. Just do me this one selfish favor and chill out, okay?" The tribe is totally shook. Their chief is bowing to them. They rush forward, freaking out like they broke a vase. "Boss, head up, please. You're making us look bad." With the drama finally cooling down, Heel turns to Varys. "Varys, can you handle the burial?" Varys nods, grim as a reaper. "If that's the order." But as they prep, Varys drops a bombshell. He's not the only one. Heel looks at the ocean and his heart drops into his stomach. The water is a graveyard of bodies and shipwreckage. The tribe starts fishing the dead out of the water. "We got 24 bodies. But wait, here comes the plot twist. As they line up the corpses, they notice it's a mixed bag. Right next to the orcs is the body of a kobold. "Those guys are mortal enemies," a goblin explains. "They beef with the orcs hard." Heel is stressing out. Did the orcs and kobolds kill each other? But why throw hands out here in the middle of nowhere? Later, Heel and Elvin check out the grim scene like crime scene investigators. Elvin confirms the bad vibes. This whole setup is super sus. They got battle scars, sure, but some of this damage is straight up nasty. He points to a gnarly wound. No sword or axe did that. Looks like fang marks, but like monster-sized fangs. He points to another body that's toasted extra crispy. That guy looks like half his body got deleted by a nuke or something. Even blaze magic doesn't hit that hard, right? The implication is pure nightmare fuel. Heel's eyes go wide. Are you saying a third player entered the chat? Elvin shrugs. I don't know, but we better stay frosty. Heel nods, deciding not to start a panic attack. Yeah, it's a mystery. But let's keep it on the down low so we don't freak the tribe out. Heel goes into manager mode. He puts Varys on grave duty and tells Elvin to start beefing up their defenses. While the squad works, Heel and Rihanna start the gross job of doing a loot run through the wreckage. Rihanna sighs, holding up some splintered wood. Everything here is total garbage. Fixing this is gonna be a nightmare. Suddenly, Heel hears a little crying noise. He whips around to Rihanna. You say something. She shakes her head, looking confused. No. Then his eyes lock onto a fancy chest, half buried in the junk. Rihanna, check this locked box. The sound gets louder, and it's definitely coming from inside the loot box. Rihanna tries to muscle it open, but it's stuck tight. I can't crack it. Heel realizes something is alive in there. Heel steps up and summons his magic pickaxe. A glowing crest flares up and click, the lock pops open like magic. All right, moment of truth, he says, slowly lifting the lid. Before he can even peek, a white blur shoots out like a rocket. It lands right in his arms. Heel's brain stalls out. Wait. A puppy. The fluff ball immediately attacks his face with licks. It starts climbing all over him like he's a jungle gym, totally overwhelming him. Whoa. What am I supposed to do with this? Rihanna just watches, stunned by the sudden overdose of cute chaos. Heel finally peels the creature off his face, only to find a massive slobber mark on his shirt. You did that little dude leak, but Rihanna, she's already caught feelings. She scoops the creature up like it's the latest drop, grinning ear to ear. My bad, I'll scrub it. Heel's brain is still buffering, trying to download the situation. But this puppy, though. Rihanna peeps the fluff ball in her arms, looking all wise. Yeah, pretty sure this is a kobold. She squeezes the baby kobold like a stress ball, stroking its fur. Infant's got a clean slate. The crew will get it. Heel. He ain't buying it. They just scooped up the spawn of their biggest ops. But staring at that innocent face, he knows they can't just yeet it into the woods. Guess they're babysitters now. Next day, Heel is back on his grind, putting that new pickaxe to work like a boss. With swings that could crack a mountain, he's wrecking the rock face. Gotta stack that inventory. He's low-key crushing on his new gear. Mappa's special orichalcum ice axe is straight fire. But while he works, his brain is spiraling. That showdown on the coastal waters? I still got zero comebacks for what Elvin called out. Best move right now, keep swinging. His strat is brain-dead simple. Mine loot, rinse and repeat. The island's safety rides on his grind. But checking his stash, he spots a glitch. The magic stone drop rate is tanking hard. He's stressing about the squad. He wants to level up Rihanna's magic and hopes Full and Varys can unlock that skill tree someday too. He sighs like an old tire. Well, can't force the loot to drop. But then something sus catches his eye in the inventory. Curious, he spawns it in his hand. What in the world is this thing? He squints at it like it owes him money. It ain't a stone. It's a seed. Did I auto-loot this while digging? Suddenly Full comes sprinting over like the cafeteria just opened. Mr. Heel. He turns around. Yo, Full, you here to grind too? But nah, she looks like a total nervous wreck. Nope, it's a disaster up there. Back at camp, it's a total circus. One dude is trying to calm the screaming kobold by making goofy faces. Epic fail. The kid just cranks the volume up to 11. Another guy tries to entertain it with a giant spider bat idea. Even a summoned beast tries to help, but ends up roaring and traumatizing the poor rugrat. The whole squad is clueless. That's weird. Why won't this kid hit the mute button? Full snaps and clocks one of the guys. What kind of foolishness is that? The dude is shook. Would I use the same strat on you? Full looks like she wants to delete her existence. Just then, Heel pulls up to the scene. Nah, you're just scaring the little guy, he says deadpan. The dude looks guilty. Then the baby locks eyes with Heel. Instant silence. The little critter zooms straight for him, launching into his arms and snuggling like he found his charger. Heel is totally shook. Whoa, hold up. Rihanna and Full break down the tea. Aha, he was definitely hunting for you, Rihanna says. Started wailing the second he woke up from his snooze. Rihanna grins. He probably thinks you're his pops. Full jumps in. Maybe he was marking his territory. Didn't he leak on you earlier? Meanwhile, Varys is eyeing the chest the kid came in. It looks way shallower on the inside, classic hidden compartment vibes. I'm betting there's a false bottom. He also drops a theory on why the baby is acting like glue. Maybe it's their instinct to latch onto the first thing they see. Heel catches his vibe. Is that box Sus Varys? The old-timer nods. Yep. He shows off how tanky it is. Looks like wood, but even an orichalcum blade can't scratch it. Heel gets a light bulb moment. He passes the kid to Rihanna. Rihanna, hold the football. Got him, she says. Heel slaps his hand on the chest bottom and fires up his unique picking magic. Click. A hidden stash pops open. Bottom was locked tight too. Heel calls out. Varys leans in like he's sniffing for gossip. What's the loot? Inside the secret slot are 3 dusty old books and a small white stone. Heel reads the spines. History of the Tybris tribe, Book of Techniques, Tyra Scriptures. So Tyrus is their clan name. But what's with the rock? The squad gathers round, but the text is basically gibberish to them. Boss, one asks. These letters are alien to me. Heel is just as lost. Suddenly a system notification pops up IDing the item. A stone capable of storing thoughts. Basically magical cloud storage. Varys looks at the rock, a single tear sliding down his face like he knows exactly what's up. Suddenly the stone lights up in Heel's hand. He looks at Varys, freaking out. Varys! He realizes the old man's mana must have triggered it. It's a message stone. The rock floats up, blasting a beam of light. A hologram of a top-tier powerful fox lady materializes in 4K resolution. Heel and Rihanna are staring with their jaws on the floor. What is this? The hologram speaks with pure boss lady energy. I am Queen Alina of the Tyrus tribe. The little one in the box, that is my newborn. Rihanna whispers low-key, jealous of the graphics. She's gorgeous. Alina's recorded voicemail continues to play. Yo, if you're hearing this playback, it means you cracked the seal on that loot box. But dropping the name Tyrus just triggered major beef with the Belden warriors. The queen looks like she's seen a ghost, straight up grim. She says, my clock is ticking and what I'm about to say sounds totally crazy. Suddenly the hologram glitches into a horror movie showing a massive ship getting wrecked like a paper toy by some legendary sea monster. She drops the bomb. We're being hunted by the ultimate boss monster Leviathan. Everyone freezes, looking like they just saw their own graves. Vars and the crew turn ghost white, completely shook. Alina breaks down the stats. Fighting those orcs earlier left them with 0 HP and mana. She hits them with the hard truth. Our gear is trash against it. Our magic is useless, and there's no exit strategy from this beast. Her vibe switches from panic to pure heartbreak as she looks at her kid. I know this is a huge ask, but please, raise my baby for me. Then she lists the quest rewards. We got nothing but our 2 tankiest warriors to guard the chest and 3 skill books forbidden to outsiders. The hologram starts bugging out, flickering like a broken screen while explosions pop off in the background. Game over for me, she whispers. Take care of my kid and maybe one day let him hear this recording so he knows I didn't abandon him. In her final seconds, the terror melts into a warm, loving smile, straight up tearjerker style. Your mom Alhena loves you. The light dies, and the thought stone hits the table with a clack that echoes like a gunshot in the silent room. Heel starts sweating bullets, the weight of a dying queen's final wish crashing onto his shoulders like a ton of bricks. Rihanna clutches the orphan, tight eyes popping with shock and sadness. But the Belden general, he just scoffs like he smells something rotten. He curls his lip and sneers. Typical Tyrus trash dumping their kid on strangers. Where's the security detail at? Rihanna snaps back instantly. Yo, general, watch your mouth, that's out of line. Suddenly another guy steps up to spill the tea. Heel turns to the squad, realizing he's the only one out of the loop on the Tyrus drama. Full steps in to explain the bad blood. Listen. Heel, the Tyrus and Belden tribes have been at each other's throats forever. Her voice drops, getting real heavy. My big brother got wasted in that war. Heel listens, finally getting why the vibe is so toxic. Damn, I get it now. But Rihanna points out a plot twist. Even with that history, Elvin didn't give the baby the stink eye. Full nods hard. Facts. My pops would never hate on an innocent kid. Vars clears up why the general is acting so salty. He blames himself for not saving his own son. Then Vars drops his own tragic backstory. I lost a lil bro in that mess too, but I ain't holding a grudge against a baby. Hearing the squad's resolve, Heel makes the call. Voice steady, he says, Alright, bet, I'm taking the kid. Full and Vars grin, backing his play 100%. Heel grabs the baby, then realizes they missed a key detail in the cutscene. Wait a sec, did she ever drop a name? Vars shakes his head. She only called him, my baby. Rihanna starts theorizing. Maybe she left it blank on purpose, so whoever adopted him would treat him like real family. Heel looks at her like she's the strategy guide. If that's the case, you got any ideas, Rihanna? He lifts the kid up like Simba, ready for a new chapter. Rihanna thinks for a second, then lights up. Okay, how about Real? Look, he digs it. Real, yeah, that works. From now on, your name is Real. But as soon as he says it, a system window pops up. Naming complete. Tamed Real. Heel's brain short circuits. Hey, he stares at the giggling baby. Tamed. That sounds like I just caught a Pokemon, but whatever cave life is wild anyway. Full starts grinning like a Cheshire cat. I see what you did there, Rihanna plus Heel equals Real. Slick move. Rihanna's face turns redder than a fire hydrant while Full laughs, and Heel tries to deny it, stuttering like a rookie. But the rom-com moment gets crushed when the general starts describing how the Tyrus warriors got wiped out. Giant fang marks bodies half melted by heat. A monster that laughs at swords and magic. Vars snaps everyone back to reality. Romance, later survival now. We got a major problem. The beast's name echoes in Heel's head, a name that screams death flag for anyone who hears it. Leviathan. Heel turns to Mappa, looking serious. Yo, Mappa, you sure you're ready to tank this? Mappa just gives a stoic nod. Heel takes a deep breath, locking in. Let's do this. The squad braces as raw power starts to build up. Heel doesn't hold back, blasting a torrent of fire magic that turns the whole area into an inferno. The golem doesn't budge, raising its shiny new orichalcum shield. A magic circle flares up, eating that explosion like a snack. Heel pumps his fist hyped up. That orichalcum shield is cracked with shielding magic on top. We are practically invincible. Later, Heel checks on the old-timers. Yo, Vars Elvin, what's the status? The whole tribe is grinding, building a massive ballista. Vars is beaming with pride. Mappa's blueprints are genius level, man. Pure art. With this bad boy, we can defend the island from Godzilla himself. But Heel looks at the ocean nervous. Leviathan. Is that myth actually real? Vars keeps it 100. Honestly, I think it's cap, but we gotta stay ready just in case. They both remember the intel, it's do or die. Queen Alina's entire squad got deleted from the server right here. A sea monster wasn't playing games. It was looking for a snack. Suddenly, a tiny squeak kills the vibe. It draws the attention of a goblin nearby. It's the cobalt pup Riel stuck way up on the scaffolding like a cat in a meme. Heel yells, "Yo, how did you even get up there?" That is straight up dangerous. The poor pup is shaking like a leaf, too scared to move. A goblin shouts, "You stuck little guy." Heel and Varys are losing their minds. But this orc warrior, total Chad, he starts climbing the structure like it's nothing. "Hang tight, I'm coming." Elsewhere, Rihanna is trying to wrangle the energetic pup. "Hey Riel, quit bothering the workers, will ya?" She apologizes to the orc general. "My bad." "You good?" He waves it off like a boss and asks, "I thought the pup was farming with you." Rihanna looks away, totally guilty. Turns out Riel has been wilding out all day, digging up seeds and snatching goblin lunches. Varys chuckles, noting the kid is leveling up fast. Cobalt kids hit puberty in speedrun mode. He'll be walking on 2 legs any day now. Mentioning the field triggers a brain blast for Heel. Wait a sec. Speaking of farming. He whips out a massive suspicious seed he found. "Varys, you recognize this loot?" Varys inspects it, totally stumped. "It's huge." "Sorry boss, never seen this item before." But as Rihanna stares at it, a word slips out like a glitch. Idrisil. The whole squad turns to look at her. "Say what?" Rihanna and Heel ask. She snaps out of her trance face, glowing red. "Ack, why did that just spill out of my mouth?" Heel connects the dots instantly. "Was that your crest downloading info?" Varys nods. Legend says the farmer crest comes with a built-in wiki for plants. The name, however, hits Varys differently. Idrisil. Wait, I actually know that lore. He explains it's a mythical tree from the old stories. A giant that buffs all living things. Varys holds the seed, looking dead serious. "Yeah, it's a legend, but so is the change stone, and we found that here." With a new mission, Heel gets to grinding. He starts bending earth like a pro, carving a new plot out of the rocky coast. The ground moves and reshapes just 'cause he said so. Finally, he breaks through the rock. Boom access granted. Rihanna watches, totally impressed. "You're a wizard, mister?" "Heel." The plan is to build a new field that doubles as a shield wall for the island. Heel calls in his bug minions for backup. "My inventory only works in the cave, so I need you guys to haul dirt outside. Don't let me down." He has more than enough materials to craft this upgrade. By evening, the map is updated with a walled-off plot. Heel declares, "All right, let's plant this Idrisil seed and see what happens." As he kneels to plant the boss-level item, he catches Rihanna sprinkling something else. "Rihanna, what's that?" She smiles, showing off a pouch. "Just some flower seeds from home, for the aesthetic you know." Heel smiles back. "Wholesome." But then he jumps out of his skin. Mappa just spawned beside him out of nowhere. "Bro, put a bell on or something." Suddenly, Rihanna screams, "Mr. Heel!" He whips his head around fast. The Idrisil seed is already popping off. Mappa looks at the tiny plant, then at Heel like, "Now what?" Heel shrugs. "I don't know, hit it with the sunstone." Rihanna blasts the sprout with the glowing stone. The plant reacts instantly, growing at glitch-level speeds. In seconds, it's a small tree. Heel is hyped. That sunstone is OP. But the growth doesn't stop. It starts accelerating like crazy. The ground starts tweaking out. "Rihanna, you sure you only used 1 stone?" he asks, sweating bullets. She swears she did. The vegetation goes feral, shaking the earth violently. This vibe is off. The ground cracks open beneath them like a dropped phone screen. Heel grabs Rilel and screams, "Yeet yourself out of here!" They run, but Mappa lags behind. He trips and gets swallowed by the angry dirt and roots. A landslide of rock and dirt buries him completely. Heel screams his best friend's name, totally devastated. Mappa. From the fortress, everyone watches a tsunami of green explode from the new land. Varys and the orc general are staring, jaws on the floor. The plants consume half the island in a single frame. Heel, Rihanna, and Riel are paralyzed by the sheer size of this thing. When the lag finally settles, they're standing at the edge of an impossible forest. Heel whispers in disbelief. The camera pulls back to show the whole island has been remastered. It's now home to a world-sized tree piercing the heavens. The legend wasn't clickbait. This is Idrisil. Panic grips Heel as he stares at the destruction. Mappa. Rihanna points at the colossal tree that just burst from the ground. He's buried under that absolute unit of a trunk. No hesitation. Heel is going in. "We're saving him, Rihanna, let's roll." The squad rushes the base of the tree, looking like ants next to it. They start climbing the roots, which are basically mountains. It's raid time. This thing isn't just big, it's practically a skyscraper made of wood. Rihanna drops the truth bomb. Heel nods in agreement. "Yeah, feels less like a hike and more like conquering Mount Everest." He cups his hands, screaming into the void of the endless forest. "Hang tight, Mappa. We're coming to bust you out of there. But when they finally pull up to the scene, Mappa isn't flattened like a pancake. Nah, the dude is snoozing hard drool leaking everywhere like a broken faucet. Heel freezes his panic, swapping out for pure, unadulterated disbelief. He throws up a hand to kill the noise, completely brain-fried by this ridiculous sight. Seeing the big guy looking so zen, Heel lets out a long sigh. Bruh. You wanna just crash here? He asks the sleeping giant, who actually nods while dreaming. Unbelievable. Cool with me. Rihanna takes a deep hit of the fresh air, grinning like she just won the lottery. I get it. The vibes here are immaculate. It smells amazing. Haven't smelled a forest this legit in ages. Suddenly, Heel clocks a weird shimmering glow leaking from the tree bark. Rihanna senses it too. Yo, Mr. Heel, this tree is radiating some serious energy. You feel that static? Is that your magic training kicking in? Heel steps back to scope out the massive trunk from a distance, confirming she's dead on. It's not just energy. It's flowing like a river. Looks like holy magic is expanding everywhere. He scans the trippy new landscape with wide eyes. This tree is basically a loot box full of secrets. We gotta get Varys to check this out. Rihanna nods. Bet. The whole squad is here anyway. Out of nowhere, Rilel the fluffball bursts from the foliage with a happy yip. Hey, Rilel, quit wandering off solo. It's gnarly out here. Heel warns, trying to be the responsible dad. But Rihanna, she's got other plans. Mr. Heel, since we're already here, let's level up and climb a little higher. She spins around in the chill atmosphere, totally vibing with the moment. It feels just like the woods back in my hometown. Bailing now would be a total waste. Watching her geek out, Heel feels a little heat rise in his cheeks. Fair point. He makes the call. All right, let's do it. Time to explore Yggdrasil. Rialo lets out a hyped bark of approval. The fluffy sidekick bounces ahead like a pinball, leading the charge up the giant tree. Rihanna effortlessly parkours up the steep roots like she was born to do it. Heel trails behind, needing a clutch assist from Rihanna as they scale the beast together. They finally hit the peak and boom, the view hits them like a truck. Whoa, look at that. I've never seen the island from the nosebleed section before, Rihanna gasps. Even Heel has to admit it's fire. So that's what the full map looks like, huh? But his eyes drift to the endless blue ocean. His mood drops from 100 to 0 real quick as he scans the horizon. Coast is clear, no ships. If the kingdom's navy showed up, we'd be cooked. Rihanna catches the sudden shift in his vibe. That weird comment sparks her curiosity. She finally drops the question that's been living rent-free in her head. Mr. Heel, why were you riding solo on this island to begin with? The question hits Heel like a physical punch to the gut. Seeing him flinch, Rihanna backpedals fast. My bad, I shouldn't have pried. I seriously shouldn't have asked. Heel slumps down, face clouded with shadow. Nah, it's cool. I guess I never really spilled the tea on my backstory. Rihanna sits opposite him, clutching Riello, ready for story time. Heel looks up with a smile that doesn't quite reach his eyes as he opens up about his history. I got kicked out of my kingdom. Why? Because I was weak trash. Rihanna's jaw drops. Wait, you powerless? Heel's voice gets heavy as the scene rewinds to a flashback of the fancy capital city. You only say that because you didn't know the old me back in the capital. A tiny version of Heel, wrapped in a basic cloak, trudges alone through the imposing stone streets of the royal city, looking lonely as hell. His narration kicks in. After some zoning drama, the residential area for the servants got ghosted. Totally abandoned. I used to sneak out of the castle just to read there. Honestly, catching a cold outside was better than catching the hate-filled glares back at the palace. One day the silence gets shattered by a weird rattling noise from behind a nearby barrel. Out of the shadows creeps a small winged monster dragged down by a heavy iron collar around its neck. Young Heel jumps back. Yo, what is that? A monster, hiding behind a barrel in the middle of the capital. The creature hisses, flashing tiny fangs like it wants to throw hands. Heel freezes up, brain lagging. The beast lunges at him, but clank. The chain yanks it back hard. Heel's terror instantly melts into pity as he gets a closer look. Why is it chained up like a criminal? And look at those cuts. The little guy collapses, totally running on empty. Heel frantically flips through his book, looking for a cheat code to help. He lands on a specific page. Healing magic. Okay, how do I cast this? Night falls, but Heel keeps coming back. The next day, he sprints back to that sketchy alleyway like his life depends on it. He calls out to his new homie Lopes. He holds out a piece of bread. Got some loot for you today. Heel narrates the feels from back then. I fed a monster and named him Lopes. If anyone caught me, they'd think I'd lost my marbles. Meanwhile, he struggles with the lock on the collar. But it's no dice. Dang it, I can't crack this lock. But he isn't about to rage quit. He holds up his magic book with a determined grin. Hold up. I'm not done yet. I got the manual right here, so let's grind some XP. The scene shows him practicing magic circles in the dirt. Honestly, hanging with Lopez felt more human than dealing with actual people. As he reads, he makes a solemn promise to the little guy. I might be a noob now, but one day I'm gonna break that chain around your neck. Then you'll be free to fly out of this dump. He's giving Lops gentle head pats, whispering sweet nothings like a protective big bro. I got you, homie. Then bam, some hyena-sounding cackle wrecks the whole vibe. Heel freezes up like a deer in headlights. It's not just one dude, it's a whole squad. He tries to ghost, but nope. Too slow, bro. Click-clack go the expensive shoes on the stones. Out steps this pretty boy with hair shining like actual gold. It's Mr. Perfect himself. The dude looks down at Heel like he just stepped in gum. You look surprisingly alive for a loser. Guess being a cockroach gives you plenty of extra health points, huh? Heel narrates the nightmare. It's my baby bro, Prince Orin. The 18th Prince of Sandfills looking at Heel with eyes colder than a winter storm. Cue the tragic flashback. We're talking a literal tornado of wind magic popping off. It slams into poor little Lops. The beast screams as magical shrapnel slices him up while he's chained down like a prisoner. Prince Orin, the architect of this messed up situation, starts lecturing like a boring professor. Listen up, dummy. Precision is everything. Your magic is garbage if you can't aim. He's surrounded by his posse of elite snobs all smirking like they own the place. Class is in session. His goons join the party blasting spells that miss on purpose just to scare the living daylights out of Lops. You'll learn to aim one-jerk jokes, but Heel ain't stupid. He knows they're missing on purpose, it's all a sick game. Heel tells us it wasn't just Orin. It was the whole top G squad from the Magic Academy acting like total psychopaths. These guys were surgical with it, draining the beast's HP bar slowly without landing the finishing blow. Pure evil. Heel is standing there shaking like a leaf in a hurricane raging inside while Orin's crew laughs like it's a comedy show. Once they got their kicks, they dipped, leaving Lops battered and leaking on the cold stone floor. As soon as the coast is clear, Heel rushes over crying his eyes out. I'm sorry, my bad, Lops. Guilt is hitting him like a truck. The little guy is wrecked. Heel explains he'd sneak out like a ninja every day to fix him up, but his healing magic weaker than gas station coffee. And just like clockwork, Orin and his frat boys would come back to beat on the poor thing again. Heel was stuck between a rock and a hard place. Can't heal the cuts, can't break the chains. Lops was checking out early at this rate. Finally, Heel snaps. I ain't taking this no more. He tracks down the squad near the courtyard to settle up. Orin hits the brakes looking shocked. If it isn't Heel, what are you doing out of your hole? Heel swallows his pride, tastes like ash. I need a solid Orin. He bows his head. Cut the crap, please. Can you let the monster go? Orin gives him the dead eyes. One of his lackeys looks like he just saw a pig fly at Heel's audacity. The lackey steps up, blocking Orin like a bodyguard. I got this, trash boss. Heel is sweating bullets, praying his beg worked. Instead, boom. He gets shoved so hard he almost eats dirt. The goon laughs. You think you're still royalty? You got some nerve asking favors for a beast scrub. Dude charges up a spell, dark vibes swirling around his hand. Move it, weakling. Unless you want to turn to crisp toast with your pet, desperate Heel drops to his knees like he's praying. Please, Orin. The squad is loving the show. Orin lets out a sigh longer than a Monday morning. Ugh, total buzzkill. Heel freezes as Orin waves a hand. Fine, whatever. Have it your way. For real, hope sparks in Heel's eyes. Yeah, I was getting bored of punching a sandbag that bleeds. Orin says totally over it. I'm done with that thing. Heel doesn't wait. He scrambles toward Lops like his life depends on it. But Orin's voice cuts through the air cold as ice. Go on, unlock it. That creepy smile is back. But hey, I can't have a wild beast running around my city. Gotta delete it, you feel me. A little flame pops up on his fingertip. I'll give you a 10-second head start. Heel's brain short circuits. Like I said, you want it, free it. The countdown starts. 10. Heel's soul leaves his body. What? No way. 9, 8, panic mode engaged. Heel fumbles with his weak magic trying to pick the lock. Orin's crew watches the struggle grinning like Cheshire cats. He's crying ugly tears now, realizing his magic is totally useless against that high-level mechanism. And the worst part, Lops doesn't get it. He just looks at Heel and smiles, trusting him completely. Orin grins like a demon as the clock hits 0. Boom. A firewall nukes the little creature instantly. Lops is gone, vaporized. Nothing left but smoldering ash and Heel's shattered heart. Orin walks away, dropping one last bomb. You suck, Heel. I can't believe you let your best friend die like that. That sentence echoes, finally snapping something deep inside Heel's brain. He slams his fist into the dirt, the realization hitting him like a Mack truck. This guy knew everything. The whole game was rigged from the start. It was a total setup. Consumed by blinding rage, Heel decides to crash out, throwing a haymaker straight at Orin's smug face. But his fist stops dead, hitting an invisible hexagonal shield like hitting a brick wall. Orin doesn't even flinch. What do you think you're doing? Heel. Tears of pure grief and fury are streaming down Heel's face. How dare you, Lopes? But Orin's voice drops to a menacing whisper that freezes the air. That ain't what I asked. His eye glows with terrifying OP energy as he leans in. Do you seriously think a 0-level scrub like you can touch me? The flashback fades out. Heel's voice returns, sounding totally defeated. I woke up in a bed in the medical ward. I somehow dragged myself up and went back to that spot. That's where he found someone had swept up Lopes' ashes and left them in a tiny vial. Clutching that vial like it was his lifeline, Heel finishes his story. Friend, I was so arrogant. I wrote checks my abilities couldn't cash and just watched as everything burned. That's the real me. As Heel wraps up his trauma dump, Rihanna looks at him, her expression hardening with serious conviction. I knew it. She leans in, her voice slicing right through his emo phase. You aren't powerless at all, stop capping. Her words flip the script on his life, reminding him of every time he carried the team. Whether it's us, the Belden tribe, or Riel and even Lopez. Tears are flowing now, not out of pity, but because she believes in him 100%. You're always grinding your hardest to help everyone. Heel is totally shook by her tears. Rihanna. He stammers, but she's deep in her feels. I'm so sorry. You're the one who went through hell. He looks away confused by his own actions and why he's feeling this way. Why did I spill the tea on my pathetic backstory? He wonders if he was just fishing for sympathy. Then the truth hits him. Did I just want someone to hear me out? Suddenly, Relel breaks the awkward silence, zooming excitedly up a nearby hill. His thoughts finally click into place. It wasn't just some random NPC he wanted to tell. No, I wanted to tell Rihanna. He thinks as they chase after the little creature. But when they crest the hill, they both freeze, jaws hitting the floor. Before them lies a secret level, a hidden clearing carpeted with white flowers Rihanna planted, now blooming like crazy. Rihanna clocks them instantly. This is a flower from my hometown, the same ones we just planted. Rielel joyfully yeets through the field of flowers, and Heel can't help but crack a smile. Haha. Rielel is living his best life. With a gentle smile, Rihanna turns to him. Hey, Mr. Heel. I know that regret about Lopes is living rent-free in your head, but don't forget. She points to the squad in the distance, her voice warm like sunshine. When you're going through it, we are all right here for you. The whole community is there, living proof of the family he built from nothing. You ain't solo anymore. He looks at Rihanna's radiant smile, and the heavy weight on his shoulders finally vanishes, replaced by major gratitude. Rihanna thanks a ton. Later on, Varys drops the loot report on the giant tree Yggdrasil. The sap is sweet, and the leaves can be crafted into a healing salve or some top-tier tea. He does drop a warning, though, because drinking too much tea can put you in a coma. The branches, however, are straight-up cheat codes. They are incredibly light yet so durable that even their strongest orichalcum tools can barely scratch the wood. They decided to beta test the wood by crafting new handles for their ice axes. One of the dark elves trying out the new gear is losing her mind. Alright, apparently Yggdrasil branches have an infinite stamina buff. Heel sees how late it is and calls a timeout. It's already dinner time, but the dark elf is still buzzing like she had 10 energy drinks. But I'm not even tired. Heel just laughs, telling her she can grind more tomorrow. That night, peaceful vibes settle over the entire island. The giant tree seems to exist to bless everyone, and the new flower field promises that the future is going to be lit. Life on the island is leveling up every day, and even Relel sleeps like a rock. As Heel gets ready to crash, he thinks about the mining strats for tomorrow. He lies down satisfied with the W they took today, but suddenly he gets jump-scared awake by a violent shaking. He sits bolt upright, seeing Relel in the slime trembling hard. Relel. He rushes to the little guy's side, panic rising. You good little homie? The noise wakes the others, who rush in. Mr. Heel, what's the drama? We heard Rielel crying. Rihanna gently scoops the whimpering creature into her arms. I think Rielel was having a nightmare. Were you? But as she comforts him, she notices something totally glitchy. A glowing, intricate crest spawns in Rielel's left eye, pulsing with some alien light. The crest flares up and an energy wave smacks everyone in the room. Instantly, their lag switched paralyzed, as a shared vision is forced into their brains. They find themselves on the deck of a ship getting tossed around by a storm that looks like the apocalypse. The ship is totaled. Its masts are snapped like twigs. The deck is littered with bodies, a scene of absolute destruction. Standing in the middle of the carnage is a single figure standing on business holding a crescent-bladed staff. It's Queen Alina Raelel's mama. She raises her staff like a total boss, summoning a defensive circle thick enough to stop a tank for her final stand. But then wham, a colossal beam of pure destruction slams into her shield, shattering it like cheap glass under a sledgehammer. Her staff goes yeet into the distance. The blast blows her backward, dealing critical damage that would have deleted anyone else. Even with her HP in the red, she pops another magic circle, refusing to fold. Her eyes are screaming defiance, totally unblinking. But it's game over. The Leviathan's mouth opens up like a gateway to hell, rising from the deep to swallow her and the whole ship in one bite. Snap back to reality. The vision cuts, and Heel slams his hand down, a burning pain shooting through him like he just grabbed a hot stove. He looks down and yikes. A crest identical to the one in Rielel's eye is branded right onto the back of his hand. Shaking like a leaf, Heel looks at the squad, face paler than a ghost. Did you guys peep that? Rihanna and Varys just stare back, frozen in pure terror. That was the Leviathan. Rielel lets out a soft, sad whimper, the trauma of its past now downloaded into everyone's brains. Heel clenches his marked fist. The nightmare fuel of what happened to Rielel's mom is now burned into his memory hard drive forever. Varys stares at the glowing tattoo on Heel's hand. This crest, it's clairvoyance. He breaks it down for the stunned Heel and Rihanna. I don't know the deets, but the streets call it the all-seeing eye of God. The horrifying truth hits Heel like a brick. Then, what we just saw... Yup, Varys confirms grimly as that monster flashes in their minds again. That clairvoyance ability just live-streamed exactly what Rielel witnessed the day it got separated from its mom. That 4K vision of destruction rippled through the whole island. Now Heel stands before his people, who are all shaking in their boots. Panic explodes. Yo, Mr. Heel, is that kaiju coming here? One guy screams. What's the play, are we cooked? Another cries out. All eyes lock onto Heel, a chorus of desperate voices begging for answers he absolutely does not have. His mind is racing like a sports car, sweat dripping. This isn't some low-level mob we've grinded before. If the Leviathan pulls up... He looks at the sea of terrified faces, the crushing weight of their lives sitting on his shoulders. Can I actually carry this team? Suddenly, a furious roar cuts through the panic like a knife. It's Elvin, and he isn't yelling at Heel but at the whining crowd. Heel flinches, totally caught lacking. "What's with the sour vibes?" Elvin bellows. "Did y'all forget the hell we survived to get here?" He points straight at Heel, loyalty level maxed out. "As long as we roll with our boss, there ain't nothing we can't handle, right?" Elvin's fierce determination is blinding. Rihanna and Varys watch, feeling that hope meter start to refill. Elvin's words slap the fear right out of Heel. Finding his mojo, Heel raises his voice. "Everyone chill out and listen up. We don't know if it's gonna pull up on us, but we gotta be ready. If we stack our buffs together, we can tank this threat." With every ounce of conviction he's got, Heel drops the request. "Everyone lend me your energy." The crowd responds with a thunderous roar. Fear is deleted, replaced by a unified will to throw hands. Later, Heel gathers the OGS for a war council to plot their next move. He thinks back to that nightmare vision. "Judging by that cutscene, my magic is gonna do 0 damage. He turns to their smith. "Mappa, what about Orichalcum? Think weapons made from that stuff will hold up?" Mappa breaks into a cold sweat, the pressure crushing him like a bug. Even Orichalcum might be trashed here against that thing. The mood in the room drops to absolute 0, but Varys the Elder steps up. "There might be a cheat code," he adds. "Hiding is an option, but no cave is deep enough to ghost a beast that size." The council starts brainstorming a bunker deep in the island's caves. They're plotting logistics like building a freezer for snacks. But Elvin points out a major glitch in the plan. If that thing tackles the island head-on, the whole map is gonna collapse. Hiding is useless. Shouldn't we just bail? But Heel shakes his head. "Nah, I've got a big brain play." His plan: go deep into the uncharted caverns, not to hide, but to loot a legendary weapon. With his crest glowing, he knows this is their only shot. Moment of truth time. Back in the meeting, Heel lays it out. "I want to grind for new undiscovered mats. This island always drops better loot the deeper we explore." Heel explains. "I bet there's some OP material sleeping down there, something strong enough to face tank the Leviathan." Rihanna suddenly has a lightbulb moment. "Heel, you should take Riel with you. It can't control that clairvoyance glitch yet," she adds. "But that power might be the cheat key to finding what we need." And so, the raid begins. Heel, Full, and the mining crew head into the abyss, with Full wishing their furry guide good luck. Heel checks his inventory. Riel, their secret weapon, is already out, cold drooling without a care in the world. The crew cracks up. It's bound to wake up sooner or later, F warns. "Time to get our hands dirty." The main character grins like a wolf. "All right, squad, let's show 'em how we ball." While the mining crew dives into the abyss, the rest of the island kicks into high gear for a massive project. They're stacking up sacred lumber from Yggdrasil like Legos. A giant defensive wall starts rising up, built on pure grit and desperation. Meanwhile, deep in the underground dungeon, Riel suddenly snaps awake. The main character feels the vibes shift instantly. Whoa, you catch a scent. But nah, another false alarm. He sighs. "Dude, you just needed a bathroom break for real." Even though the little guy's quirky Riel's skills are straight up cheat codes. His clairvoyance cuts through solid bedrock like butter. Over and over, the little dude leads them to the jackpot, keeping the loot flowing. A few weeks of grinding pass in the pitch-black mines. Then boom, one day Riel goes absolutely feral, clawing at a blank rock wall like it owes him money. "Whoa, check out that energy," Full shouts. He eyes the spot. "You want to dig right there." Full's looking skeptical, giving the side-eye, but the main character trusts his hype man. Yeah, he feels it in his bones. This is the spot. But there's no shiny quest marker or glowing light to guide them. Full throws shade. "You sure about this?" The hero grips his pickaxe, eyes locked in. Numbers sniffed out something huge. I'd bet my life on it. He swings that pickaxe with the force of a truck smashing the rock. He taps it again carefully this time, and the floor literally deletes itself beneath him. "Boss!" Full screams as his buddy drops. From the abyss, Heel yells back, "I'm Gucci. There's a whole secret cave down here." As the dust cloud clears, Heel looks up and his jaw hits the floor. Total system shock. Standing right there is a silent titan, a gargantuan golem decked out in ancient drip hand, resting on a sword bigger than a bus. As the squad slides down, Full gasps, "A freaking golem!" Heel scans the threat level fast. "Chill out, it's sleeping." No heartstone installed. He swipes a hand over the metal, eyes popping. "And this armor, it's pure orichalcum. That's endgame gear." But the golem isn't even the main attraction. It's that colossal silver sword buried in the stone like an Arthurian legend on steroids. Full shivers, hiding behind the boss like a scared puppy. It's shiny but gives me the creeps. Heel, though, he's hooked. Let's peep it closer. As they creep deeper, the sheer scale of this loot drop becomes insane. At the end of the cavern sits the dormant orichalcum giant, making the crew look like ants at a picnic. The job of breaking down this treasure falls to Mappa and the smiths, grinding 24/7. But yo, we got a glitch. Heel checks the blade, 0 scratches. "This is bad. I can't even put a dent in it. It's harder than my ex's heart." Full stares, brain fried. What is this stuff even made of? Even Mappa, the crafting god, is sweating buckets, totally stumped by this impossible metal. The legendary blacksmith literally collapses, totally wrecked by the challenge. Heel and Full rush over. "Mappa, you good." But Mappa isn't defeated. He's staring at the sword like he just saw an angel. His eyes are wide open. Not with sadness, but with the shock of a lifetime. Suddenly, Mappa explodes with pure joy. Heel is shook. "Bro is even more hyped than when we found the orichalcum." The blacksmith knows exactly what this is. Heel catches the drift instantly. He's gonna craft it. Let's roll. Full nods, ready to assist. The whole forge squad mobilizes, feeding the beast of a furnace. The bellows pump air, pushing the heat to the absolute red line. Using heavy chains, they lower the giant sword into the roaring fire, but the metal just laughs it off. It refuses to yield. A smith shouts the bad news. We ain't got enough heat. Heel turns to Mappa. Yo, what's the deal? Just then Rihanna pulls up, curious about the noise. What's with the giant toothpick? Her arrival gives Heel a light bulb moment. I got it. Help me out, Rihanna. Heel lays out the play. What if we remix the furnace heat with our magic energy? Together they unleash a tsunami of fire magic, supercharging the furnace like a nitrous boost. All right, a smith yells, drop the beat, I mean the sword, hold the fire. With the combo heat, the legendary metal finally starts to melt. Mappa carefully catches the molten silver in molds. The glowing liquid cools into shining ingots, a material totally alien to them. Heel stares at the fresh loot, a single thought looping in his brain. With this, we can craft a godslayer. The sword was made of mithril legendary metal lost by the gods, basically the hardest thing in the universe. Heel's voice is dripping with hope. I know Mappa can use this mithril to build the ultimate weapon. He lifts Raelel into the air like Simba. You did it, you crazy little furball. It was Real's wall hacks that led them to this miracle. With the weapon cooking, Heel shifts focus to the rest of the prep work. For the last few weeks, the whole island has been grinding to build a massive defensive wall. It's not just a wall, it's a fortress. They know the boss monster is coming, so they've plotted, trained, and prepped for every glitched scenario. The night before the showdown arrives. This is the first big vibe check for their new home shield. Night hits the island, and Heel is prowling the fortress hallways like a hall monitor on a power trip. He pumps the brakes at a doorway, shocked to find Elvin chilling with Rielel. Elvin spins around, his voice dropping lower than a bass drop as he talks to the little dude Rielel. Heel tries to crash the party, but Rihanna hits the brakes. She holds a finger to her lips, shushing him like a librarian with an attitude. Elvin hangs his head like he just failed a math test. My bad for trash-talking your mom. He finally keeps it 100 with the kid. As a top dog of the Belden tribe, I gotta admit. Your mom, Alina? She was a beast on the battlefield. Total legend. Elvin pats Rielel's head like a proud big brother. Check this out, lil homie. His eyes light up with a fire that screams zero chill. We are gonna clap back for your mother. Then in a moment, sweeter than stolen candy, Rielel licks the warrior's face. Heel grins. HR issues resolved. With the squad officially tight, they are finally ready to throw hands. Now they just have to wait and trust their new base doesn't fold like a lawn chair if the Leviathan decides to pull up. Suddenly the bells go crazy like a fire drill from hell. Heel moves fast, grabbing his loot and rushing to the wall, expecting total disaster. Is it Elvin? Nah. The whole crew peeps the horizon. Ships are out there, but the vibe is totally off. Varys tosses a shiny new spyglass to the boss. Yo, Mr. Heel, check this. Mappa cooked this up in the lab. Heel zooms in on the fleet. His blood turns into a slushy when he spots that skull and rose logo on the sails. He drops the scope face, looking grim as a funeral. It's the orcs that wrecked the Belden tribe. Guess a few rats survived the extermination. Elvin flashes his teeth, ready to rumble. Are they trying to take the island? They aren't taking nothing but an L today, but the orc fleet isn't aiming at them. They are blasting cannons at the water like they are fighting ghosts. Heel is looking mad, confused. Who are they beefing with? Suddenly a wave of magic pressure hits the island harder than a caffeine crash. Rielel's third eye pops open, glowing like a neon sign. His nightmare is going live in 4K resolution. Everybody feels it. Massive energy coming from the ocean. Rielel is shaking like a leaf in a hurricane, watching his vision come true. A giant armored tentacle bursts out of the water and smashes an orc ship like it is made of cheap plastic. Finally, the Leviathan decides to show its ugly mug. It is a giant black shadow driving the ocean crazy. Its roar shakes the heavens while the defenders watch, absolutely shook to their core. The orc ships let it rip, cannons thundering across the waves. The shots fly at the beast lurking below like angry hornets. Huge splashes everywhere, but the cannonballs bounce off that thick skin like ping-pong balls. Zero damage dealt. The legendary Leviathan rises from the deep end, looking like a straight-up god of the ocean, snapping that warship in half like a dry twig. Safe on the walls, Heel and the gang can only watch the horror show. Someone screams out, losing their mind. It's ganking another ship, panic mode activated. They ring the emergency bell like their lives depend on it. The sound echoes like a death knell. Elvin screams at his frozen soldiers like the scariest drill sergeant ever. Quit staring. Get your heads in the game. Take your positions just like we rehearsed. Heel shoots him a look. You good, bro? Elvin doesn't even blink. I ain't doing this to save some enemy orcs. He clarifies, cold as ice. We just catch the Leviathan lacking while it is distracted. Heel realizes it is big brain time. Bet. Then a young girl runs up, her voice shaking like a broken speaker. Mr. Heel, everyone. Crying her eyes out, she begs, please don't die. Heel gives her the tough love speech. Full, get everyone to the Batcave right now. Civilians are secured. Now Heel, Rihanna, Mappa, and the main crew gear up for the boss fight of the century. The order drops. Bring out the big boy ballista. The command flies down the line. Time to flip the ace card. Deep inside the fortress, massive gears grind like a dying car engine as the hidden platform rises. A monster-sized crossbow, basically a war crime on wheels, lifts up onto the battlements. One of the dwarves points at the shiny tip like it is a diamond ring. That mithril tip Mappa put his whole soul into that bad boy. It will pierce anything. The crew yells a battle cry hyped out of their minds. They take aim. That giant arrow is pointing right at the Leviathan. The gunner screams the final coordinates. 6 left, 3 higher. The target is locked in perfectly while the beast bullies another helpless ship. Eyes crazy with focus, the gunner screams, "Let it fly." He smashes the firing lever down. The mithril bolt shoots out, tearing through the air faster than a gossip rumor in high school. But the Leviathan snaps its head around. It stares right at the arrow. The defenders gasp. Did that thing just react? With moves slicker than a ninja, the chunky Leviathan dodges the bolt like it's playing hopscotch. The shot splashes uselessly into the ocean. Heel's jaw hits the floor. No way it juked it. He's screaming like a fanboy. How does something that fat move so fast? An orc bro tries to hype him up. "We got this, boss, trust the process." But the Leviathan isn't waiting around. It's charging the fortress like a bull seeing red. It's coming in hot, reload, move your butts. In the middle of the chaos, Heel's brain suddenly turns on. The cannonballs bounced off like popcorn, but it dodged the big bolt. That's mad suspicious. It means that attack actually hurts. They just need to stall for time. Heel starts barking orders at his rock boys. 10 and 11 ice magic, let's go. He turns to Rihanna. "I'll tank it with the boys. You charge up that spell." "Rihanna," he keeps shouting. 12 and 13 bring the wind. Heel, Rihanna, and the Golem squad link up, whipping up a tornado that looks straight up apocalyptic. The mega blizzard slaps the Leviathan in the face, but the beast just walks through the magic storm like it's a light breeze. "Bro, it's not stopping." An old mage is grinding his teeth. Magic is doing absolutely 0 damage. The beast keeps trucking. It shakes off the ice and wind like it's just some annoying dandruff. Total disrespect. Heel is sweating, trying to cook up a plan B. "Chill, if we freeze the water, this oversized fish won't be able to swim." But he's too slow. The Leviathan lifts its head eyes glowing with nightmare fuel, and Heel freezes up. Oh. Steam hisses off the monster as it starts charging up a laser beam in its mouth like a living cannon. Seeing the nuke about to fire, Heel screams. 6 and 7, max shields angle them, do not face tank that. Deflect it. The Leviathan fires a beam of pure death straight at their crib. The 2 shield golems pop their barriers at the very last second. Clutch play. They block the beam, but the shockwave is insane. It wrecks the walls and yeets the defenders into the sky like ragdolls. The death beam misses the base, but the beast isn't done playing games yet. It spits fire again. A white blast rips through the air, heading straight for the sacred Yggdrasil tree. A massive boom shakes the entire server, but somehow the tree is still standing tall, built different. Heel and the squad get up dizzy from the blast. The stone golems are looking pretty busted up. No time to nap. A lookout shrieks, "It's coming back for round 2. A soldier runs to the big boss. "Sir, the heavy ballista is green." The general grins like a maniac. "Finally. Let's dance." Heel watches the monster rush them. Sweat is dripping down his face. "It's rushing us. Does it think it can dodge point blank? That's some serious cockiness." The monster is up close and personal. Heel yells, "Fire." But something feels sus this time. The giant mithril bolt flies out, but then poof. It vanishes right before impact like a magic trick. Bam! The bolt reappears buried deep in the Leviathan's skin. It was an invisible arrow, a stealth play by Rihanna. The soldiers start partying. Direct hit. But a veteran shuts them up real quick. "Sit down, rookies. We only tagged it once." The monster screams in pain, thrashing the ocean like an angry toddler in a bathtub. Now's the chance they launch harpoons attached to thick cables from the fortress walls. Someone yells the strat. This rope is spider silk and steel mixed. Even Godzilla can't break this, don't let it run. The hooks bite deep into the rock skin. Got him. Heel screams at his remaining golems. "Pull." 1 through 5 go. 5 giant golems shoot their own chains to lock this beast down. The golems' gears grind as they launch heavy steel chains with serious force. The chains lock into the seabed. The golems dig their heels in, pulling like their lives depend on it. 5 stone giants versus 1 sea dragon. They hold the line, but the Leviathan is insanely buff. The golems are getting dragged. Their stone bodies are cracking under the stress. The beast roars, and the engineer panics. The gears are stripping. We're gonna break. Heel yells, "Elvin, hurry up, we're losing grip." Just then the ballista clicks. Reloaded. Round 2 loaded. A soldier hypes it up. Blast its head off and end this nightmare. But wait. The Leviathan's back starts cracking open like an egg. Weird, glittery lights start glowing. Suddenly things burst out of its back and swarm the golems. Heel's eyes go wide. "Say what the heck?" Nasty parasitic bugs start ripping the golems to pieces. Rihanna looks like she's gonna be sick. "Those are..." The general growls, face dark. "Sea stalkers." He drops the bad news. "These nasty parasites are hitching a ride on the big boys like barnacles from hell." These sea stalkers are relentless, shredding stone and steel like it's wet tissue paper. Watching his masterpiece get absolutely wrecked, Heel loses it and screams out, "Number 1. The commander tries to hype up the squad. Archers are turning the stalkers into pincushions, but it's useless. The base is getting swarmed like a free buffet line. They are climbing the walls like spiders on energy drinks. Keep firing. Don't let those freaks reach the top. While the crew is distracted, the Leviathan decides it's done playing nice. putting massive stress on the last chains holding it back. Snap one golem gets its arm ripped off like a cheap toy. The whole defensive line collapses, getting smashed and dragged into the salty depths. Heel watches his last defense crumble like a house of cards. Now totally free, the Leviathan's horns start glowing with a vibe that screams, "You are all dead." The defenders stare paralyzed by the creepy light show charging up on its back. Heel realizes with a sinking gut this isn't the heat ray. The beast is popping its ultimate, unleashing a storm of 1,000,000,000 energy needles. "Everyone get behind the shield," Heel screams. The barrage rains down, beating on the magical defenses like a drum solo from hell. Heel dives to shield Rihanna from the blast. "Mr. Heel," she cries. "Hold on, Rihanna," he shouts back, gritting his teeth. The sheer force cracks the fortress walls like an eggshell. As the dust settles, Heel peeks out from the wreckage, shaking. Is it over? But then his eyes go wide, realizing the nightmare is just getting started. The Leviathan's rocky skin cracks and falls off, but get this, it morphs into a clone. They weren't fighting one boss. They were fighting two down in the caves. A massive boom from above shakes the ground, making the civilians scream in panic. An old granny tries to hush the crying kids, telling them everything is going to be fine. The heroes are here, it will be over soon. But a young elf girl clings to her mom, eyes wide with pure terror. "Are we going to lose our home again?" she whispers. Her friend just gives a worried look, totally stumped for an answer. Still, she puts on a brave face, looking at the cave entrance. "Don't worry. I bet Mr. Heel and the gang will clap that monster." Back on the wrecked wall, that same explosion sends Heel flying through the air like a rag doll. He braces to faceplant into the stone, but instead of cracking his skull, he lands in something squishy. His slime buddy Shell turned into a beanbag chair. Catching his breath, Heel pushes himself up. "Thanks, Shell," he pants. Getting to his knees, he spots the scrap metal remains of a golem. He looks up just in time to see two more getting absolutely vaporized. Realization hits him like a truck. Numbers 6 and 7, they took the hit for him. Crushed by the sacrifice, Heel screams out for his squad in desperation. It is just him and Shell, now surrounded by smoke and ruins. Panicking hard, he scans the mess, shouting for his crew, Elvin, V's, and Mappa. His heart drops as he looks for the one person he can't lose, Rihanna. Suddenly, the ground starts moving as those creepy sea stalkers swarm over the trash. The creatures let out a screech that sounds like nails on a chalkboard as they close in. Heel and Shell are totally boxed in by a mob of monsters with a giant Leviathan casting a shadow over them like the Grim Reaper. Panic mode engaged. This is bad, Heel thinks. If these stalkers break through, it is game over. Boom! A bolt of lightning crashes down like the wrath of God as Rihanna drops her thunder spell from downtown. The blast deep fries a bunch of stalkers, pausing them for a sec, but the horde is infinite. More creeps just surge forward to take their place. Heel notices the spell glitching out. "It is losing juice," he shouts. One monster busts through the weakening magic and lands a brutal kick, shattering Heel's barrier like glass. The stalkers lunge. Claws swipe for the kill, seeing zero options. Heel screams, "Shell, get out of here." But then a silhouette drops from the sky. In a flash, Rihanna lands between them, armed with a farming hoe. She swipes and deletes the entire front line in one smooth motion. She strikes a pose, slamming her weapon into the ground like she owns the place. Heel stares, totally shook. Rihanna. With eyes burning like fire, she stares down the rest of the ugly creeps. "I won't let you," she declares, lay a single dusty claw on Mr. Heel. Heel scrambles up, flooded with relief. "Rihanna, you are alive." She turns her face, softening up. "Yeah. You good? You hurt?" Before he can answer, a volley of arrows whistles past their ears. The arrows rain down on the stalkers, punching through their shells and dropping them like sacks of potatoes. Heel and Rihanna look up to see the source. The reinforcements finally decided to show up. Elvin Varys and the island crew pop out of the rubble, screaming, "Fire protect Mr. Heel at all costs." With a mighty war cry, the warriors charge, led by Elvin. They crash into the monster mob, fighting with a massive second wind. They form a defensive line, holding back the ugly sea freaks with a wall of spears. The rock boys pull up with the heavy artillery, absolutely wrecking the enemy lines. Elvin slides in next to Heel like, "My bad for the delay, bro." Heel cracks a grin, just hyped to see his squad is still breathing. But the heartwarming reunion gets cancelled real quick by a noise that sounds like the apocalypse screaming from the coast. One of the Leviathans decides to stop playing nice and fires a laser show from hell. The beam smacks into the warriors' golems and literally deletes them from existence. Those massive constructs turn into expensive confetti, instantly their defense looking like wet tissue paper against that beast. The Leviathan lets out a roar, basically flexing on them after showing off its ridiculous DPS. The whole squad freezes, jaws on the floor. Even the tanky golems got deleted like spam mail. Heel clenches his fist, that glowing crest reminding him he's got the cheat codes. Rihanna turns to him, serious mode engaged. "It's sketchy, but we gotta run that strategy." Heel nods, knowing it's do or die. "Yeah, it's the only Hail Mary play we got left with Godzilla knocking on our door." Rihanna leans in close, dropping her voice to a whisper. "Gimme your hand." She grabs it before he can even blink, and boom. She turns into a human battery, dumping all her magical juice straight into him. "I'm running on fumes here," she admits, "so I'm giving you every last drop of mana I've got." Her eyes are locked in with pure fire as she drops the mission objective, "Don't you dare lose." Juiced up on her power and vibes, Heel's main character energy spikes. "You got it," he shouts, and the crest on his hand lights up like a neon sign in Vegas. But of course, the second Leviathan finishes loading its attack right then, and the warriors start panicking. Major yikes, it's reloading. The beast spits out another death ray. A tsunami of energy rips across the map, aiming to wipe out the rest of the team. Only one lonely golem is standing in the kill zone, its lights about to get permanently disconnected. Heel throws himself out there as bait, and the Leviathan takes the shot, but whiffs it. The beam misses, just casually remodeling the landscape behind him instead. Riding shotgun on his giant spider, Terran Heel starts trash-talking the monster, yelling, "Over here, you ugly oversized lizard!" The massive creature roars back, taking the bait hook, line, and sinker. It's fully aggroed on Heel now. Another blast zooms past them, the turbulence so bad it nearly yeets them off their path. They're playing Mario Kart across the broken ground while the Leviathan chases them down, crushing everything like a bulldozer on steroids. Heel leans forward, hyping up his ride. Floor it, Terran, get us to the drop zone. Up on the walls, his allies are watching this train wreck unfold, terrified. "Mr. Heel," one whispers, while Virus is grinding his teeth so hard they might crack. "We just gotta trust the carry now." But Elvin ain't about that helpless spectator life. "Nah, I'm doing something." He sprints to the heavy-duty ballista, the only toy big enough to scratch that monster. But Varys hits him with the bad news bears. "No can do, Captain. The winch is toast, the reload mechanism is broken." But Elvin's eyes are burning with pure adrenaline and stubbornness. My homie is out there risking his neck. A top-tier warrior of the Belden tribe doesn't sit on the bench. With a scream loud enough to wake the dead, he grabs that thick mithril cable and starts pulling, flexing muscles that defy physics. Seeing his captain go beast mode, Mappa jumps into the mosh pit, adding his own strength to this impossible lift. Meanwhile, Heel hits a dead end as the Leviathan's massive tail wraps around like a constrictor snake. "Watch out. We're getting hugged to death." Just as the beast is about to snack on them, boom. An explosion rocks its dome, leaving the Leviathan dizzy and Heel totally confused. From the ocean, the Orc fleet rolls up, fashionably late cannons singing the song of their people. The most random guest stars have entered the chat. Another cannonball smacks the Leviathan right in the kisser, buying them a precious second. While the beast is seeing stars, Elvin and Mappa manage to reload the big gun. "Eat this!" Elvin screams as they fire, and seeing the mithril bolt fly, Heel shouts, "Jump, Terran!" As the bolt snipes the second Leviathan way in the back, Heel finally reaches the finish line. "We made it. It's showtime." He raises his hand and his crest flares up, shooting a bat signal into the sky. Deep Underground Full and her demolition crew catch the green light. "That's the signal, boys." She doesn't hesitate. "Let's bring the house down." 1-2. On her mark, the team starts wrecking the giant pillars holding up the ceiling. Like a row of dominoes, the critical supports get shattered one by one. The whole underground basement starts screaming and cracking under the pressure. Up top, the floor is literally becoming lava. Well, emptiness. The ground simply gives up beneath the two Leviathans, their fatty weight finally being their downfall. With the sound of the earth ripping apart, both monsters get swallowed whole, dropping straight into a massive man-made trap card. Standing at the edge of the pit, Heel drops the mic. "We prepped this trap just in case the crossbow wasn't enough. We hollowed out the entire basement under the reclaimed land," Full explains from the VIP section downstairs. "And then we kicked out the legs holding up the roof." Heel summons his ultimate weapon, ready to finish the job in the pit. He whips out a shiny new toy, Mappa's masterpiece, the Mithril Ice Axe. A system notification pings in the air. Yo, he snagged that mining gear like it was free merch. Without even blinking, our boy Heel yeets himself straight into the void after those beasts. Boom, system prompt pops up like an annoying ad. "Wanna mine?" Mid-fall, he reaches out and the earth starts vibing with his energy like a subwoofer. He sticks the landing right on that Leviathan's dome, parking himself next to that fancy mithril bolt like he owns the place. With a savage shove, he drives that metal deeper, making the beast scream like it stepped on a Lego. Then whack, he hammers it home with the axe. The tat on his hand lights up like neon signage. He triggers the Alt, Cave King, smash this fool. And the system's like, say less fam. Optimization complete. Heel bounces off the monster and plunges his axe into the chasm floor like he's dropping the mic. He dumps his whole mana bar into the weapon, screaming, "Pour the Cave King's juice into this god-killer metal." A blinding shockwave explodes. It ripples through the pit like a tidal wave of pure destruction. Up top, Elvin and Mappa are straight up lagging, staring at the raw power like their brains can't compute. The other soldiers are totally shook by this apocalypse-level event. His homies are watching with faces stuck between terror and holy smokes. Even Full, watching from the nosebleed seats, is stunned by the absolute unit of force Heel is throwing around. Time for the finisher. Heel raises that glowing axe and brings it down with enough force to delete a zip code, aiming right for the skull. The boss battle is ending. Inside the cavern, Rihanna and the islanders are holding their breath so hard they might pass out as the final hit connects. With one last desperate push, he buries that mithril axe deep into the beast's thick hide. The recoil is insane, rattling his bones like a maraca. Direct hit, he thinks, grinding his teeth against the pain. It actually worked. The Leviathan's legendary armor cracks and shatters like cheap glass under a hammer. Down below, the crowd goes wild. Yo, it cracked, the legendary beast just got clapped. Dangling from Terran's rope like a piñata, Heel looks at the crumbling beast with a sigh of relief. "We actually did it, but hold up, don't pop the champagne yet." A terrifying thought hits him. It ain't over till the fat lady sings. In its final death rage, the wounded Leviathan spins and lunges at him, glowing with spicy, volatile energy. The islanders freeze in horror. Blam! An energy blast smacks heel, slicing his rope and sending him free-falling into the abyss. The beast lets out a scream loud enough to burst eardrums, and the whole cave starts coming down like a house of cards. Pull him up, Terran. The islanders scream, but it's a wrap. The rope snaps under the stress like a dry twig. Zero hesitation, Rihanna yeets herself off the ledge, diving into the darkness after her boy. Princess, Terran screams, reaching out like he's in a drama movie. His desperate cry echoes as he watches her plummet. That spider thing is uselessly watching the chaos, but Rihanna. Her face is locked in pure try-hard mode. Don't you dare quit, she screams into the void. She snags him midair. Rihanna, he gasps, totally drained. Run, you fool! You're dead weight if I hold you, ma. But she ain't listening. She hugs him tight while the ceiling falls on their heads. I promise, she says, voice steady as a rock. We'll make it. But honestly, it looks like game over as massive boulders rain down to squash them. Suddenly, a massive wolf shadow leaps in like a superhero, shielding them from the deadly debris. Heel and Rihanna look up, totally confused. The rocks are getting shattered and deflected by this mystery MVP. They didn't even take 1 HP of damage from that rock slide. Before they can even ask, what the heck? The giant wolf scoops them up and bounces out just as a colossal boulder slams the door shut forever. A deep bass-boosted voice cuts through the noise. Have no fear. With insane parkour skills, the creature runs up the crumbling walls. 1 leap later, they land safe and sound, far from the mess. As the dust clears, they realize they're back on solid ground, still in one piece. Heel still clinging to Rihanna looks at their savior. Thanks, fam, but who are you? The creature looks down, actually impressed. You clapped that Leviathan. I didn't know humans had juice like that. 2 massive armored figures stand there. Heel recognizes them as kobolds immediately. One of the kobolds takes a big sniff of the air. No doubt about it, bro. I smell His Highness all over them. Heel is completely bamboozled by that sentence. My bad, but we're in a rush. Did a box with a baby kobold wash up here like an Amazon package? Just then, the island squad pulls up screaming for their leaders. But the kobold warrior spots the new guys. El and Veri, I heard the Belden tribe got kicked off their block. Veri stares back, shook, recognizing the kobold's gang tattoos. It's you. He quickly breaks it down for Heel. These dudes are Ash and Hein from the Tyrus tribe. They're the elite guards Queen Alina sent to protect Riel, hearing their queen's name. Ash and Hein's eyes go wide. Wait, you know our queen? That means... At the sound of his name, little Riel zooms in with his pup like, Yo, what's poppin', my? The warrior's mean mugs vanish instantly. Ash and Hein hit the dirt like they're worshipping a rock star, screaming, Your Highness! Down on the sandy beach, Ash and Hein throw themselves at Heel's feet like guilty puppies. Heads bowed low, they start spilling apologies. We're stoked you're alive, boss, but we totally failed to have your back. It was the biggest L of our entire lives. Heel looks down at his squad, his face soft like a marshmallow. Elvin the Goblin General cuts the fluff. Yo, Ash, how'd you guys even spawn here? Ash looks up to drop the lore. It was a wild ride, honestly weirder than fiction. He spills the tea on how the Leviathan smashed their lifeboat, leaving them floating like trash for days with zero hope. Until we got saved, he says, pointing to the massive ship parked offshore run by the orc pirate Camus of the Corvus tribe. Like it was scripted, a lookout yells, General, we got a boat incoming. Elvin puts a hand up to stop the archers. Hold your fire. Wait for the drop. A goblin looks at Ash, totally lost. What's the vibe here? Aren't you guys beefing? Ash replies, dead serious. You gotta meet Camus. Another warrior scopes the enemy ship, noticing it's beat up and completely out of ammo. You could totally clap back and take revenge right now, but Ash and Hein stand their ground like statues. We're trusting you with our lives and theirs. The islanders watch, sweating bullets, the vibe mad tense. Heel watches the boat roll up, stress written all over his face. On the rocks, the 2 squads face off. It's a staring contest between the island defenders and the fresh pirate arrivals. Stepping up, Heel announces himself, voice wobbling a bit. I'm Heel, the boss of this shell reef. The massive orc captain hops off the boat, voice deep as a subwoofer. I am Camus, leader of the Corvus tribe. That last fight was wild, but a human ruling monsters. That's new. Camus towers over Heel, flexing hard with just his presence. Heel thinks dude is an absolute unit even for an orc. Suddenly, Elvin shoves past Heel to get in the captain's face. Camus checks his stats. You're a goblin with a build like that. Are you the head of the Belden tribe? The general's face twists with rage. Name's Elvin now. We saved you, but we didn't forget you trashed our hood. How are we gonna settle this score, orc? Camus grips his fancy sword. Yeah, meeting the Belden tribe here must be destiny. Seeing the aggression, Elvin's crew straps up. But then, total plot twist, Camus unbuckles his sword and drops it on the ground. I, Camus, boss of the Corvus tribe, ask you to spare my crew. He drops to his knees, head down in total submission. In exchange, take my head. Everyone freezes, jaws on the floor. Camus keeps talking, steady as a rock. I take the heat for everything the Corvus tribe did. Just let my people fix the ship, then take my life. Elvin stares down at the captain, cold as ice. So you're really gonna go out like a martyr, huh? The crowd is shook. One of Camus' boys, an eye-patch orc, is losing it. He screams out, Hold up, it ain't the boss's fault. Camus whips around, roaring for silence, but the guy keeps yelling, It's all on that traitor. You trying to embarrass me, bro. Camus demands an answer. No, but I can't watch you get deleted, the crewman pleads. Heel's eyes narrow. Traitor! Elvin is over the drama. Shut it. Heel ignores him and talks straight to the kneeling captain. Camus! The pirates flinch at Elvin's command. Heel steps up, slicing through the tension. Let the man cook. Whatever happens next, I want to hear the tea. The eye patch guy looks at Heel, grateful for the mic pass. He starts spilling. Claude was number 2, but he was a total snake. Dude waited till the boss was gone to raid our base and jack part of the fleet. Claude was always whining that the boss was too soft. Said the Corvus tribe should be chasing clout and cash. It sucks, but a lot of guys vibed with that. By the time boss knew, Claude was already running wild with our flag. Heel connects the dots. So the guy who attacked Belden and Tiberius? The crewman nods like crazy. Yeah, that was Claude. Ash steps in to back him up. Mid-battle, the Leviathan showed up and absolutely nuked Claude's fleet. Understanding hits Heel. I get it. So the bodies that washed up, those were Claude's goons. Ash nods. So Camus swoops in like a main character to save our butts, but Elvin dude is stone-cold hand glued to his axe like it's his prom date. Does that fix anything? Camus asks from the dirt, sounding totally wrecked. I knew the vibes were off from the jump. The Corvus tribe are like the OGs of the sea, honorable pirates. They don't just go jumping people for no reason. He looks up, eyes blazing like anime protag fire. My crew falling apart. That's my L. I totally trashed the legacy my ancestors built. I'm the boss, so I gotta eat the consequences. That's on me. He's sweating bullets, realizing this orc captain is actually a stand-up guy. Elvin turns his back, voice dropping an octave. You got that right. He keeps spitting facts. If you handled your business, our cribs wouldn't be burning. Elvin raises that massive axe, ready to hit delete. You weren't just flapping your gums right, pay up with your life. Camus closes his eyes, ready for the end screen. Elvin the Belden beast. Honestly, getting taken out by a legend like you is a solid way to go. Everyone starts screaming, wait! And Elvin's kid yells, Dad, in pure panic. But Elvin roars and sends that axe down with zero chill. The goblins are shook. Even the old heads are gasping. Heel is just standing there, brain buffering. His daughter squeezes her eyes shut, terrified, but the fatality never happens. The axe slams into the sand, giving Camus a free haircut. Elvin stares down at the orc. Pick up your stick, Camus. Camus looks up like, wait, what? While Elvin flips the script, eyes blazing with pure war energy. I, Elvin Belden's top dog, challenge Camus the Corvus boss to a 1v1. The beach is officially the arena. It's the goblin heavy hitter versus the orc shot caller. Everyone's on the sidelines holding their breath. Rihanna looks like she's about to have a panic attack over Elvin. Heel mutters duel, like it's a curse word. He knows Elvin is a tank, but the vibes are still sketchy. I mean, he's fighting Camus the orc warlord. Rihanna starts freaking out, ready to jump into the fray. I gotta buff him with a shield, but Heel grabs her. Rihanna, stop, he says, pumping the brakes hard. His face says it all. This is Elvin's beef to squash. Across the sand, Camus raises that fancy blade of his. Elvin. I was ready to fold and give you my head. However, his eyes light up with that warrior pride. Since it's a duel, I swear on my steel, this won't be a walk in the park. Elvin locks eyes with him, gripping his axe tight. Good. I'm going full try-hard mode then. Your head's gonna roll before you can blink. You could cut the tension with a knife. The wolf boys are glued to the action, and even Camus' crew is sweating buckets. The air smells like a legendary beatdown is brewing. Trash talk over. They drop into their final stances. Elvin clutches the axe. Camus digs in. Boom. They go from 0 to 100, closing the gap instantly. Steel screams against steel. It's just a blur of strikes and dodges moving faster than the eye can track. Camus moves like water dancing around death. His reaction time is basically frame perfect. He literally slaps an axe away with his hand. Then he spots a pixel of an opening and boots Elvin, yeeting his main axe across the beach. Elvin is totally off balance, his main weapon useless in the dirt. The crowd is confused, like, yo, what is happening? The speed is unreal. Even Heel is stunned by the velocity. But Elvin? He ain't done. Bleeding a bit, he swaps to dual-wielding his smaller axes. Camus keeps the pressure on, actually impressed. This guy is still standing. Nobody dodges my blade this much, he thinks. Another lightning strike nicks Elvin's head. Blood spills. Rihanna is terrified, but she can't help but be amazed. Camus is cracked at this game, fast, sharp, unpredictable. It looks like Elvin is seriously on the ropes. But Elvin's got a big brain play. He chucks a hand axe straight at Camus' face. Camus swats it away like a fly. Easy. The orc crew gasps, and Camus realizes he messed up. That axe wasn't loose, it was on a leash. The axe whips back like a boomerang, aiming for the blind spot. Camus spins a 360 to block it. Amateur, he scoffs, but he got baited. While Camus was distracted, Elvin closed the gap. Second axe ready to feast. Camus is caught in 4K. What's he gonna block, the flying axe or the incoming strike? The crowd gasps at the impossible choice. Camus' eyes bug out as Elvin decides for him, tanking the sword strike right into his own shoulder. The blade sinks deep, critical damage, but the gamble pays off big time. Elvin's hand clamps onto Camus' arm like a hydraulic press. Gotcha. With that brutal grip, he completely shuts down Camus' weapon. Your fancy sword moves ain't worth squat now, Elvin barks. But Camus ain't no scrub. He snatches Elvin's arm like a vice grip. Gotcha, punk. The duel turns into a straight-up muscle measuring contest. Don't let the pretty face fool ya, Camus snarls. I'm still a hulking orc bro. Ain't no way I'm losing a wrestling match to a pipsqueak goblin. He flexes hard, roaring, I'll turn you into paste. The crowd watches with their jaws on the floor as these two absolute units battle for the crown. But Camus' jaw drops because Elvin's just grinning like he heard a bad joke. Okay, save the stand-up routine. Elvin's swagger is off the charts, confusing the heck out of the orc squad. Elvin's voice gets dark and gritty. Maybe if I was a basic NPC goblin, sure, but you're throwing hands with me. Suddenly, the tat on his shoulder lights up like a neon sign. A massive power spike erupts, shaking the air like a bass drop. I am the MVP of the Belden tribe, son. Camus can only stare, totally shook. With a burst of god-tier strength, Elvin manhandles the orc boss, hoisting him up like a sack of potatoes and slamming him down. Roaring like a beast, Elvin flips Camus through the sky. The Corvus leader watches in slow motion as the pavement rushes up to say hello. Boom! The impact rocks the island like an earthquake, shattering Camus' booze flask into dust. Game over. The locals are stunned by the W heel and the gang rush in to check the body count as Elvin stands over his victim. Heel asks nervously, did you straight up kill him? But Elvin scoffs, please. An orc's skull is thicker than concrete. Right on cue, Camus hacks up a lung and wheezes, I took the L. Accepting his fate, he tells the winner, do it. Finish the job, Elvin. Elvin looks down, gripping his axe face totally blank. But instead of chopping his head off, Elvin drops some real talk with unexpected intensity. Yeah, your life belongs to me now, so I ain't letting you just trash it. Camus is completely blindsided by this vibe shift. Elvin raises his axe like a trophy. Y'all see that beef squashed, we won the war against the Corvus tribe. The crowd goes wild, hyping up the peace treaty. Elvin walks over to Heel, scratching his head like a guilty puppy. My bad for stealing the spotlight, boss. He grins, but Heel just smiles. Nah, that was classic you, Elvin. Thanks. With the drama over, Heel offers an olive branch to the former haters. Camus, you and your boys can crash here while you fix your whip. Take some time to get your squad sorted. Cool. Camus nods, eyes blazing with new respect. Yeah. This time I won't miss. Just like that, the war is history and a beautiful alliance begins. But right when things chill out, Elvin's eyes go wide with pure terror. He spots the tiny terror fool marching at him. Without a word, she stomps on his foot with the force of a hydraulic press. Yowch! What gives fool? Elvin hops around like a flamingo. She stands before the giant orc head down, vibrating with rage. She looks up and nags him like an angry mom. Geez, I specifically told you not to go try hard mode. Once the comedy routine ends, Camus makes it official. We're under your wing now, my main man, Heel. Say hello, boys. The intense stare of over 100 Corvus thugs has Heel sweating bullets. In the chaos, two buff cobalt dudes, Ash and Hines, step up. Looks like the Belden tribe got your tame buff. We want in on that action. If it's cool with you, can we get some sick new names too? Heel is dead tired but gives the thumbs up. Fine, but listen up. My tame skill just gives you the stat boost from my crest. It doesn't mean I own you got it. He locks eyes with them, giving them a real purpose. I need you to protect Rihanna as my brothers in arms. You're dubbed Ashton, and you're heinous. The newly named tanks pledge loyalty instantly. We bet our lives on it. The reality of managing a whole army hits Heel like a truck. Looks like we're gonna be booked solid Varus. The elder nods, planning logistics, but suddenly Heel's battery hits 0%. He stumbles forward, lights out. Rihanna teleports to his side, catching him before he faceplants. Mr. Heel. He tries to play it cool. I'm good, just lagging a bit. But she ain't buying it. She touches his forehead and gasps. You're burning up. Rihanna goes full commander mode. I'm taking him to bed. Hold down the fort. Varus. The elder salutes. Heel tries to argue with weak noises, but Rihanna shuts him down. Quiet, you're running on fumes. Without asking, she whispers, pardon the intrusion, and swoops in to lift him up. Heel's brain short-circuits as she princess carries him effortlessly. The crowd snickers while a blushing Heel stammers, ugh, Shreya. Wait, this is... Chill, I got gains, she assures him. Defeated, Heel realizes struggling will just make it more awkward. He decides to let Varus handle the chaotic server admin work while he reboots. Meanwhile, down in the spooky chasm, the locals crowd around the massive corpse of the dead Leviathan like tourists. It looked like straight-up nightmare fuel as Mappa carved off a slice of that weird jiggly monster meat and raised it to his lips. He took a massive bite, and his eyes practically glitched out, leaving the squad wondering if they needed to dig a grave for the dwarf right then and there. But then the dude just kept chewing. The whole cave went silent, holding its breath. The mystery meat glistened in the dark. Suddenly, Mappa busted out a victory dance like he just won the lottery. It wasn't just edible, it was straight-up gourmet. Varese spotted the hustle immediately and whistled for two of his boys to come check this out. They had just stumbled upon a legendary loot drop. That freezing cave under the reclaimed land, nature's own refrigerator, perfect for stashing their massive new food haul. Meanwhile, the other squad was dealing with a heavy-duty headache, specifically how to yeet a giant golem out of the ocean. As they racked their brains, one of them realized they had an audience. It was the Corvus crew. Their leader stepped up to the plate and said, Yo, need a hand. We got a boat, and we pretty much run these waters. A rope was tossed over, symbolizing the moment these two rival tribes finally decided to squash the beef. It was going to be a grind, but the Belden and Corvus tribes started their joint operation. A major level up for their diplomatic relations. Heel knew the golem's heartstone was safe and sound, locked down by that Gucci tier orichalcum guard. His main quest was rebuilding its body ASAP. But Rihanna's voice cut through his brainstorming like a reality check, reminding him he was currently out of commission. First things first, I gotta actually move, he thought. Back in his room, Heel was stuck in bed jail, stubbornly fighting Rihanna's nurse mode. I'm good, seriously, I can feed myself, he protested. But she wasn't having it, firing back. Cap, you ain't healing if you don't chill. With a smile brighter than the sun, she aimed a spoon at his face. Here comes the airplane. Open up. Heel folded like a lawn chair, realizing Rihanna was way more stubborn than she looked. He had to admit, though, his HP was restoring fast thanks to her. Plus, that herbal potion virus whipped up from the Yggdrasil leaves was kicking in hard. Don't stress, Rihanna, he said, checking his crest. My mana bar is recharging. I'll be back to full strength in no time. Rihanna looked down, a little blush hitting her cheeks. Just vibing like this. We don't really get to do that often. Then she flashed that $1 million grin. I don't mind it at all. Besides, isn't it nice to just pause for a sec? Heel considered it, but his brain started wandering off. Easy for her to say. He thought, everyone else is grinding while I'm just laying here like a potato. He eyed his mining tools on the wall, itching to get back to work. Meanwhile, deep in the dungeon-like caves, two miners noticed the vibe had changed. Yo, is it getting toasty in here? Before his buddy could reply, a geyser of water blasted out of the ground like a cannon. Boiling water. They screamed, scrambling back before they got cooked. As the steam cleared, they realized they'd unlocked a new feature, a natural hot spring. But inside Heel's head, panic was setting in as he replayed his trauma tape. I sailed to a deserted reef, got jumped by a boss monster, and survived a shipwreck. He was sweating bullets, thinking, I've survived hell and back. But looking down at the water in his hands, his internal monologue screamed, this right here, this is the most dangerous boss battle of my life. The reason for his meltdown. He was sharing this newly discovered hot spring with Rihanna, and she was totally unbothered. Mr. Heel, these hot springs are a total vibe, she chirped happily. While Heel's brain short-circuited, Rihanna stretched out like a cat in the sun. We had one back in the Belden hometown. I used to soak every single day. It hits the spot. Heel was turning into a human tomato boiling from the outside in. How did he end up in this anime fan service situation? Internal screaming intensified. Let's rewind the tape to 1 week ago. Heel, desperate to be useful despite being broken, grabbed a pickaxe to join the grind. With a grunt, he swung the tool, pushing his body way past the red line. Suddenly, pain shot through him like lightning. His body said, nope. And he hit the floor, crying out. Just then, the whole squad, Rihanna, Camus, and the rest walked in and busted him. Mr. Heel, Rihanna gasped. Camus smirked, scooping Heel up like a sack of potatoes. Well, look who it is. Rare to see everyone, Heel wheezed. Camus laughed. You're a sinful man, little Heel making a girl worry like that. Rihanna rushed over, going full wifey mode. Geez, I told you 100 times to chill out. Heel could only hang his head. My bad, Rihanna, Camus cut in. More importantly, take this, Mr. Heel. He explained why they pulled up. Rihanna's giving us the grand tour of the island. We just happened to be in the neighborhood. Heel took the bundle Rihanna handed him, his eyes popping. My drip, he shouted, holding up his perfectly fixed uniform. These were shredded, but now they look fresh out of the box. Rihanna beamed with pride. I used spider silk for the repairs. That gear has now got a serious defense buff. Heel was over the moon. You're the goat, Rihanna. As they kept walking, a Corvus guy muttered, Man, this island is just one plot twist after another. Camus nodded in agreement. I've traveled the world, fam, but seeing a real Yggdrasil, that is next level. The Corvus dropped some lore, adding, Don't let the small reef fool you. It's got underground tunnels deeper than a philosophical debate, and some seriously cracked smithing gear. He flashes $1 million smile. Facts, and I'm trying to level up this whole zone, so if you see any shiny loot you want, holler at your boy. Camus nods like a bobblehead. Bet the Corvus squad is gonna grind 24/7, no cap. Camus continues. And we're trying to get on the VIP list with the locals ASAP. But Rihanna catches some side-eye from the residents that's sharper than an obsidian dagger. My bad if the Belden crew acted like total tools before. But Heel shuts that guilt trip down immediately. Nah, fam, don't even trip. That ain't on you. Vibes take time to calibrate. He flexes his charisma stat, adding, They're chill with a squishy human like me, so they'll definitely vibe with you guys eventually. Camus looks at him like he just solved a Rubik's Cube in 2 seconds. Thanks, Heel. Then he starts monologuing, a human ruling monsters like a boss, that's unheard of. What kind of cheat code are you using? Heel starts the flashback intro. Sit tight. It's gonna be a long streaming session. I spawned in Sandfails, and technically the Shield Reef is still DLC map content for that kingdom. The name Sandfails hits Camus like a jump scare. His eyes go wide as dinner plates as he mutters, Sandfails, yo, we are cooked. Before he can spill the tea, Full crashes the lobby looking absolutely wrecked. What's the glitch, Full? He asks. Full screams, gasping for air. We got hot water exploding downstairs like a shaken soda. The squad rushes the mines and finds a massive underground lake steaming like a sauna. They're staring like they just saw a legendary drop. An elder checks the MC's health bar. You good to go, Mr. Heel? Heel's brain is already processing data. I'm walking, aren't I? But yo, this discovery is S tier. One of the orcs starts fanboying. It's a hot spring, boss, I'm about to live in this soup. But Full is being the buzzkill, voicing the real logic. Love the energy. But what if the cave turns into an aquarium? She explains, we mined 1 block and it started blasting like a fire hydrant with no off switch. Heel turns to her. Full keep it 100. Did anything this wild ever happen in the mines back on the mainland? She shakes her head. Leaks. Yeah. But this tsunami never. Heel strokes his chin, engaging his big brain mode. First, we gotta check if this water is toxic waste. Suddenly, a massive splash erupts like a cannonball dive, scaring the soul out of everyone. Mappa the dwarf already yeeted himself in to beta test it. Mappa, he yells. The orc shouts, Bro, stop hogging the hot tub. While Varys the Elder just chills and observes. Looks safe. I'll run diagnostics later. He can only offer a weak smile. Appreciate you, Varys. Heel calculates the physics. Moving water downhill is easy mode, but defying gravity to get it up here. That's grindy. He turns to the dwarf, living his best life in the water. Yo, Mappa, talk to me. Is there a crafted item that can haul this water topside? Mappa's eyes snap open like he just chugged 5 energy drinks. A genius idea hits him harder than a banhammer. Without a word, Mappa leaps out like a majestic salmon and speedruns to the blacksmith's workshop. Heel catches him there, drawing up blueprints. So you're using the workshop to craft stone molds. We talking iron ore builds. Soon the workshop is buzzing like a beehive on caffeine, with workers spamming out iron pipes from the new molds. Heel discovers Mappa's secret side project. Yo, Mappa modded the arms on number 8 and number 9. One of the golems flexes its new limb, blasting a focused jet of flame. Whoa, that's straight up fire magic aesthetic. Heel is geeking out. He watches the golem torch 2 pipes. I get it. He's melting them together like cheese on a pizza. He realizes they just invented the welding tech tree. With this upgrade, a massive server-wide project begins. The whole guild unites to craft a pipeline that'll drag that hot water all the way to surface level. Down at spawn, Mappa is playing foreman, directing a complex contraption to manage the hydroflow. Topside, another squad is building a massive public bath, making sure not a single drop of that precious loot goes to waste. Heel watches from the sidelines, feeling nerfed. I wanted to grind with them, but I had to let the NPCs handle the heavy lifting. 1 week later, the colossal build is done. The whole server population camps at the base of Idrisil for the grand opening of the bathhouse. Heel stares at the magnificent structure, his jaw hitting the floor. This bathhouse build is legendary tier, but Camus drops the million-dollar question. Yeah, but does the water actually have the physics to get up here? With the golem powering the new pump like a diesel engine, everyone watches with bated breath. A goblin twists the final valve, and with a thumbs up from the dev team, the system goes live. Deep inside, a heavy stone gate starts grinding open. A giant carved stone face is ready to spit bars, or well water into the bath. Heel and the crew hold their breath, praying for a win. A low gurgle echoes from the spout like a stomach rumble signaling incoming. Suddenly, boom! A torrent of hot spring water blasts from the stone mouth like a geyser. It's a critical success. Heel fist pumps. GG Mappa. Even if the design is a bit extra. As the bath fills up, the residents are losing their minds with hype. Poggers, it keeps rising. One of the elves is practically vibrating with excitement, looking thirsty for the water. I gotta get in there. But Camus, trying to be the chill sun boy, turns to the Belden squad. You guys take the first dip. He tries to keep the cool guy act going. The Belden tribe can take its time. But mid-speech wham, a Belden warrior straight up yeets him into the water with a Spartan kick. Splashdown. The warrior is already paddling around hollering like a frat boy on spring break. Let's get this hot spring party started. Camus pops up like a drowned rat, sputtering, Yo, what is your problem? An elf immediately checks the eager Belden dude. Gross, wash your nasty self first. Don't just cannonball in like a savage orc. Meanwhile, Camus is screaming from the splash zone. You literally just kicked me, bro. After that chaotic intro, the whole crew calms down and scrubs up properly before hitting the holy water. Soon the cave echoes with splashes and laughter as the tribes vibe together. The Belden leader lets out a sigh of pure bliss. Man, that hits the spot. My fatigue just evaporated. Another villager nods at the orc boss. Thanks for the hookup, mister. The name's Camus, but an elf can't resist throwing shade. Wow, a little construction work actually tired you out. Guess those orc muscles are just cosmetic. Camus' chill vibe shatters instantly. Excuse me, you throwing shade at this sculpted masterpiece? One of his boys tries to warn the elf. Boss, don't trigger the muscle rant. Too late. Camus already on a rock, striking a bodybuilder pose like a JoJo character. Witness perfection and weep. Watching the usual circus act, Heel just chuckles to himself. Ha ha ha, looks like the squad is vibing. He turns to his slime buddy. You itching to jump in too, Shell? Let's go then. As he preps some orc screams in the back. Hey idiot, no swimming laps. Heel grins ready to decompress. Alright, time to... He freezes mid-step. An elf girl glances over her shoulder, totally casual. Oh hey mister. Heel, you finally joining us. Heel's eyes bug out as he realizes the bath is absolutely packed with ladies. What kind of anime cliché is this? He whips around to glare at Mappa's creator Varys. Bro, why didn't you separate the baths by gender? The old man just blinks, totally lost in the sauce. So see. Was separated why? Just then a familiar voice rings out like a bell. Mr. Heel. It's Rihanna, armed with a wash bucket and a towel. Let me scrub your back, she offers with a blinding smile. Heel's brain crashes harder than a cheap server. His inner devil starts cheerleading immediately. Yo, this is your golden ticket to bath time with Rihanna. His inner angel tries to argue exploiting cultural ignorance is sus, but hey, inclusivity is key. Heel's resolve turns to steel. He mentally pile drives both the angel and the devil. Making a tactical retreat, he shouts, "I'm feeling kinda dizzy, gonna sit this one out." "Y'all have fun." Rihanna watches him Naruto run away totally confused. Mr. Heel. Finding a quiet corner. Heel gasps for air. Geez, almost had a heart attack. You could have jumped in with them though, Shell. He heads down some stone steps getting real. Honestly, I wanted to join, but it feels like I'm scamming them. He spots a water pipe snaking deeper into the cave. Wait a sec. Following the pipe, he discovers a hidden VIP spring. He slips into the warm water, letting the stress melt away. Score. This water is top tier. Suddenly a voice echoes off the cavern walls. "I knew I'd find you here." Heel flinches as Rihanna materializes at the edge. Before he can freak out, his brain flashes back to the construction phase. I doubted him, he thinks, but Mappa is a legitimate wizard. Snapping back to reality, panic mode re-engages. "Rihanna, what are you doing here?" She answers simply, "I couldn't just leave you all alone." She smiles like an angel. "Sorry the crew is so hype. You wanted a chill session without the noise, right?" Then she drops the bomb. "Mind if I join you?" As Rihanna steps in, Heel spins around his mind, screaming, "This is it, the final boss level of awkwardness." Rihanna points up. "Look, Mr. Heel, the ore in the ceiling. It's sparkling like actual stars." Her tone suddenly drops, getting serious. "I need to talk to you about something heavy." Heel's brain goes into hyperdrive. "Chill, bro, chill," he tells himself, desperately staring at his HUD. "Focus on the inventory. Just look at the stats. We burned a lot of iron ore." Rihanna's voice slices through his panic. "Mr. Heel." His imagination is running marathons. "Important talk while we're alone. Is this a confession?" But Rihanna is on a totally different wavelength. "I haven't figured out how the Belden tribe really feels." She looks down, guilt weighing on her words. "I'm sorry. I know Mr. Camus didn't do anything wrong, but thoughts of our old home still haunt us." Then her vibe shifts. "The Belden and Corvus tribes? We're grinding together, eating together, and chilling in the springs together." A genuine radiant smile lights up her face. "That honestly makes me so happy." Heel, seeing her sincerity, speaks softly. "No need for apologies. It's tough to delete the past and reboot," he says. "But you want unity, right? Then we're good. Look at this island. We got goblins, slimes, golems, heck, even a human like me. And we're all vibing perfectly." Moved by his speech, Rihanna relaxes and leans back against him, letting out a soft sigh. She whispers, "Thank you, Mr. Heel." The sudden skinship sends Heel straight back into panic mode. "Rihanna, this is kinda..." Rihanna mumbles, totally out of it. Her breathing slows down as she starts catching Z's right on his back. He realizes she's completely drained. Like, zero battery left. That's right. Rihanna burned through her mana like it was free data just to keep grinding. His panic fades, replaced by that wholesome, warm, fuzzy feeling. He chills out and whispers, "Thanks for everything, Rihanna." But then boom. Heel suddenly glitches out, feeling dizzy. "Yo, I've been marinating too long." Blood rush to the brain. The twitch scares Rihanna awake, and she bounces back, totally flustered. "Ah, my bad. I passed out." Later on, feeling like a brand new man, Heel swings his pickaxe. "Guess the hot spring buff is real. I'm finally back to factory settings." He tears up with joy. "I can mine again." Just then, Camus pulls up. "Grats on the recovery, little Heel." But Camus' face goes serious mode. "Can I borrow you for a sec?" Looking over the busy construction zone, Camus takes a deep breath of sea air, eyeing the fixed-up Corvus ship in the distance. He turns to Heel and whips out a huge scroll with some flair. "Here, little Heel. A surprise gift for getting back on your feet." Heel unrolls it, eyes popping out of his head. It's a legit pro-tier blueprint. "Is this a harbor layout? Whoa. How'd you even cook this up?" Heel asks, amazed. Camus explains, "Varys asked me to. I figured we could turn that reclaimed land into a base." Camus continues. "Heard you want to trade with the outside world, but we had to scrap Belden's ships." Heel nods, looking grim. "Yeah, we were broke on lumber. Then take the Corvus ship." Camus drops the mic, pointing at the sea. Heel can't believe his ears. "For real." Camus clarifies, "It needs repairs, but for that we need a proper setup at Dock 2. As Heel checks the plans, he spots a weird detail. Camus rubs his neck, embarrassed. "Aw, I went a little ham on the design. Don't think we can actually build that part." But Heel is totally hyped. "Are you kidding? This rivals the kingdom's own facilities?" Mentioning the kingdom jogs. Heel's memory about Camus' past. "Oh right. You're an OG from Sanfales." He looks down, voice dropping to a whisper. "Yeah." He decides to spill the tea. "I was the 17th Prince of Sanfales. I was a flop, so they kicked me to the curb." Camus looks super guilty for bringing it up. "Ugh, my bad. Didn't mean to hit a sore spot." Heel quickly shuts that down. "Nah, look. This island is abandoned, right? Technically Kingdom Clay, but humans ghosted this place. We can chill here with zero drama." Vibe restored, Heel locks back in. "All right, let's link up with Varys and Mappa about the build." Walking over, Camus side-eyes. Heel thinking his own epic plans are basically pipe dreams. But Heel, he's about to pull a pro-gamer move. He steps up to the sea and unleashes his cheat code, King of Cave Crest. It's a spectacle. The ground literally obeys his command, rising up to instantly form the massive solid foundations of the harbor. Camus is shook his jaw, hitting the floor like a cartoon character. Varys just smirks like a proud dad. That's just how the boss rolls. Staring at the impossible structure, Camus whispers, "So this is the King of Cave Crest." The reality of Heel's OP stats sinks in, getting him hyped. Incredible. We might actually pull off a perfect harbor. Heel turns to the stunned orc. I only did the base layer. Can you run the construction? Camus points to himself like me. The squad immediately hypes up the flustered Camus. Fueled by that main character energy, Camus strikes a determined pose. Bet. Leave it to me. I'll build the sickest harbor ever. Good. Heel grins. Then I'll leave you with some cracked helpers. He reveals his trump card. Golems 1 through 7 destroyed by the Leviathan, but now fully rebooted and ready to serve. A brand new heavy-duty construction crew. With the foundation set and the squad assembled, Heel knows the next move. We need more stone for the harbor, which means it's mining time, baby. Heel and Full dive deep into the caves to farm mats. Full watches, Heel work clapping like a fangirl. Oh, you're totally healed, she eyes his pickaxe. Wait, aren't you using the mithril ice axe? Heel explains. I got it on me, but my default one just feels better. Suddenly a deep voice cuts in. Princess, fall back. It's dangerous. The kobold warriors Ashton and Highness pull up, but they're distracted by Ryle, the white pup chewing on their ankles. Full sees a chance to stir the pot. In that case, she smirks. Highness has to mine for his big bro too. She taunts the proud warrior. You're good with a sword, but how's your pickaxe game? Highness accepts the challenge, no hesitation. As he watches, Highness says, we owe her one. Full points the kobold to a sweet spot, welcoming the buff newcomer to her mining crew. As expected from a guy who flexes 247, Highness is a total natural, swinging that pickaxe like it owes him money and mastering the grind instantly. Heel stands back and watches, grinning like a proud dad seeing his kid score a touchdown. In fact, Highness is so cracked at this that he's already speedrunning a competition with Full, the two of them tearing through that rock wall like it's made of wet paper. Heel is absolutely vibing off their energy. Yes, the army of minions is leveling up nicely. Meanwhile, poor Ashton is stuck on babysitting duty, muttering, Princess, I gotta get back to the grind. As Riel treats him like a human jungle gym. But suddenly Riel's sharp eyes catch a suspicious glint coming from a sketchy corner of the cave wall. The little pup goes full alarm mode, barking and scratching at the spot, but Highness is too lost in the sauce of mining to notice the commotion. Ha. Who knew smashing rocks was this addictive? Riel's persistent yapping finally breaks through his mining trance. Mr. Heel's something sus over here. Highness grumbles playfully, realizing the dog just stole his thunder. Yo, using a puppy to find loot is basically cheating. The squad gathers around and uncovers a massive ominous box made of orichalcum, looking like some ancient loot crate embedded in the stone. Is that a coffin? Full wonders aloud, instantly taking the vibe from zero to spooky. As they eyeball the weird object, Heel spots a small hexagonal stone lying nearby, and his brain immediately makes the connection. It's a transport stone, literally a fast travel point between locations, and he picks it up to show the crew. Check it out. We got a matching set. The gears in his head start cooking. Transport. So basically, if there's another one of these bad boys somewhere else, we can warp there instantly. Full's eagle eyes spot the socket. Mr. Heel, doesn't that hole on the box look exactly like the puzzle piece you're holding? Heel jams the stone into the box, and it slides home with a click more satisfying than cracking your knuckles. It fits like a glove, and the whole squad just stares, waiting for the beat to drop. The second the stone locks in, the orichalcum box hums to life, opening up to reveal a shimmering portal that screams, adventure time, and Full is ready to dive in head first. Can we bounce to a new map from here? Highness immediately throws up a red flag, shouting, Whoa, hold your horses, Full! We don't know where that warp pipe leads. Heel agrees they can't be reckless. But while they argue logic, Mappa the golem just wanders over, and Leroy Jenkins himself right into the portal. In a literal flash, Mappa gets yeeted into the void and vanishes completely. Absolute chaos breaks out as the whole squad screams his name in perfect, terrified harmony. Mappa! With the mascot missing, Heel preps to jump in. Hold the fort, I'm going in after him. But Full grabs his arm like, no way you aren't soloing this. Watch me. Ignoring her protest, Heel activates his clairvoyance crest, which flares up like a flashbang, stunning everyone watching. The vision shows a strange, rocky area, and Riel looks around totally confused by the magic light show. Clairvoyance. Is that where Mappa ended up? Heel scans the remote feed, quickly deciding on a game plan. I'll scout it out, looks chill enough, he says, turning to his slime buddy Shell. Go get Varys for backup. But before he can even blink, why, his fluffy white familiar zooms past him and dives into the portal like a furry missile. Full isn't about to get left behind, rushing forward with zero hesitation. FOMO is real. I'm coming too. Even the Cobalt guard steps up with his chest out. Security detail needs to tag along. And suddenly it's a total dogpile as everyone tries to cram into the narrow portal. Yo, do we all have to squeeze in at once? Riel cries out while Heel gets turned into a sandwich filling in the middle of the mob. The chaos continues as they warp, mashed together like sardines in a tin. Ouch! Quit shoving, I'm getting crushed. Riel yelps as Heel tries to calm her down, but it's hopeless. The portal hums and flashes, signaling their messy departure. With a stomach-churning lurch, the entire group gets unceremoniously spit out on the other side. They land in a painful, tangled pretzel of limbs on the stone floor. Heel groans in agony while Riel is left seeing stars. However, is perfectly fine perched on Heel's head and vibing happily, but as Heel staggers up his jaw hits the floor. They've spawned in a colossal multi-story library with shelves stretching up into the darkness, like they go on forever. Whoa, seeing it in 4K is totally different, he mutters, peering over the railing into a bottomless abyss that screams instant death. Scary, he whispers while Full stares at the endless rows of books her brain struggling to compute. Are we in book heaven? Or what? Heel nods slowly. I think so. It feels exactly like the room where we found the cheat items earlier. The Cobalt Guard Highness points down a dark corridor. Mr. Heel Tracker says Mappa went this way, and his face goes stone cold, serious. We need to move now, lead the way, Highness. The group hustle through the ancient silent halls like they're in a horror game. They sneak past a deactivated stone golem standing guard like a statue, and rounding a corner they finally spot the target. Mappa is lying face down, totally motionless. And Heel's heart skips a beat. He's in a pool of dark liquid. Mappa. He rushes to his friend's side, panic rising in his throat. What happened? Don't tell me you got taken out. Then he spots the culprit, an open book next to Mappa displaying some very artistic birthday suits. Mappa lifts his heavy head, exposing the crime scene. A literal fountain of blood, bro. A red geyser. He faceplants immediately. Heel feels a mix of, thank God he's alive, and, you have got to be kidding me. So, no assassins, just raging hormones. He hoists the dazed dwarf up. Let's bounce, Mappa. Everyone is losing their minds worrying. But Mappa pumps the brakes. Something catches his eye or his nose. He sniffs the air like a bloodhound on a scent. He's snagged another tome. This one is decked out with twisted DNA charts, anatomy sketches, and a symbol complex enough to fry a brain. That glyph screams, ancient forbidden power. The kind that usually starts an apocalypse. Heel tugs at him. Move it, Mappa. We're leaving. Mappa is totally glued to the new loot. He yeets the nudie mag over his shoulder like it's trash. It flutters down into the library's black void, gone to the Shadow Realm forever. Just then the squad pulls up. Heel spins around. Shell, you brought the whole crew. Varys, the old brainiac, is practically twitching with hype. Mr. Heel, this place is a gold mine. Heel shoots him a grin. Score anything readable, Varys. The old man's face drops like a rock. He flashes a page covered in alien scribbles. I've never seen this alphabet. It's gibberish to me. Before Heel can reply, Camus tackles him, eyes blazing with loot lust. It smells like adventure, little Heel. She flashes a shark-toothed grin. Teleporters, giant libraries, lost civilizations. It reeks of insane treasure. The squad agrees it's time to raid this dungeon properly. Let's scour the area, Varys pleads. Heel nods. Fine, but keep your heads on a swivel. This place is crumbling and golems might be lurking. Varys and Camus bolt high on the promise of ancient secrets. The rest spread out like butter. Heel starts dissecting the scrap metal of a busted golem. Riel and another girl cruise the skyscrapers of books, hunting for anything that makes sense to a modern brain. Suddenly, a shout echoes. Yo, Mr. Heel. This one has pics. They show him a 4K resolution drawing of a mountain city. Dang that detail, Heel gasps. It looks like a photo. He leans in, a weird sense of deja vu hitting him hard. Where is this? I swear I've seen architecture like this before. Full jabs a finger at the sketch. That peak in the middle. She traces it. Doesn't that look exactly like Shoal? Full is skeptical, though. You think, the scale is way off. The other girl just smirks. Well, Sheol is definitely cuter. Meanwhile, Shell freezes in the hallway like a statue. Heel clocks the pause. You catch a scent, Shell. They tail the slime into a massive chamber dominated by a stone goddess standing taller than a skyscraper. The girls crane their necks, jaws on the floor. She's gorgeous, Heel whispers. Gotta be a goddess, right? Ancient folks probably prayed to her eons ago. He stares at the stone face, tripping out on the history. As they wander, Heel muses aloud. The kingdom has zero data on this place. Are there more ruins hiding under Sheol? Later, the crew links back up. We grabbed some heartstones and magic stones from the scrap, Camus reports. But this subterranean world is still a giant question mark. Heel decides to bet on the nerd. Varys volunteered to crack the books, so I'm putting it all on his shoulders. Varys is sweating buckets, thinking, man, I might have overpromised. Suddenly, Full's ears twitch like radar. She locks onto a patch of wall, sensing a glitch in the matrix. Tap, tap. A hollow thud echoes back. She spins to Heel, eyes popping. Yo, boss! There's a void behind this rock. Camus squints at the smooth stone, totally skeptical. We checked that. It's solid. Full grips her pickaxe, itching to smash. Can I just wreck it? Heel scans for traps. No magic vibes, and my HUD shows the perfect weak spot. He charges up a spell. I'll throw up a shield just in case the roof comes down. Swing away, kid. Full unleashes a monster swing crack. The wall disintegrates, exposing a dark tunnel. Nice hit, Pool. The crew goes wild. Pull peeks into the abyss, gasps, and sprints into the secret room like she saw free candy. Heel grins at her dust. Way to go. Inside, Full freezes before a pedestal holding 3 legendary items. Change stones, and a trio of them no less. Cut to Full groggily, rising from her bed. Yesterday's grind is written all over her face. But before the sun even cracks the horizon, she's in motion. She slides down the bunk like a ninja, careful not to disturb the snorers. Time to prep for the daily hustle. She laces up her gear with muscle memory speed. One final tug and she's locked and loaded. As Heel puts it, nobody, and I mean nobody, is chasing that mining high harder than Full these days. Let's get it, number 15. She was on that daily grind, hitting the tunnels at the crack of dawn and being the last one to log off at night. He admits he was low-key stressed, but he knew she was hunting for that loot like her life depended on it. Later on, the whole squad links up as Heel decides to spill the tea on the secret behind his insane power level. No cap, he confesses. I leveled up thanks to a change stone. That info hits the group harder than a bass drop. Our princess, yeah, she used to be a basic goblin. The Wolf brothers look like their brains just short-circuited. Is that even legal in the game mechanics? Another warrior is completely lost in the sauce, asking, hold up, so the princess is actually royalty from Belden. He keeps spiraling. I thought for sure Rihanna was an elven baddie who ran off with Heel. The wild theory makes both of them do a massive spit take. He looks over at a proud fool like he's lost his mind. One stone is reserved for her. She worked her tail off like a beast to grind for it after all. Then Heel pivots to the old head of the group. Varys, if you're down, how about we use one on you? Varys looks at the ground feeling ancient. Me, nah, fam. Surely there's someone with better stats. But Heel drops his master plan. I've always thought it was a tragedy that your Sorcerer King crest is just collecting dust. The rest of the party is shook. Sorcerer King. That is literally the god-tier magic crest. It would be insanely OP if you could actually activate it. Varys goes quiet, letting that sink in. Then one of the homies speaks up gently. Varys, you aren't getting any younger pops. It would be lit if you got a fresh avatar and could stay in the game longer. The little girls immediately start freaking out. Mr. Varys, are you deleting your account? But he quickly calms them down. Chill, I'm not checking out just yet. With new motivation, Varys looks at Heel. Mr. Heel, let me get that change stone. He stares at his hand like he's seeing it for the first time. A small smirk creeps onto his face. It's true. I used to dream of unlocking this crest's potential. With 2 stones, claimed one of the wolves' notes. There is 1 change stone left, but it looks like nobody else wants the upgrade. Suddenly a light bulb moment. Wait a sec, doesn't Mr. Camus have a crest? I saw it when we were chilling at the hot spring. Camus stays frosty. Yeah, I do. He flashes a gnarly-looking crest on his hand, stunning everyone. I've never seen that texture before, Heel admits. Varys clocks it instantly. The sea dragon crest, a legendary mark for hydrokinesis, but I've only heard of wet monsters like mermen using it. Camus immediately jumps back like he stepped in trash. Let me make this perfectly clear right now. I have zero desire to equip this garbage. When a sailor points out the utility, Camus scoffs. You've got to be joking. He throws a total diva fit, screaming, aquatic monsters have slimy scales, that aesthetic ruins my beauty routine. I absolutely refuse. Seeing the man cannot be convinced, Heel decides to just stash the last stone in his inventory. And so, with the winners picked, the squad gathers in a clearing to watch the evolution event live. Fool nervously clutches the stone like it's a fragile egg. Princess, I'm kind of freaking out. What's the strats here? The princess hypes her up. Visualize your dream avatar and manifest it with everything you've got. Good luck. Fool closes her eyes, locking in her focus. What I want to become. Her mind replays a montage of every time she got carried by her friends, by Heel, by everybody. She thinks about always being the NPC left behind, watching the main characters go off to war. That narrative ends today. The stone in her hands goes supernova with light as she makes her wish. I am the daughter of the great warrior, Elvin. The flash is so bright, Heel instinctively yells out to Rihanna. The rest of the crew is just stunned jaws on the floor. No way. As the FX fade, Fool's first thought is, whoa, the camera angle is higher. She looks down at her sprite, now taller and totally leveled up. Did the patch work? The princess pops up with a towel. You want to see the skin update? A nearby slime morphs into 4K mirror mode, and Fool gets the first look at her new build. Her eyes go wide as she checks the reflection. Overwhelmed with hype, she tackles the princess in a massive bear hug. I did it. I evolved While one warrior hates on her for still being skinny, Heel shuts it down. Don't trip, Fool. I can see the mana flowing inside you like neon. You'll be able to grind those skills soon. At the mention of magic, Fool's eyes turn into stars. She gets curious, though. Wait. I wished for a magic build. So why does the princess look human? Fool smiles, relieved. Great. Unlike the princess, my skin stayed the same, so I was low-key worried. Heel looks confused while the princess starts sweating bullets, stuttering. Who knows, I guess the evolution RNG is different for everyone. Next up is Varys. Then that means I might roll a different character class too. He says, gripping his stone while the homies cheer him on. The change stone bursts with light one more time. But as the glare dies down, the group just looks confused. Varys is standing in a cloud of smoke looking exactly the same. I wonder if it glitched. Camus points out the obvious. Nothing changed, bruh. But then Varys feels a sudden zap. He moves his back, bending a bit, looking like he just witnessed a miracle. Oh snap, this is... Varys throws his hands up like he just won the lottery. His old hardware feels brand new. My back, he shouts. My crooked back. The lag I've had for years, it's completely patched. Heel, however, is laser focused on something way more important. Yo, that's sick, Varys. But what's the deal with the ink? As if on cue, the Sorcerer King's crest on Varys' palm starts glowing with ominous cursed energy. Watching from the nosebleed section, Full is totally losing it. Mr. Heel. The magical mojo bursting out of that tattoo is absolutely bonkers. Heel nods, clearly vibing with the situation. Intrigued by the raw output, he grins. Mr. Varys, how about we take that bad boy for a test drive? Varys stares at the swirling mark on his hand. If it's just beginner-level spells, he thinks I'm pretty sure the Sorcerer King's muscle memory will kick in on autopilot. He steps away from the squad into the open field, getting ready to flex. Here goes nothing. He focuses his mind, and a complex magic circle lights up like a neon sign above his palm as he drops a single word: fire. But this ain't no campfire spark. A colossal uncontrolled tsunami of black hellfire rips out of his hand, tearing up the landscape and freaking everyone out. The sheer heat wave hits the onlookers like a truck. Whoa, that's spicy, they scream, diving for cover to avoid getting extra crispy. Then rising from the smoke like a dramatic pop star entrance, a hand emerges, but it's slender with wicked black nails. A silky voice says, "Oops, my bad." The smog clears to reveal Varys 2.0, young, horned, and dripping with demonic swagger. This Sorcerer King juice is insane, he says, his voice dropping an octave into baritone territory. But trying to throttle the output, that's a total nightmare. The squad is paralyzed, their jaws hitting the floor so hard they practically bury themselves in the dirt. Elvin points a shaky finger, stuttering like his brain short-circuited. Are you... Varys? The hot new Varys looks back with deep, soulful eyes. This hits me right in the feels, General. I never thought I'd be tossing spells like this. Honestly, I feel like a whole new man, literally. Elvin starts waving his hands frantically like he's fighting invisible bees. No, dude. The magic is wild, sure, but look in a mirror. Varys looks down, totally clueless. My appearance... Thinking fast, someone shoves a polished shield in his face so he can check his reflection. Varys catches one glimpse of his new demon idol face and lets out a scream high enough to shatter glass. What the... The shock is so intense the transformation glitches out and he poofs back into a wrinkly old man face-planting into the dirt. Later back in the lab, Heel breaks it down. Yeah, I've heard of this weird glitch before. The Sorcerer King crest forces your body to evolve. It morphs you into whatever form burns mana the most efficiently. Varys nods, downloading the info. I get it. So that's the side effect of this cursed tattoo. Heel scratches his head, looking a bit sheepish. Sorry, but that's the extent of my wiki knowledge. Back home, folks kept their superpowers on the down low. But Varys ain't even mad. In fact, the old guy is hyped. Nah, this is lit. I can't wait to nerd out and study this whole situation. While Varys buries his nose in books, Full struts in to flex her new drip. Yo, Mr. Heel, check the fit. What's the verdict? Does it slap? Heel throws her a thumbs up. You look straight fire. Princess Rihanna really went off with that design. Full grins like a Cheshire cat. All right, let's get this bread. She immediately starts her workout by absolutely obliterating a nearby boulder. Mid-grind, Heel points out some shiny loot. Yo, keep an eye out for magic crystals. We need to hoard those like gold. Inside, he's stressing a bit. He knows their stash of mana-boosting rocks is running lower than a student's bank account. He takes stock of the team. He and Rihanna are leveled up, and Varys' crest is basically a walking cheat code now. So, he figures, we gotta focus on power leveling Full. But he knows there's a massive snag in that plan. Having monster stats means 0 if you have potato control. So class is in session. First, you gotta memorize the cryptic runes that build the magic circles. Heel sketches a diagram on the board. This is how you hack mana and turn it into elements like fire and wind. But the book learning stuff, it's clearly roasting Full's brain cells. Rihanna asks, looking worried. You good? Full clutches her skull. I feel like my brain is gonna explode, but I ain't quitting. I'm Gucci, don't stop teach. While the classroom stuff is a drag, her gut instinct is scary good. She decides to wing it, summons a circle and yells, freeze. A wild, chaotic blast of ice magic explodes from her hands, hitting with the force of a freight train. Full starts hopping around like a bunny on caffeine. Let's go, I actually did it. I cast a spell. She poses like a superhero. Too bad her target was their little monster mascot, who is now a popsicle. Elvin facepalms hard. Good grief, her aim is trash. But Heel keeps the vibes positive. Hey, not bad for a rookie run. Watching the girls grind, Heel turns to Elvin with a smirk. She's really chasing her dad's shadow, huh? Elvin looks away, the mood turning somber. I wish it was that simple, but nah, you've got it twisted. He asks, Heel, you know that stone-taking game, the one the Rugrats play? Elvin drifts into a flashback. Full made me play that with her constantly when she was a tot. Heel raises an eyebrow. For real, I didn't peg her as the strategy board game type. Elvin chuckles dryly. I thought it was weird too. But then Varys dropped some heavy truth on me. Back in the day, we catch a young Soph looking totally wrecked, holding back salty tears after catching a massive loss against Princess Rihanna. Heel's eyes go wide like he just cracked the code. Haha. Finally, the puzzle pieces snap together. Wait, so Soph's entire savage grind set to get stronger was actually born from that one moment. Elvin nods with a grim look. He drops the lore she hates losing more than anything. It messes with her head, especially since she's supposed to be the princess's subordinate, not her rival. Elvin glances over at the two girls. And honestly, taking an L from a friend, that stings way worse than losing to an enemy. Right on cue, Full and Rihanna are vibing and laughing, their rivalry looking pretty wholesome. Full grins, admitting he's got a little FOMO. Heel watches them. It's a warm, knowing smile. Meanwhile, over at the harbor that just got a serious glow-up, the Corvus tribe's repaired ship is being guided into the dock like a precious baby. The massive vessel is finally parked and secured, standing tall as a symbol that things are finally looking up for the squad. The water crashes against the new sea walls, promising a busy port in the future. But hold up, the vibes are suddenly off. The water near the wall looks dark and sketchy as hell. A Corvus tribesman explains why they're rushing. When it comes to the harbor, fixing the ship was the #1 priority. Our fam stayed behind in hiding, so we want to dip out of here and get back to them as soon as possible. Heel tells him to chill, saying, don't sweat finishing the rest of the harbor. You guys have the green light to set sail the second that ship is ready. He adds, but our island is about to enter the trading game too. So start brainstorming what kind of loot you can bring back for us. The crewmen get instantly hyped. Mr. Heel, leave the money moves to us. We'll make sure to stack up a serious inventory of top-tier items. Heel watches the crew buzzing with energy as they prep the ship. Everyone from the Corvus tribe looks like a kid on Christmas morning. They are itching to hit the open sea. Heel crosses his arms like a boss. We're finally leveling up to a trading economy. Looking out at the water, he plots the next moves. We can start by pushing those gems from Sheol, and maybe even the harvest from Idrisil. We also have to figure out the shopping list. But his train of thought gets derailed as a massive scaly tail breaches the surface, sending ripples everywhere and completely nuking the peaceful vibe. Back at the newly built harbor, the Corvus sailors are on the grind, hauling heavy timber like it's nothing. One of the sailors laughs, wiping sweat off his face. Finally back to the real hustle. We sailors start tweaking out if we stay on land too long. But right in the middle of their celebration, something breaks the water's surface with a quiet bloop. It's just a weird dark shape bobbing there, barely even rendering. Suddenly the water explodes like a bomb went off, leaving the nearby sailors completely shook. From the depths, a nightmare fuel eel monster rises up with a single creepy eye. The evil Mo has pulled up and the sailors are frozen stiff. The drama reaches Heel further down the dock. Whoa, what in the world is that monstrosity? With zero warning, the monster's tail whips around like a wrecking ball, smashing through logs and yeeting a sailor into the air. The beast looms over the wreckage, dripping slime everywhere as it corners another terrified crewman who thinks it's game over. But before it can land the hit, Camus comes flying in with a clutch kick straight to its ugly face. You got some nerve, he growls, attacking a harbor protected by the Corvus tribe. He turns to his frozen squad, absolutely raging. What are you guys doing? Wake up and get ready to throw hands. But it's like talking to a wall. He looks back to see his entire crew on the floor, completely paralyzed by fear. Their brains are glitching, stuck in a flashback to that day they faced a true Leviathan, a sea dragon that wrecked their ships like cheap plastic toys. The trauma takes the wheel, and they can only scream one word: Leviathan. Camus is totally fed up with this nonsense. You idiots, open your eyes. How does that thing look anything like a Leviathan? But his crew is lost in the sauce, camping behind whatever cover they can find. As the monster lunges again, Camus is forced to solo this raid boss while his team remains useless. Seeing his captain struggling, Mappa lets out a roar and steps up to tank. Camus shouts his name, Mappa. The dwarf yeets his shield like a frisbee straight at the monster's dome, connecting with a sickening crunch that sounds like a critical hit. Seizing the opening, Camus speed blitzes past the beast, his saber flashing in a clean arc that takes the monster's head off in one smooth motion. He sticks the landing and gives his blade a confident flick. Not bad. This orichalcum saber is seriously OP. But Heel, watching from the sidelines, notices a glitch in the matrix. Uh-oh, the monster's headless body isn't dropping. As the severed neck starts wiggling like a worm, Heel yells a desperate warning. Camus, check your 6, don't get sloppy. It's a horror show, as the wound bubbles and stretches, popping out 3 new heads from the stump. Heel can't believe his eyes. Ain't no way, but you literally cut its head off. Camus stares, his ego completely shattered. No. He suddenly realizes what kind of broken mechanic he's dealing with. This is an evil Mo. The monster reveals its true form. A nasty mess of tentacles spinning around a star-shaped mouth filled with razor-sharp teeth. Camus realizes he messed up big time. All I cut was the tip of its arm. We have to crush the core or it's just going to keep abusing its regen hacks. Just then, a massive blast of fire magic slams into the creature like a meteor. Full leaps into the chaotic scene, landing with a cocky grin. Guess who's here to carry the team? She dances around the snapping jaws like a pro skater, barely keeping her head attached to her shoulders. She blasts it with magic, but the monster shrugs it off like a mosquito bite. Full starts losing her cool. Yo, what's the play? This thing has zero chill. It's barreling straight for her, hungry for a snack. Camus tries to talk strategy. We just blast it with cannons. But Heel cuts him off mid-sentence. Bruh, are you crazy? If we drop a nuke here, we wreck the whole harbor. Watching from a dinghy nearby, Varys checks the vibe, calm as ever. Full played the perfect bait. Varys raises a hand, his magical crest lighting up like a neon sign as he activates Goblin mode. Lend me your juice, Sorcerer King, boom. He transforms into his boss form. From the boat, Varys drops the beat. Water magic flow. The ocean obeys, shooting up tentacles of seawater like liquid spears aiming for the throat. The water ropes twist around the thrashing heads, choking them out. Even Heel is shook by this level of flex. In seconds, the beast is wrapped up tight. Ropes nah, fam. The ocean itself just turned into a straitjacket. Varys hollers across the waves. Mr. Heel, I paved the lane. Heel catches the drift instantly. He grabs Full. Let's cook Full. Lightning style. They sync their energy. La lightning magic spark. A spicy ball of electricity crackles in their hands. The spell hits the wet rope's science class 101 baby. The electricity rides the water straight to the monster's main body. The monster gets fried like a chicken wing in a deep fryer, engulfed in a massive sizzling explosion. As the creature turns to dust, full and heel dap it up. GG Ez clap. Varys shifts back to his chill form, waving from the boat like a proud dad. Mappa waddles over, actually impressed. Not bad, kids. Didn't think you were this cracked at the game. Full puffs out her chest. I've been grinding XP. She beams, soaking up the clout. Meanwhile, the elven warriors are watching from the bleachers, looking salty. Man, we were just NPCs today. One grumbles. But the Corvus crew. They look like they just failed a math test. They walk up to Captain Camus, heads hanging low. Boss, we choked. Huge L for us. Camus looks at them, his face dark. He knows the terror of that sea beast froze his toughest sailors like a glitched game. Under the moonlight, Camus stares at the endless ocean, his brain loading a heavy thought. My bad. He confesses to Heel and the crew, turning his back to hide the shame. I didn't realize their mental health bar was at 0. They can't handle another trip. The crew looks absolutely terrified. The gossip is spreading like wildfire. That monster wasn't solo. It definitely had a bae out there. The Elder tries to drop some logic. Yeah, biology happens. But legendary beasts like that don't spawn every day. Rihanna breaks it down for the orc captain like a therapy session. Because they're pros, the fear hits different. Their expertise just became their own mental cage. The Elder offers a workaround. Mr. Camus just hired the Belden tribe. Swap the roster. But Camus shuts that down fast. Nah, they'd wreck this janky ship in 5 minutes. Camus clenches his fists. The Corvus are sea folk. If they can't sail, they lose their swag. Period. Heel, Rihanna, and the squad look on, finally getting it. It ain't just about a broken boat. It's about a broken vibe. Suddenly, Rihanna's face changes. Brain blast loading. Her eyes go wide. What if we build a tank of a ship, something even Godzilla couldn't smash? That would fix their anxiety. Heel lights up. Bet. We stick metal armor on the hull. But Camus, the veteran, pours cold water on it. Cool idea, but physically impossible. A ship that heavy would sink faster than a rock. A dark elf tosses her pickaxe. What about orichalcum? That stuff is light as a feather. The Elder shakes his head. Bro, that's rare loot. We don't have enough. They hit a wall, but then Mappa the dwarf screams like he just won the lottery. Mappa starts waving his arms wildly. Heel asks, You got a big brain moment, Mappa.